Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live as County Championship action continues here at Trent Bridge with day 3 and live ball by ball coverage of this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Now in the sporting world, day 3 is often referred to as moving day, but if you've been keeping an eye on this game already, you'll know that it's at an advanced stage really, because Notts are in their second innings and they got set a target of 411 runs to win. That's after Hampshire declared late last night. Notts had a tricky 2 overs, but the openers Ben Slater and Haseeb Hamid managed to see off those 2 overs, and they'll be back out there in the middle with play due to start at 11 o'clock. But yesterday was a jam-packed day. 104 overs was scheduled for the day. We had a lot of cricket, so let's just remind you of all the action from day 2 through the highlights.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Moores. Moores bowled, trying to drive on the up. It's clipped the top of the off stump, and he goes. First wicket of the morning.
Kevin out of his misery as Abbas bowls. Oh, he's bowled him straight through the defences of Lyndon James, and Mohammed Abbas strikes. Oh yeah.
Plays and misses, or has he edged? He has. He's edged, and Ben Brown has taken that in front of first slip.
There's Abbas. Bowled him. Stumps akimbo. Terrific delivery.
Darts in. Petman. Oh, that's a good take to the left. Yes, it has come off the bat. Let's have a look at the replay of this. I think that might have got an inside edge. As Patterson is in and bowls, and oh!
Here's Patterson, 31 for 1, and bowled him through the defences of Gubbins. LBW shout, Bennett for 4, and then the leg stump has been knocked tumbling out of the ground. Played 3 tests for England, I think. Next one's cut away and it'll go for runs. Nice looking shot by Ian Holland.
James pounds in and bowls, and he's pulled that. It should go for 4. Yes, it will. He's beautifully bisected 2 fielders. Patterson has taken 31 wickets.
Edged. Oh, it's caught a second slip, is it? Are they claiming it? I think they are. That's a great catch, Calvin Harrison. So Petman again. Cut in the air, safe. Back with a point. There is a fielder.
Fetch that ball back. And he slammed this one and he's out. And Ben Brown has tossed his wicket away there. Could see it coming. Houghton's got him.
Petman bowls. That's a lovely shot there. That was over pitched, and that has crashed through the covers just in front of point.
Houghton bowls again. Slammed through the offside once more by Holland. With emphasis. Houghton bowls. Lovely shot for 4. Glorious stroke from Liam Dawson. Moves on to 20 with a very elegant straight drive.
Here's Lyndon James driving on the up is Holland, and that's going for 4, backward a point. Bit of width. And for Ian Holland, that is his half century.
Ian and bowls tossed up and drilled back past him for runs. Will it be stopped? It won't be stopped by Dane Patterson. It's beyond him and gone away for 4.
We'll pick them up. Oh, it's smashed away by Liam Dawson, flat back through mid-on. It's a bit like watching the Ashes test. Yeah, bowling 2, Dawson. Dawson clips that away on the leg side for a single. And there's his half century. Bowls short. That's hammered away by Dawson through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 runs. I'm sure Dawson's been waiting for something like that. That was frustration there. Ball faces the next delivery. Short. Pulled away again by Dawson. It's just over the fielder's head. It's only landed 2 rows back.
James again, pumping his arms, bowls, and this has gone skewed into the air. It's not a controlled shot, but it will go for 4. It's 1 bounce. As James pounds in, bowls, and that will be 4 runs as that ball races away backward of point with an open blade, well-controlled shot by Holland.
That's when the Nottinghamshire innings begins. Petman bowls, and this one's edged and caught. And Liam Dawson's gone for 82. Comes in and bowls, and Fuller down the track and has walloped it towards us. And has it gone all the way? Petman bowls, and this one's drilled through the offside for 4. That's a mighty, mighty fine shot from Ian Holland to go into the 90s.
As he's in and bowls, and that is thrashed through the covers, and I'm wondering what you see. It will go for 4. It's raced away backward of point. A lovely looking flamboyant shot from Holland.
Comes in and bowls to Holland, drives, and he's got the single to mid-on. Well, listen to that Hampshire contingent at the far end of the ground. Ian Holland raises his bat to the dressing room.
Harrison again bowls another slog sweep onto the leg side in the gap for 4.
Bowls to Fuller. Fuller down the wicket, slaps it in the air through the same area. 1 bounce 4. Holland faces Patterson this time, short, and he cuts that away. And that could be 6 over points, is it? Umpire's looking. Paul Parlad signalled 6.
Maniac that is James Fuller on strike, gets his 50 with a glorious shot through extra cover. Will Young should cut it off and does, but Fuller will go back to the other end and will then, I'm sure, be congratulated by Ian Holland. Raises his bat to the Hampshire dressing room, and Fuller's gone to his half century from 41 balls with 4 fours and a 6. There's a Bass bowling to Slater and worked away on the leg side, and he'll get boundary, yes, for Ben Slater.
So as you saw there, a lot of runs scored yesterday and several wickets taken. But what was the view and what was the feeling in the Notts home dressing room after day 2? Well, assistant coach Kevin Shine was on media duty. Let's have a little listen and hear what he had to say at the end of day 2.
Kevin, it was a difficult start to the day, but what did you make of the way that Notts sort of plugged away throughout from that point?
Yeah, we plugged away really well. So the first session was really good. We had them 89 for 4, and at that point, you know, applying really good pressure, we were very hopeful that we could bowl them out for anything between 250 and 300 to set up a really good game of cricket. Unfortunately, it just started to get away from us. Let's not take anything away from Holland and Dawson, and then obviously Fuller at the end, who played very well. So it was a really tough day all round for us.
Let's start with, I suppose, last night and a little bit into this morning as well. What do you put the batting performance, I suppose, down to first? Is that a case of Hampshire bowling particularly well on a pitch that helps splits seamer, or are there cases where batters look at themselves as well?
Yeah, I think if we're absolutely honest, we haven't had our best first innings there. You know, and it's a very honest dressing room. They are a quality bowling attack. Yeah, they would be one of the best bowling attacks in the First Division. But we would hope to play a little bit better than that normally. And then from a bowling perspective, as I said, we started off well, and then they ended up playing very well. There were plays and misses. Can't fault the lads for their effort, but it didn't go for us today.
What's it like psychologically for a bowler to come out when a lot of wickets have fallen in a short space of time, and there's almost sometimes an expectation that wickets are going to come in that third innings?
Yeah, there can be an expectation, but these lads don't think like that. They know their jobs, and you know, we try to sort of pride ourselves on creating as much pressure as we can, which we did at the beginning of the innings. And as I said, as it started to just snowball a little bit away from us, we just couldn't get the control back. And once again, it wasn't through a lack of effort. They played very well, and we mustn't take that away from them. But we'll have a little look at it. We always do, in a lot of detail, and we'll come back stronger.
OK, so they were the thoughts of Kevin Shine, and if you want to listen to that whole interview, just go to the Notts social media channels, it's on there. But the umpires are making their way out into the middle, so are Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater and the Hampshire bowlers and fielders. So it's time to hand you over to your BBC radio commentary team, and that is led by Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Thank you to Aaron Lord. Those of you watching Trent Bridge live will have heard Aaron over the last 15 minutes, just setting the day up nicely. Lovely to just have a quick run through the highlights, just to refresh our memories of a couple of full and very exciting days, particularly for Hampshire, who are very much in the box seat here as we head into day 3 of this Division 1 match between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Very good morning to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Our commentary team again for today from BBC Sport, Isabel Duncan will be with us in a wee while. Kevin James is alongside me from Solent Sport, and the match situation, I can tell you, is that Nottinghamshire have been set a nominal, we'll call it nominal for the time being, victory target of 411. We managed to knock the 11 off the end of that last night in the 2 overs that were possible. So Notts require 400. The Newspapers will tell you there are 2 days left in this fixture. The weather forecasters, the meteorologists will tell you that you've only got 1 day left, because a lot of rain is forecast for this part of the world tomorrow. So it may well be that if Notts have wickets intact at stumps, they may be able to get something out of this game. But the smart money is on Hampshire, particularly after they bowled Notts out so cheaply in the first innings. We've had a little bit of rain this morning. In fact, the covers were only removed around about 5 minutes ago. The hover cover out there is a bit of protection, a bit of light drizzle around, but we are going to get underway on time. It should be another 104 over day, so even longer for Notts to survive. Asiba Mead is on strike. I'll have to do an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two, but until then we will be able to hear the dulcet tones of the voice of Hampshire cricket. A very good morning to Kevin James.
Yeah, morning Dave. Here's Keith Barker. Oh, he was coming in, and Haseeb Hameed has seen some sort of movement behind the bowler's arm. But
it's the dressing room door, I think. Yeah,
oh,
shut
not
it.
again. Dressing room door.
They've shut it.
The players should know. Players should know better. Yeah, it's going to be a long, hard battle for Notts, and I'm sure they will get some sort of help with the rain. They might even get a bit of help with the rain today, actually. I think there's a couple of showers forecast at various points. Barker in, round the wicket. To Hameed then, and he gets one that nips back on him. Bat onto pad. Now, interesting, I spoke to Ian Holland again for the second day running last night. And I said, what is this pitch like? And he said he felt that yesterday, when the sun was out in the afternoon, and it was out for a prolonged period yesterday afternoon, he felt the pitch played easier. And then in the evening, when we had that little shower of rain and we came back out, he felt the pitch played slightly different again. So looking at the cloud, which is quite high, it may just still help the bowlers somewhat. Hameed cuts, that's going for 4 through the covers. Bit of a loosener there from Keith Barker.
Yeah, it was actually mayhem round about the time the second new ball was taken. We had a little shower, they went off. When they came back, Hampshire absolutely rattled along 50 odd runs in 5 overs to set up the declaration. So Hameed is up and running for the morning. Third morning of the match, he's on to 5. Nottinghamshire 15 without loss. Keith Barker from the pavilion end, in round the wicket again, and Hameed drives crisply once more, but only to a wideish extra cover position. There's no run, and James Vince from first slip, just waving his arms, trying to get the attention of 1 or 2 fielders, just trying to get them all nicely aligned. Attacking field, 2 slips, leg slip or leg gully, Ian Holland, short leg in there, Fletcher Middleton. Barker again round the wicket, bowls, and this one swings away from Hameed, taken by wicket-keeper Ben Brown. And it remains 15 without loss. Nottinghamshire bundled out for just 100 in their first innings. Really need to show more resilience and application today to prolong this, as Barker in again, and Hameed will get more runs, and it might even be a second boundary in this opening over, and it will indeed. Runs down to third man, off an outside edge, but wide of the 2 slips and away for the second boundary in this over. Yes, we just started on time. We're in the first over of the day. In fact, 2 boundaries have come already. We did have a little bit of drizzle. The hover cover was only removed about 10 to 11, but we are underway. Asiba Hameed has hit Keith Barker away for a couple of runs in this over. Remember, Notts have been set to score 411. They're currently 19 without loss. And at the end of the over, 8 runs from that over then. We've got a member of the ground staff rushing on with something or other for one of the umpires. Not entirely sure what that was. Don't think the ground staff keep the light meters, but might it be a cloth or some such for each umpire? I don't know, but something has been passed. It wasn't a brown envelope, we can say that, but one of Steve Burt's ground staff has just brought something out for each umpire. What would that have been, a towel?
I don't know, it was small, whatever it was. small keep-off sign for Paul Pollard in that area that the bowlers have been encroaching on from time to time. He's been the more officious of the two umpires in that area.
Let's be mischievous and say it was a brown envelope. Here you are, fellas.
Allegedly. Those are the words of Dave Bracegirdle, not necessarily of the BBC.
It wasn't.
Or of the Nottinghamshire live picture feed. Dave Bracegirdle's own words. Here's Bass from the Radcliffe Road end. It's bowling round the wicket to Slater. Got the ball past the outside edge in the one over the bowled last night to Slater. Comes in then. He's left that one alone. Score remains on 19 without loss. Big uphill battle here for the home side.
Yes, just refresh my own memory. I did mention it yesterday. Nott's highest successful run chase, that 461 for 3 at Worcester in 2001. The second highest, 419 for 6 here at Trent Bridge 97 years ago to defeat Leicestershire. If they were to get this win, it would be the third highest in their history.
Well, that puts that into context as Abbas bowls straighter. Slater plays out behind square on the offside. Slater's on 8. Hamid on 9. Having added 8 already to his overnight total, the Notts captain. Bit cooler this morning.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Bit cooler walking from my car this morning, along the road, along one side of the ground, and then along the next side of the ground, and then into the one unlocked gate.
This is a journey of 200 yards, folks, he's undertaking.
Here's Abbas. Oh, he's bowled him! There's the first wicket of the morning, and 2 stumps knocked out of the ground, and Slater prodding forward. Walks back towards the dressing room, and Abbas picks up the first Nottinghamshire wicket in their second innings.
Well, that's just the start that Hampshire wanted. Conversely, Nottinghamshire needed the 2 openers to build a platform, just try and lay the foundations for a day of dogged resilience. I'm afraid Ben Slater has been done there by an absolute beauty from Mohammed Abbas, who's carried on from where he left off yesterday morning. He was instrumental in blowing the tail away in the first innings, and here he's made a real mess of Ben Slater's stumps. Slater on the crease line, and he's lost middle and off stump, both knocked out of the ground. Might just have done him for an extra little bit of pace there. It's burst through the defences of Ben Slater, absolutely castled him, and Slater has gone for 8, not to 19 for 1.
Didn't add to his overnight total, and that's probably just reinforced the view of many that this game could very much be over today. And, just looking at the conditions, maybe even over around about the tea time break if they stay like this. 1 or 2 showers forecast during the day. I think there's 1 or 2 around sort of the lunch interval, maybe into the early afternoon, but they're below already for the home side. Will Young walks out to the crease. Is this the second of the 3 games that he's playing for Nottinghamshire?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, debut last week at the Oval, and he'll be here next week, hopefully, for the game with Kent. Really important game. All along we suspected that one. They're all important games in Division 1, or indeed in the County Championship, but if this goes against Notts, then they really are going to have to make sure they don't lose to Kent, who they've still got to play as well down at Canterbury in September.
So the Kiwi facing Abbas. Now, Abbas bowled pretty well at Will Young in the first innings. Will Young had to use all of his skill. The ball was nipping around. Here's Abbas again. Bowls. Will Young drive down the ground. That's a good strong shot to get his innings underway. Slightly over pitch from Abbas. To Will Young. Straight away. Off the mark. 23 for 1. Well, no shortage of runs this morning.
No.
It's just that what you don't want to see, of course, is wickets to go alongside it.
Yeah, third boundary of the morning. Just seen that it's raining at the County Ground Derby, so about 16 miles away. They're not playing there. It is raining at Derby. They do say there might be the odd shower crossing the East Midlands from time to time today.
So it might not be too long before the players leave the field. As Abbas comes into Will Young. Will Young gets wrapped on the pad as it goes down the leg side. Ben Brown moves across.
Just having a quick look, the test match has started. England, Australia, they're playing everywhere in all 9 county championship matches apart from Derby, so it is only a county ground Derby where they've had a delayed start. Of course, there are 1 or 2 games even closer than this one to being completed. Leicestershire have already lost a wicket this morning. They're 121 for 8.
Abbas to Young, leaves that one alone. Good carry through to Brown.
That's at New Road against Worcestershire. Leicestershire still require 117, but I guess more realistically Worcestershire required 2 wickets, so that may well be the first one to finish. 23 for 1 here. We've had 3 boundaries this morning, 2 to Asiba Mead and 1 to Will Young, but in between those 3 boundaries, Ben Slater has been bowled by Mohammad Abbas for 8, and it was a terrific delivery, wasn't it, which would have been a great sight for the Pakistan test bowler. I say Pakistan test bowler. Pakistan playing test cricket at the moment, aren't they, against Sri Lanka, and clearly is not in favour at the moment. As Barker round the wicket, bowls to Hamid, lets it go through to Brown. What are you chuckling at?
I just got an email which has made me chuckle. It's relevant. Some emails I get that aren't relevant to the game but still make me chuckle, but this one has. From David Ackland, soloncricket@gmail.com. Yesterday we had a bit of fun with the camera guys, didn't we? And they panned over to the group of Hampshire supporters sitting in the Smith Cooper stand who are there, and I've got an email from one of them. Barker's in. Is it me? I can't remember. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. It's a no ball as well from Keith Barker. Signalled by Paul Pollard. Look at that. No doubt about that signal if you're watching the live picture feed. David says, here are the supporters' names that you couldn't remember. And he's not wrong. I mean, that's the thing. That's what made me chuckle. He's not wrong. I can't remember everybody. So we'll give them a shout out. I don't know if our current camera guy can just pan over on the live picture feed and we can name them. They're just in front of trentbridge.co.uk as that's pushed up towards the mid-on area.
Yeah, Jono's on the gantry in front of us. You can almost lean out.
Oh, there they are. Thank you very much, Jono.
Well done, Jono.
So there is Ant, Rob, David, Wendy, John, Phil and Carl. Maybe not necessarily sitting in that order, but there they are.
Can't see Wendy.
No, there's no Wendy there. So David's got that wrong.
No, she might be there. She's gone for the drinks, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. So there we are. There they are. Regular travelling support. As that's driven and he's stuck a hand out his Barker. He's taken a bit of pace off it, but that's still going for 4 up towards the pavilion. More boundaries this morning.
Is this Asiba Mead we're watching here? Lacing it to all parts at the moment. Rattling along. 13 from 12 balls faced.
Yeah. He's not known for his fast scoring normally.
Had 4 boundaries and a no ball. 18 runs added.
Rattling through the game, as indeed has been the feature of this match so far. 29 for 1 Nottinghamshire. Barker's round the wicket again. Bowls to Hamid, leaves that one alone. Goes through to Ben Brown. Well, Hamid this season, strike rate of what, 49. So what is he, 13 off 13? He's 100.
Yeah.
Well ahead of that.
Not scored a century yet this season, which I'm sure will be a personal source of anguish for him. It's been fairly prolific since moving from Lancashire to Trent Bridge. Of course, his form here got him back in the England side.
Barker around the wicket again to Hamid, leaves that one alone. Closer to the off stump, good leave.
Skipper as well, and we'll just turn the effects microphone down a little bit and just left it up nice and high. It's never a bad thing to be able to hear the crowd and the players and whatever, but maybe drowning us out a little bit.
Hate to drown you out, Dave. Most would quite like me to be drowned out, but not you. Barker in again. He's got the short leg in for Hamid. Round the wicket. Hamid forward. Pushes that out quietly on the offside. 29 for 1. Nottinghamshire need just the small matter of another 392.
Yeah, we've mentioned Jono on the gantry in front of us with the camera at this end. Spence is up on high again. sets off. Is it the crampons that you need to climb up there on top of the pavilion? He's up by the clock at the far end, and we've got Jody back with us in the little cubby hole at the base of the Fox Road stand. So they're bringing you the pic. There, look, there's those of you watching the live stream. There's Spence on the roof.
It's like he's in camouflage,
Well,
trying to blend in with the tiles.
He's wrapped up for the inclement weather, which may or may not come. 29 for 1 as a Bass bowls, and a nice looking shot by Will Young. Began with a boundary and now he's driven this one into the offside for a couple more. In fact, they're going to come back for 3, so that'll be 32 for 1. We'd love to hear from you. We'll ask Kevin in a moment just to relay his email address again, because I couldn't remember it. But if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing, if it's working, Isabel, who you'll hear from before too long, at Fine Glance or Glance, at Solent Sport and at Braze Cricket, and the email address Kev will hopefully be able to relay in a moment.
I always find that when I'm in different parts of the country, I have to say it more slowly, because they don't get my accent. solentcricket@gmail.com. That's for our East Midland friends, mainly.
There's a Bass. Past umpire Warren. Lovely shot again from Asiba Mead. He's gone out with a very positive intent here, hasn't he? He's going to get 2 runs working it through mid-wicket. That's chased down by James Fuller, who's had a very decent match with the bat. We've not seen him bowl as yet. 34 for 1. I can hear me again, which is never a good thing.
I was just watching the replay of the Ben Slater dismissal, actually. Just came in. It looks like he played just inside the line.
Seemed to be a quickish delivery. Here's a Bass in again and bowls, and this is just dropped on the leg side. Fletcher Middleton will field.
Oh, actually, I tell you what, I watched it again. It's coming in with the arm, and it looks like it pitched and straightened. So that looked a really good ball. As you can imagine, on the Hampshire Cricket Twitter feed, that is all over it.
Yep.
As you'd expect. Might find it particularly difficult to find on the Nottinghamshire Twitter feed.
Yes, that tends to be the way things are distributed, doesn't it? 34 for 1. Hamid on 15, and it keeps out Mohamed Abbas, and wasn't entirely sure where it had gone. Played it down into the ground, and the ball just rolled and missed the stumps. Umpire Pollard is once again getting involved here. He's well, he said something to Asiba Mead, who raised his hand as if A, he was acknowledging what umpire Pollard had to say, and B, he was apologising for it. And then he goes and pats down something. Maybe umpire Pollard had just spotted Hamid standing where he shouldn't be. Next delivery is wide of the pegs, left alone by Hamid. It cut back sharply, and Ben Brown, who would have been expecting to take it outside the line of the batter's off stump, has to move quickly to his left to gather the ball. Didn't take it cleanly, but that could easily have eluded him and gone away for byes. 34 for 1.
Yeah, I think we've seen Paul Pollard, the umpire, sort of have a word with 1 or 2 batters. He feels that they're sort of getting too far down the crease when they're playing on the front foot into that forbidden area that the bowlers struggle with, or have struggled a bit with in this game.
34 for 1. Hamid has 15. Abbas bowls to him, and Hamid blocks. And that's the end of the 6th over of the innings, the 4th of the morning. Notts beginning the day on 11 without loss. They lost Ben Slater with 19 on the board. He'd gone for his overnight 8. And Notts currently 34 for 1, requiring 377 more to pull off an unlikely victory.
Abbas looks like he's keeping the ball well pitched up to the bat. Pollard, you see there, he's pointing out to Hamid where his front foot goes when he's playing off the front foot, saying that he's too far down.
Is it a bad thing to remind the players of their responsibilities?
Well, it's quite unusual, isn't it, to actually have a word with the batters. It's normally the bowlers that encroach with their follow-through marks, but to actually have a batter being spoke to, it's quite rare. And yet we've had a couple of batters at least in this game being talked about, because I think you know, there's lots of chat about various things over the seasons about how to play this bowler, how to play that bowler, and I've definitely noticed that with the Hampshire attack, which isn't the quickest attack, it's the most accurate attack probably, but it's not the quickest. There are a lot of players are saying, do you know what, let's bat outside our crease, get well forward, and that takes the LBW out of the game. And of course, if you do that, then you are running the risk of getting into that forbidden area, straight down the line of the pitch. So that's becoming a problem as Barker bowls. And Young pushes that up towards mid-on. I've just noticed it more and more with batters that are confronting Messrs Barker, Abbott and Abbas as they look to try and nullify their threat, because all three of these guys took over 50 wickets last year, and you know, they are a threat and they are a problem for a lot of opposition batters, so you have to work out a way. There's Barker round the wicket again, playing and missing outside the off stump. Will Young, good line that one.
Tony T's been in touch. What are the clouds looking like, Dave? I've taken a flyer and I'm backing the draw. Well, there. Don't know if you're watching the live stream, Tony, or if you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app. Clouds are high. Don't think there's any imminent threat, and indeed, if we do get a few drops of rain, I don't think it's going to be heavy or prolonged.
Barker in again to Young. Young gets one that just wraps him on the top of the pad there.
I think they've got a plan to bat all day. 104 overs. That would be quite a challenge. There won't have been too many innings this season in all the different conditions and against the different attacks where they have batted as long as 104 overs. But I think they're going to have to plan to do that and hope the rain. I keep saying I hope the rain comes to their aid tomorrow, but you know, as I said to Isabel earlier, it may be the 350 for 2 at Stumps tonight and want to play tomorrow. Let's have a see.
Young drive strongly up to mid-on. Good stop. Carl Abbott always enjoys his fielding. Carl Abbott. I saw a stat yesterday. You probably saw it, Dave, about the game yesterday, where, yeah, of course, I mean, not very well, but particularly well in the second innings. But I think in the terms of the lowest scores this season, I think these two sides have something like 5 of the 6 lowest scores this season. Pushing forward, thick outside edge, along the ground, goes to backward a point. Young picks up a single, moves on to 8.
Yes, they were bowled out the second innings at Taunton for 92. That's after Somerset in their second innings declared with over 500 on the board, and yesterday bowled out for 100. That's their second lowest score this season.
Just trying to find that article. 35 for 1 then Nottinghamshire in their second innings, starting the day on 11 without loss. Slater for 8, the 1 wicket that's fallen so far. Here's Barker round the wicket, this time to Hamid. Just pushes that out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. Hamid has 15 and 376 for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah,
to get.
In terms of the batters, these are the 2 in the Nottinghamshire lineup that have played Test cricket. You'd say probably with this pair and throw Joe Clark into the mix. That's where Nottinghamshire's main hope of avoiding defeat will come from. So they need Young and Hamid to stick around for a long time. 35 for 1. This has been a week, if you've been with us or been on the ground, this has been a week where the Nottinghamshire Heritage team have laid on a series of presentations at lunchtime just to entertain the crowd here in the ground. And once more, there's an illustrated talk today. Here is Mohammed Abbas. This wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. Today, Heritage volunteer Peter Smith will be raising the profile of A.O. Jones. Arthur Jones, who was former Nottinghamshire captain. In fact, he skippered them to the 1907 County Championship. And his highest score of 296 on this ground against Gloucestershire in 1903 remains the highest score here at Trent Bridge by a Nottinghamshire batter. 296 is Mohammed Abbas into bowl to Young, and he defends. Arthur Jones, who's born at Shelton, not too far away from here, and played for Notts between 1892 and 1914. 12 test matches, 11th highest scorer for Nottinghamshire with over 20,000 runs. Ironically, is just behind Paul Johnson in that list, but a very famous man in these parts, Arthur Jones. And at lunchtime today, free admission, everybody welcome. On the first floor of the Radcliffe Road stand, heritage volunteer Peter Smith will be raising the profile of Arthur Owen Jones. If you're on the ground and want to come along. Next ball wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, 35 for 1. Once again, huge thanks for all they do to the Nottinghamshire heritage team, and I know a lot of counties do have their historians and heritage teams just upholding the values and the tradition and the history of all the first class counties, and we really love the work we do. And I know down at the Aegeus Bowl, I'm sure Kevin would be the first to sing the praises of Dave Allen, who does such a terrific job down there. And I'm sure you're listening, Dave, as Mohamed Abbas in again, wide of the pegs, and it goes through to the keeper. Do an important job, don't they?
They do, Dave. Where would we be without a bit of history? Although it's amazing, actually, the number of current players around the country that, once you sort of go back a couple of decades, they do look at you a bit quizzically. But then again, I suppose when we were younger and we were playing, we'd be the same. Players of 2 or 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
There's a lot of history around to take in, really.
And every day we create and watch, and a privilege to see a little bit more as this goes through to the keeper. Now, one man who did create an awful lot of cricketing history in his time celebrates his 78th birthday today, one certain Barry Richards. Now, there is an absolute god in cricketing terms, and certainly in Hampshire County Cricket Club terms. I saw Barry Richards here, I think it was 1972, that's 51 years ago now, score an unbeaten 225 against Notts, and
Whoa.
it was one of the best innings I've ever seen. We all knew about Richards and Greenwich. I think Notts would have got Greenwich early, but they didn't get Richards. This goes through to the keeper, 35 for 1 at the end of the over. And just a quick anecdote from that: for years and years and years and years, I've said, and Greenwich started off that innings by hitting every ball of the first over for 4 from Barry Stead. And I was down in the pavilion, I was probably getting autographs that day. I've got Barry Richards' autograph somewhere. And I've always said for years and years that Richards hit every ball of that first over from Barry Stead for 4, and at the end of the over, Stead would have come down to third man or fine leg or whatever, and was getting jeered at by the Nottinghamshire members, and he gave them a bit back, so he got booed. And I thought, this is a terrific start to the innings, isn't it? But 3 or 4 years ago, I actually went in the library and dug out that 1972 scorebook.
Barker to Hamid. He's pushing forward out on the offside.
Like I say, I've always said he started the innings by hitting every ball for 4. He didn't. It was a couple of dots, and then he went 4, 4, 4, 4. So 16 from that first over. But I'm sure it was 225 not out he got here, and that made a big impression on the young brace girdle. Terrific player, Barry Richards. He won't be listening, of course, but 78 years of age today, and what a man.
I think he was due over, actually, around about now. I know Hampshire Cricket Society were trying to organise something with him, as it's turned away on the leg side by Hamid. Runs here, goes out into the deep. Abbas comes round from fine leg. 2 runs to the Nottinghamshire total, takes them on to 35 for 1. Dave Allen is listening. He says, at Solent Sport, since it's the 4th innings and Hamid encroaching is only an advantage to the bowlers, why is the umpire bothered? Which is a very good point. And Ian East on the same subject, who's also tweeted at Solent Sport, as Barker's in again to Hamid. Oh, he's been outside the off stump. Barker slid the ball past the outside edge a couple of times this morning. Ian East says, I really feel sorry for the kids who would have to live next door to Paul Pollard. No chance of ever getting a ball back from over the fence. That's probably about right. He's actually quite a nice guy, Paul Pollard.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
I had a chat with him. He was umpiring the game that Hampshire played at Canterbury early in the season against Kent. Floodlights are on here, by the way. And I had breakfast with him a couple of times in the hotel, actually. Yeah, he's a good lad. Played against him as well outside the off stump. Oh, and it's not taken cleanly by Brown. Bounced wickedly in front of him. And that'll be a bye. Or will it? Has Paul Pollard signalled anything there? Maybe he hasn't. Maybe it came off a glove or top of the bat. Paul Pollard's not signalled anything.
got my year wrong. It was 1974. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 98 in 58 overs. MNS Taylor, who did play for Notts, but obviously was then playing for Hampshire. Yeah, Mike Taylor, 5 for 29. Hampshire replied with 344, and I was spot on. Barry Richards, 225 not out. Mike Taylor, 68, and pretty much nothing else. The only other one into double figures was Greenwich, who got 14. Everybody else single figures. So 344 Hampshire, and then Notts second time around, having been bowled out for 98 in the first innings, 145 all out. With Herman, is it Lofty Herman?
Yep, Bob Herman.
He got 4 for 34, so Hampshire won that by an innings. It was 1974. Yeah, it's funny how I'd forgotten that Notts were bowled out for 98, but clearly remembered Barry Richards, 225 not out. Hold up here whilst Richard Marshall is out there with a bucket of sawdust, which is just depositing in the bowlers. On the bowler's run-up, so they're obviously a little soft, a little squelchy where Keith Balker's been running, and every time his big size 12s have been planted, it's created a little bit of a quagmire, a bit of a mini swamp there, so all those holes have been filled with sawdust by Richard Marshall. So you've not missed any cricket. Richard's come down to this end now, and the remaining sawdust is just added to the pile at this end, and it's 38 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Solent, and we'll continue with Barker bowling to Young down the leg side, taken by the wicket-keeper. Mildly distracted whilst Isabel descends from on high and lands alongside me. Very good morning, young lady.
Good morning. Just sorted out the equipment. It was a bit tangled up. Got me headset on, ready to go.
There's Barker bowling to Young. Definitely gloomy conditions. He's played and missed at that, the Kiwi. Goes through to Brown. Could easily have edged that one. And it's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 38 for 1. They've been set to score 411. Rocked right at the start of day 3 with the dismissal of Ben Slater before he'd added to his overnight score of 8, bowled by Mohammed Abbas. It's a tall order for Notts to get anything out of this without the help of the weather, and it is very, very gloomy overhead once again.
Yeah, absolutely. The hot favourites, Hampshire, piling on the runs yesterday. Wow, that was a run festival. About an hour after lunch, they went berserk with the blade, Hampshire, and that was down to Dawson and Holland with that partnership of 150, followed by another 100 partnership of Holland and Fuller. It was belligerent.
Brutal.
So, Abbas, here he is of Pakistan. He's going to bowl right arm over to Hamid. And he comes forward, gets everything behind that. So 3 slips in place, and you would think that the weather, we've talked about the weather, I mean the lights are on now, it is gloomy, it's a leaden sky, conducive to seam swing bowling. You'd think it would aid Hampshire here, and their bowling attack, their potent bowling attack. We've talked about the 3 seamers endlessly of Barker, Abbas and Abbott, and not forgetting Holland either, 4 for 19 in that first innings. Here is Abbas in and bowls. It's a good length. Just has to take his bottom hand off the bat there, Hamid, and keeps it out.
Izzy, we've got the first result from this round of matches at Oakham School. Worcestershire have defeated Leicestershire by 100 runs. 4 innings completed in that match, and neither side has reached 200 in any innings. Leicestershire 110, Worcestershire 178. Oh, it's the other way round. Worcestershire batted first, 178, Leicestershire 110, Worcestershire 169, and they've now bowled Leicestershire out for 137. Worcester win in Division 2.
Abbas, Radcliffe Road end, that's driven, it's a lovely shot. Will it be 4 runs? It's pretty slow outfield out here. I think this will be dragged back in. It's in the V out towards long off, and the chase is on, and the ball is dragged back in. And Gubbins with the throw, and they will get 2 more runs. And the lead goes on to 20, and the score 40 for 1 here.
A little bit of drizzle, wasn't it, just before we started, and we had the hover cover on, so. That slowed things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit greasy out there in the outfield, isn't it? And Keith Barker struggling a bit, slipping around, has been using the sawdust to help his grip as Abbas is in and bowls, and it's on the stumps, and that's defended well there by Hamid. So Hamid in the old days used to get very, very low to defend and got into trouble against quicker bowlers, particularly Australians, would crush his fingers. He's had to do something about that. He has adjusted it, doesn't get quite so low. And also his strike rate. I heard you two talking earlier, Dave Bracegirdle and also Kevin James, about his strike rate, and he has kind of flipped his mindset about how he deals with that. If he wants to knock on England's door again, he's got to up that strike rate. Last year it was pretty good, around 60 something.
Yeah.
Abbas, right arm over, bowls and pops in a bouncer. You saw that nice and early, Hamid, and he just bobs out of the way. So, dot ball, 40 for 1. Very chirpy in the field out there, Hampshire, and so they should be after yesterday's performance. Fuller, 52 not out. Holland, 138 not out. That man born in the USA. Dawson, 82 of 111 balls. Did a lot of damage with the blade yesterday. As the pitch just flattened out. A lot of that green tinge has disappeared. So, Abbas, ball in hand. Up to the crease, bowls. On the stumps again, making him play this morning. Hamid comes forward. And again defends. Looking very solid in defence there, Hamid. That's another over gone. 40 for 1. We're into the... Well, we've had 10 overs this morning, so that ball still perky and new and shiny. And doing a bit of talking out there.
Doing an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Can tell you England 425 for 4. Brook and Stokes still at the crease. England lead Australia by 108. Going to be Kyle Abbott coming into the attack to replace Keith Barker. Yes, very good morning here from this part of town, this part of West Bridgeford. A gloomy old morning. In fact, the floodlights are on. We had a sprinkling of rain just before the players came out, and when they did come out, Notts immediately losing a wicket. Ben Slater dismissed for his overnight 8, bowled by Mohammed Abbas. Remember, Notts have been set to score 411, a really imposing target. More realistically, they'll need to look to bat through today, and hopefully the rain will come to their rescue tomorrow. They're currently 40 for 1. That victory target is 411.
Thank you very much, Dave. Right, so your hits are
Kyle Abbott bowling at the moment. First ball of his spell has gone through to Ben Brown. Was right on the money in the first innings. Comes in again, big tall man, South African, edged in a catch, and Ben Brown has taken the catch, and Will Young goes. This one took off, I think, just short of a length. Will Young is delaying his return to the pavilion by patting down the spot that he'd hit. Terrific delivery, just exploded from just short of a length and took off and clipped the shoulder of the bat on its way through to Ben Brown, who had to leap high to clutch it, and Notts a 40 for 2. Ben Brown taking the catch, and like Ben Slater, Will Young has gone for just 8, so not a particularly happy home debut for Will Young. Just his second match for Nottinghamshire, and those of you watching the stream will just see that one just take off, and really did ask an awful lot of Ben Brown, who leapt up high to his right to clutch it. Young's out for 8.
And that will be Ben Brown's 7th catch, I think, in this match. He took 6 in that first inning, so he's been very busy with the gloves, like a jack-in-the-box, leaping around, taking his catches. I don't think he's missed anything. So Joe Clark will be the new man, who's, I think, acting vice-captain in this match. We had a discussion in the pub about that last night, as Hamid left the field yesterday, and it was Joe Clark that took over, because he was certainly involved in many discussions yesterday out in the middle, advice and tactics, getting stuck in, formerly of Worcestershire. So we'll see what he can do for Notts. They got themselves in a bit of a tangle this morning. They got themselves in a bit of a tangle earlier on when they were out for 100 yesterday. That tail just mopped up swiftly by the overseas players of Abbott and Abbas yesterday morning before lunch. So Joe Clark, welcome.
Yeah, of course, he's on a pair, isn't he? didn't hang around for too long in the first innings, caught behind from the bowling of Ian Holland. We see him just taking guard from umpire Pollard right now. Tough conditions really, as Isabel said, the heavy cloud cover, the floodlights on, not easy, go out there under pressure. Really fine bowling attack here, and Abbott spurred on with a wicket, just his second ball. He's into Clark, who is off the mark. First ball, he'll make his way down to the non-strikers end, just help this down to long leg for a single. 41 for 2, a Mead 20, Clark 1. That victory target 411, an absolute mile away.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott's certainly a dangerous proposition. Have a look at his figures from the previous innings. 2 for 27, going at 2.45 economy. He's strong, he's tall, he's got great control, generates movement.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. Mead on strike, 3 slips, watching and waiting, and Mead with a good stride pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. So a reminder of the Nottinghamshire side. Tom Moore's listed to come in at 5. Lyndon James, Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton, Toby Petman and Dane Patterson, although Patterson came in ahead of Petman in the first innings. 41 for 2. That's without a whole bunch of players for various reasons, as Abbott bowls and Hamid whips this through the leg side for 4. That was a shot of conviction and authority. It's actually going to be returned to the field of play by a member of the ground staff, who are all ready and poised beside the hover cover away to our left. In fact, Jody with the camera over at the Fox Road stand has got the brolly up. I think there's a little bit of light stuff just blowing across the ground, and the umpires have come together, and there is the hover cover being started up. So there's going to be a temporary cessation as the players head off. 45 for 2 in this Kyle Abbott over. Joe Clark with just a single, and Seba Mead 24 not out. And I'm sure we'll just kill that, is it? Because it's awfully loud, awfully noisy, isn't it? What have we had? About 40 minutes. That's all it took Hampshire yesterday morning, 40 minutes to get the last 5 wickets. They've only managed 2 in 40 minutes this morning, but 2 important ones you fancy, Ben Slater and Will Young, and Hampshire very much on their way.
Yeah, and all sorts of trouble here, Nottinghamshire. We've got a day of rain tomorrow as well. I think the only thing that could possibly save them, of course, could be the weather, but you get the feeling that today's weather will just be short, intermittent showers here and there. And I think Hampshire will have every chance to nibble away here and slice through those Nottinghamshire players, but we'll wait and see.
We will indeed. So this morning Ben Slater bowled Abbas for 8. That was 19 for 1 in the 4th, and Will Young caught Ben Brown from the bowling of Kyle Abbott also for 8, 40 for 2 in the 11th. Hopefully this won't be anything more than a few minutes. As soon as the players return to the middle, Isabel, Kevin and myself will bring you further commentary. If you'd like to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you at Brace Cricket, at Solent Sport, at Fine Glance, and we'll be delighted to give you a shout out when we come back. As I say, hopefully it won't be too long when the players return, so will we. But in the meantime, with Nottinghamshire 45 for 2, we'll all have a little comfort break and just hope these clouds blow away. Back with you hopefully very soon.
And welcome back to Trent Bridge, day 3. Notts versus Hampshire. Notts in a spot of bother once again in their second innings, as 2 wickets have fallen so far, and the score is 45 for 2. The wickets to have fallen are that of Slater and Young. Slater for 8, bowled by Abbas, and Young 8, also caught by Brown for his 7th catch of the match. The wicket-keeper bowled by Abbott, the overseas players doing the damage there. And we've had a splash of rain, unfortunately, so we came off at 11:40. We took an early lunch at 12:30, a bit of chicken tikka curry downstairs. We lost 13 overs. We've got 82 overs remaining in the day if we can get through them. And the skies are pretty leaden here at Trent Bridge, unfortunately, the weather coming in from the west. But we will continue. There's no rain at the moment, and it will be Kyle Abbott, who I think has got to finish off his over, hasn't he? Has he got 5 balls left of this over? No, 1 ball left of this over. So Nottinghamshire 45 for 2, and welcome to Kevin James.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, probably another shower or 2 to come yet. But while the skies are fairly heavy, the ball does move around, so maybe we lose a bit of play, but in between time, enough wicket-taking deliveries that still moves the game forward.
Absolutely. So Hamid will face, he's on 24, and it will be Abbott. Just a bowl. 1 more ball. Here he comes, storming in from that pavilion end. 3 slips in place, and Abbott bowls, and that is defended there well by Hamid. So we finish off the 11th over, 45 for 2, and that ball certainly is zigzagging around. You'd expect it to. We've talked about the conditions here. It's damp, it's moist, we've got grey skies. Ideal really for seam bowlers, and pretty potent attack in Barker, Abbas and Abbott, and not forgetting Holland, the man from the USA, or born in Wisconsin anyway, who took 4 for 19 in that first innings. But we haven't seen anything of him yet. He hasn't been required, but Barker and Abbas and Abbott's doing a fine job out there in this second innings. And Nottinghamshire have got a long, long way to go. Now my eyesight's not great, but I think they require 366 more runs to win. Notts, we do have tomorrow, but the forecast tomorrow is dire. Lashings of rain. Forecast for tomorrow.
Better get the job done today then. As Abbas comes in from the Radcliffe Road end. Pass to Clark. Clark forward. Goes out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins. What a lunch. What lunches we've had here this week. It would be a shame actually if this game finishes in 3 days, because we would miss another lunch tomorrow. We haven't, it's been so good. Well, you actually have had a bit of dessert. I actually haven't even made it to dessert yet.
I was about to say how restrained you are, because I think there was some sort of a sponge and custard for pudding. I went for the chocolate flapjack.
Yeah, a healthy option. Here comes Abbas. Clark forward, bit straighter that one from Abbas. Goes out towards mid-wicket. Fletcher Middleton on that side.
Yes, this commentary lark is not great for the health, is it? If you like eating, if you like cakes, you like scones. There's a full English fry up in the morning at the hotel down the road. I haven't been very restrained.
Have you not?
Not really.
Have you sort of literally gone for it, as they say?
I have. I've taken full advantage, milked it.
Abbas in again, right arm over, 3 slips weight. Bowls, and Clark just plays that late into the ground, out square on the offside. Fuller fielding that one. We've been very lucky. This is one of the better grounds food-wise. There's several. This is one of them. Well, you do have to watch it. Otherwise, before you realise you're 2 stone heavier at the end of the season than you were at the start.
Absolutely. But I think that walk to the car park and back, but managed to burn most of the calories off, don't we? Carrying all our equipment. Your dirty laundry.
A lot of fun poked at me in my laundry bag. Outside the off stump and left alone, I forgot to bring another sports bag with me. So I've borrowed, I think the right term is, the hotel plastic laundry bag, which has proved quite useful. It probably doesn't do my street kid much good, but it's very handy.
Well, I thought it was a great look in the pub last night when you walked in with your dirty laundry in that white plastic bag.
Well, it wasn't actually full of dirty laundry. That's the thing.
Oh,
it's a laundry bag. No, it carries If you're that interested, Isabel, which I'm sure you are, it holds a fleece in case it gets too cold. As Evers bowls, bit of bounce outside the off stump, but left alone by Clark. It also has a raincoat and a bottle of water in it. That's all it has. So it actually is not doing the job that it was designed to do, but it still fulfills a very important task.
Oh, sorry, I did you a disservice. I really thought it was full of dirty laundry.
No.
You were sort of
Why would I carry
parading
that
around. Yeah.
No.
Airing your dirty laundry like an episode of EastEnders.
Next time I will remember my sports bag. It's Abbas. It's nipped back, but it's quite wide. Clark leaves alone. This is going to be a good leaving pitch today in these conditions. 45 for 2, Nottinghamshire in their second innings. Hamid 24 have faced the first ball of the next over, and Clark is 1.
Well, it has been a seam bowler's paradise for most of the match until we got to yesterday afternoon, about an hour after lunch. And Hampshire just let rip. Dawson with 82. He stormed it with the bat, and we had 200 wicket partnerships. When I say that was the 5th wicket partnership, 150 between Dawson and Holland, and then the 6th wicket partnership of 105 not out, Holland and Fuller, yielding runs. As again, he's in Abbott and bowls and just comes forward there, Hamid, and pushes that into the onside, and they just saunter through for 1. So Hamid on to 25, Nottinghamshire 46 for 2. Need 365 more runs to win.
Those protesters have been at it again. Not here, but at the Open Golf Championship. 17th green that was green is now a different shade.
It's probably orange. That seems to be their favourite colour, doesn't it? Orange powder or confetti?
Powder, apparently.
So that's halted everything there. Right, Abbott again. Here he is, pumping his arms, the strong man from Durban, bowls, and ooh, and that's popped up. Just coming forward and plays that with hard hands in front of him there, Clark, but not catchable on his follow-through, Abbott, but tantalisingly close. And that's sort of stuck in the pitch a bit, followed up by some nervous gardening, Joe Clark. We'll be on the lookout for that. Slightly inconsistent bounce. It is day 3. And we've had rain on and off. Of course, it will affect the bounce on the pitch. Plenty of moisture still around. We hope we don't get any more rain delays. I'm just looking at the weather to my right. It's coming from the west. Abbott. He's in. Bowls, and there won't be runs here. It's just played with an open blade backward of point where it's fielded for no run. That is Felix Organ down there at backward point. So 3 slips, vulture-like, waiting for pickings, waiting for that edge. And that ball is doing things out there, as it should. We're only in the 13th over. Abbott again. Up to the crease and bowls, and comes forward and slices that into the offside. Clark watches it carefully. We've had a huge arrival of a few bodies over there. I don't know what that stand is called to our left. The Fox Road stand. There's quite an influx of people. Perhaps they've had their lunch. They look like students to me.
Students, school children, yeah.
Coming for a day in the rain at Trent Bridge. So I'm being a doom and gloom merchant. It's not raining. It's perfectly bright here. In fact, the lights have gone off now as Abbott bowls. There won't be runs. That's just drilled out towards mid-on, where Keith Barker gets down on his knees to field that. So no run for Clark. Score remains on 46 for 2 after a bit of a delay this morning. The pesky rain set in at 11:40. All a bit fed up here in the commentary box with that, weren't we?
There they are, walking around the ground towards the pavilion. Single file.
You're right, they're following their teacher, aren't they, or their leader. Abbott, he's in, zipping in and bowling, and this is pushed into the offside. This time is well fielded at extra cover for no run. Just 1 off that over, at Abbott over. So 1 for 6. He picked up the wicket of Young earlier on, caught behind by Brown, and Young was on 8. The Kiwi So Hampshire making some inroads here.
Now, if you look over, Isabel, the dressing rooms of the teams, there is a really shiny light. Am I the only one who can see it? Am I on an angle where it's not, I don't think it's actually a light, but I think it's something shining back towards me, which is really bright.
I think it's your angle.
Yeah, you can't see it, can you? It's right in my eye line.
Something shiny. Yeah, I can't see it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's just as well, actually.
Well, as long as the batters can't see it, I mean, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
It's not a distraction for them. It's usually the dressing room door, isn't it, that sort of opens and closes and stops play.
No, it's something in the distance. Beyond the ground, as Abbas comes in, it's outside off stump, and Hamid leaves that one alone. Yeah, it's a good few hundred yards in the distance, but what little sun there is shining off it.
I've spotted it now.
Can you see it?
Because it was behind the chimney, and now I can see it.
In the distance amongst the trees.
Yes.
Oh, there it is on the camera. I'm not sure on the camera angle. They've got the Shane shot. Oh, they have. Yeah, there it is. In the distance over the players' dressing room.
I think they might be solar panels.
Ah, there we are. Oh, he's playing a missing. Super ball that from Abbas. Bowling a nice tight line just outside off stump and making the batters think, shall I play that, shall I not? Hamid's pushing at that one past the outside edge. Difficult out there for the batters. They want these clouds to disappear. They want the sun out, as Hampshire enjoyed yesterday afternoon when the pitch appeared to get easy when the sun was out, or easier. But when there's been cloud cover here, which we've had for large parts of this game, batting has been tricky. Here's Abbas. Runs away from us once more. Hamid forward, plays it out behind square on the offside. I love these camera people, very responsive, receptive, open to anything that we say. Fantastic.
We are. We're keeping them busy, on their toes anyway.
Yeah.
We're darting about the ground, looking at the crowd, looking at flashing lights. Now we're back to the game of cricket.
Yes. 46 for 2. As Abbas turns. Comes in once more to Hamid. Hamid leaves that one alone. Gets a good stride in as he does so. End of the over. Abbas has... Well, no, it's not the end of the over. It's the umpire who again is having a chat with Mr. Hamid. It's Paul Pollard. Obviously saying that as he's batting outside the crease and he's getting a very big stride in. And Paul Pollard doesn't like it. He's already had a word with Hamid once this morning. And he's still chatting to him.
I don't really understand that. I always think as a batter, when you're facing the ball, you should be able to stand wherever you like. That's your risk. And it's very restrictive for batters.
Here's Abbas again. Bowls. He pushes forward. He does get quite a big stride in, which is to his credit. But batting outside the crease means that actually that stride is from a normal stance. I mean, most batters would have the back foot sort of on the line, maybe just behind the line, the front foot just in front of the line. And that's a normal sort of area where you'd stand. But I can't exactly tell from here, but he's obviously standing or taking his stance outside the crease and gets a big stride in. And then, of course, that's where he's into the danger area. As Abbas comes in again, oh, he nipped back! Wraps him on the pad. Wicked nip backer from Mohammed Abbas. As the end of that over, Abbas has 1 for 15 from 7. And it's 46 for 2. Nottinghamshire in their second innings.
But it's not uncommon, is it, Kevin, to see batters batting outside of their crease,
No.
and they're quite entitled to do that. And you talked about nullifying the swing and the seam of the ball. And as a batter, if you do come out of your crease, of course, there's the risk aspect as well of you've got less time to see the ball, especially if it's a quicker bowler. And it's all a balance. Now, I've never seen that before, where batters have been reprimanded. I don't know if you've seen that before. You cover more cricket than I do.
Yes, a little bit.
Kyle Abbott storming in, bowling, and it's in the air. I think that might have gone for 4. Yes, it is. That's beaten the slip cordon. It has shot through the slip cordon. We'll have a look at that later and see if that carried as well. It's come off an edge.
Went very quickly. Between Dawson and Fletcher Middleton, second and third slip. Went very quickly.
Went like a bullet. And it has gone for 4, so that brings the 50 up for Notts. 50 for 2. Not sure the crowd have acknowledged the 50. Don't hear the ripple of applause. And Clark goes on to 5. So Abbott, I think, won the moral victory there anyway. Clark facing, Joe Clark. 3 slips still there. As Abbott zips in, bowls, and almost cuts Clark in 2 as that ball rears up into the chest area. Bottom hand off bat, Clark, to keep that ball down. Plays it with soft hands in the end, but not easy batting out there in these conditions with this Duke's ball.
Another thing the batters do a lot of these days is they just let everybody know which way the ball's going. If you're watching the live picture feed, you would just see Joe Clark there just sort of signalling that, oh yeah, that ball nipped back on me. Just to let everybody in the crowd know that it's not him struggling to put a bat on the ball, which he is, but it's because the ball is darting around.
Well, he's definitely been cramped up, that's for sure. Ball flew off his edge in the previous ball as Abbott is in and bowls, and there's a play and a miss at that. That's a very good line. That leapt off a length. It's a difficult angle and a steepling bounce as well. And just dangling the bat there in the corridor of uncertainty. Having a bit of a rough ride, Clark, in this over.
Well, I mean, it's tough out there. I mean, he's had a nip backer and one that's held its line, maybe just straightened on him a bit as well, away from the outside edge. I mean, that's difficult. That's because as a batter now, all you're doing is guessing. You know, the bounce off the pitch, you're actually almost trying to guess now what it's doing.
Yeah, you certainly can't settle. You can't relax out there. Clark bobbing at the knees, Abbott in and bowling, and he does get plenty of bat on that and defends it, pushes it along the carpet out towards mid-off Clark, so he survives. Clark on 5, Hamid at the other end on 25, 50 for 2 Nottinghamshire, as they struggle to make runs here, or even survive. They're pretty much in survival mode at the moment. There's a bit of inconsistent bounce out there, and that's to be expected because of the weather that we've had.
Sun's out. Get away, sun. Hampshire bowlers won't want this.
So Kyle Abbott continues. Generating a fair amount of movement here, Kyle Abbott. Right arm over, bowls. And it's left well alone. Gets everything out of the way of that Clark. An exaggerated leave. As that's taken by Ben Brown, the keeper. 50 for 2.
So what you're doing as a batter now, you're just waiting for a half volley. You're waiting for something short or a offline, and then you're having a go at that. But anything else that's a good line and length, you're just hoping that it hasn't got your name on it. I mean, it's not doing lots and lots, but it's doing enough. So you're just waiting for a bad ball. Of course, these bowlers, they don't give you much.
Yes, especially this trio of bowlers from Hampshire. As Abbott storms in and bowls, and that's defended there by Clark. Gets everything behind that. Solid defence. And no run. So 4 off that over as that ball flew off the edge and went through the slips like a tracer bullet earlier on for 4 runs. But nothing convincing out there with the bat yet from Clark. But of course it is a rough ride and it's tricky. We've talked about the pitch, we talked about the conditions. 50 for 2, and Notts require 361 more runs to win. If they're going to do it, they have to do it today.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get too much tomorrow. During the lunch break, I got sent an email from Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, archivist, a combination of both those. silentcricket@gmail.com. I know Dave Bracegirdle was talking about the number of catches Ben Brown behind the stumps has taken. Outside the off stump, that's nipped back, but it's quite wide. Ben Brown, when he grabbed to edge from Will Young before the players left the field, that was his 7th catch in the match. The Hampshire record apparently, Dave, is 10. So we'll make a note of that. Thank you, Mr. Allen. And there are still 8 wickets to go, that's right. His 6 in the first innings was just 1 short of the innings record set by Nick Pothas, former South African keeper at Hampshire. So there we are. Here's Abbas. That's the one that just goes on a bit. It's a no ball. Again, it's just wide of off stump. Russell Warren sticking his right hand out there. And at the same time, oh no, he's just having a look at his front foot. I thought we were going to have a walk down and look at Abbas's follow through, but it was all about the front foot, that one. Nottinghamshire even. Move on to 52 for 2. 359 more runs to win. Must keep mentioning that because you never know.
And Paul Pollard's at point now because we've got that short leg in place.
Ah, yes. Wants a clear view of the batters getting into that area. That's nip back on Hamid as well. That's a wicked nip backer that's bounced. Probably just caught him on the bottom hand as well. How do you play those? Well, what you do is you stand outside your crease and get a long way forward, but of course then he incurs the wrath of Paul Pollard. What does he do? He's trying to keep out the ball, trying to negate Abbas the best he can, and then he's also got to think about the umpire at point. So what a nip backer that was. Oof. Good stop by Ben Brown as well.
Struck on the hand there, Hamid. He's used to that. He's been struck on the hand before.
Oh, that's me. As Hamid drives up 2 minutes.
Tempted. Hamid on 25 or 46. He's got a lot of work to do. Hamid. And welcome back to Dave Bracegirdle, who will do a report in a moment, won't you, Dave?
Well,
a couple of minutes or so.
If asked to do so. A couple of results in quickly. Worcestershire have defeated Leicestershire today at Oakham School, and now a Division 1 result from this round of matches. As expected, Somerset have defeated Northants by 9 wickets at Wantage Road.
Abbas floats in and bowls, and that's whipped into the leg side. That will be 4 runs. It's a very short boundary in that direction, just towards deep mid-wicket. And that is 4 to Hamid. He likes that whippy shot just off his toes, uses his wrists. 29 off 47 for him, 56 for 2 Nottinghamshire in their second innings, needing 355 more to win.
Just listening to that wicket-keeping trivia supplied by Dave Allen. There was a match here, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 years ago, when Nick Pothas was injured on the first day and couldn't continue in the match, the Hampshire wicket-keeper.
Here's the steady Abbas of Pakistan running away from us. He bowls. It's a fuller length this time, and just well defended there by Hamid. No run.
Just showing the spirit of cricket and certainly the harmony between the two sides. I know on day 2, when it was apparent that Nick Pothas wouldn't be able to continue in the match, Hampshire sent for their reserve wicketkeeper, and I can't remember who it was at the time. Might have been Brunschweiler, might have been Ames. I don't know who it was, but they sent for a backup, and in the meanwhile Adil Shafiq, a 17-year-old Notts Academy keeper, kept on the second day here for Hampshire against Notts. Here's Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end, bowls to Joe Clark, drives handsomely down the ground for 4. Lovely looking shot from Clark, moves him from 5 to 9. Yes, we'll start with an update on the weather. It's much brighter at the moment. We lost a good portion of the morning session today, but in the cricket that was available, Nottinghamshire lost 2 wickets. Ben Slater and Will Young both dismissed. Remember, Notts have been set to score 411 in bright sunshine right now. They're 60 for 2. There's Abbott bowling, and Clark, he's got the bit between his teeth here. Now he's whipped this away through the square leg umpire for 4. 64 for 2, and Clark, quick as a flash, has gone from 1 to 5 with a streaky 4, and then 5 to 9 and 9 to 13 with a couple of very decent shots indeed. 64 for 2.
You do wonder if Clark will take a leaf out of Fuller's book or even Dawson's book and play positively, because there are plenty of deliveries there that are unplayable, that could take your wicket.
Yeah. Abbott, his figures of 1 for 18. It's in his 4th over. Comes in again to Joe Clark, and might have been a bit of inside edge, just a scratch on that one as it strikes him on the back pad. No damage done. 3 slips for the visitors. James Vince, the captain, at first. Then Liam Dawson and Fletcher Middleton. It's a backward point, an extra cover and a mid-off, completing the offside, and on the leg side, fairly standard long leg mid-wicket and mid-on. Now it's Keith Barker, just scratching his right ear. There's Abbott, past umpire Pollard, and bowls, and Clark will force Keith Barker just to stretch those legs, get the arms and the knees pumping with a chase out towards the Hound Road stand, and Joe Clark will come back for 3. That was nicely played by Clark, and that's 11 he's taken from this over from Kyle Abbott. Clark on to 16 and Notts a 67 for 2.
He's looking in good touch, Clark. If it's there to be hit, he's finding the middle of the bat.
Yes, just saw a little clip of the stupidity of those protesters with their orange powder, and you might remember when they came on, was it the last test or the test before, where Johnny Bairstow carried one of them off the field. Next ball is popping up on a Mead, manages to skillfully play it down into the ground, and there's no run. Understand the American golfer Billy Horschel did something similar, apprehended one of the protesters and grabbed hold of him and handed him over to the authorities to a round of applause. 67 for 2.
Absolutely a hero if you do that, as Bairstow was. But he was up for a bit of criticism as well. People saying, oh, he could have got an injury, but I think, you know, he's a strong lad and a lot quicker than the security people could grab the protesters.
Final ball of the 17th over. Overhead noise as a light aeroplane crosses the ground, and this beats Mead outside the off stump. Goes through to Ben Brown. Again, we'll just mute the effect microphone for a second. Just wonder if this is one of the noisiest grounds in the country. I was at the Oval last week, and literally every 30 seconds we had the roar of a jet engine overhead, but there can't be many as noisy as this one's been. If we've not had the noise from the building site, we've had aeroplanes, we've had motorbike and car exhausts, we've had emergency service vehicles outside the ground, been lots and lots of noise, and there'll be some more noise provided this time by Kevin James and Isabel Duncan.
So Abbas, he continues from the Radcliffe Road end. Here he is, lovely rhythmical run up. He's bowling to Clark, who comes forward and defends that one. Again, just trying to nullify that swing. And there's plenty of lateral movement out there today, so there should be with this cloud cover. And this ball into the 18th over. 3 slips, backward point. The umpire, Paul Pollard, is out there as well. And actually, the short leg is no longer there, but Paul Pollard has decided to stay at point. Perhaps he prefers the view. You can have a look at the building site that will be the residential home.
The Dave Bracegirdle care home, we must say.
He's reserved his room,
yeah,
with a view, of course, of the cricket ground. As long as they don't build up that stand to our right even higher, then you won't see a thing. There's Abbas saunters in and bowls, and that has leapt off a length. And then there's a shy at the stumps by Ben Brown, as Joe Clark was momentarily out of his crease playing at that. A play and a miss, and that really flew off a length. It just shows a little bit of inconsistency with the bounce here on this pitch.
It's tough, isn't it, really? Ball's nipping away a bit, nipping in a bit, bouncing a bit, not bouncing a bit. It's hard work for the batters. Didn't Alex Carey there, didn't he, Ben Brown? Ooh. Joe Clark nearly became Bairstow there for a minute.
Wasn't the end of the over though, was it?
No.
Slightly different scenario. As again, Abbas trundles in and bowls. That's a great shot. Real class from Clark. He gets up onto the back leg and just drills that through the covers. And that is sweetly timed all the way out for 4 runs. He goes on to 20 and 71 for 2. That just sat up in the pitch and deserved to be spanked. So requiring 340 more runs to win now, Notts. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, you've always got to look for your scoring shots. You know, whilst that ball is just nipping around a bit off a length, anything you've got to look for anything slightly short, slightly wide as that was.
Sub-wicket keeper Michael Bates, that story I've just told.
Michael Bates was the sub-wicket keeper for Hampshire. The story that Dave was telling earlier. There we go.
Abbas again. Past the umpire, bowls. Good length ball. Comes forward there, Clark, and treats it with respect. He's playing very positively, Clark. It's not easy out there. The ball is flying around off the seam. Different angles. And a slightly inconsistent bounce as well. But so far, he's been very positive, Clark. And he looks in good touch as well. They want to make some runs. I don't think he made any in that first. He was out for a duck, wasn't he, in that first innings? Faced 6 deliveries. And he was caught by Brown behind, bowled by Holland. And taking 4 wickets in the end for 19. Abbas again. Bowls and it's pushed into the leg side. There'll be a quick single here. That's good cricket. There's a gap. There's a square leg, but no mid-wicket. No, square leg has to go round to his left. I think that's Middleton over there. It's square leg. Slight tweak to the field now as Hamid is now facing. So Abbas in his pristine whites. I think he's got clean whites on today. No grass stains on his whites. Here he is again, up to the crease and bowls, and that has leapt off a length. Unplayable. Hamid comes forward to it and has beaten the outside edge. And just riding on a bit of a knife edge there. 72 for 2. We've had 18 overs, and Abbas has bowled 9 of them, 1 for 26. And Nottinghamshire still requiring 339 more runs to win here with 2 days remaining in this game.
He's having a tough time of it, Hamid especially, isn't he? Every time he prods forward, he's not quite sure where that ball's arriving.
Well, I think he's got every right to bat outside of his crease when the ball's playing around like that. Do everything you can to help yourself.
Abbott comes in from the pavilion end. On to Joe Clark. Push up to mid-on. Just came back a fraction into it. Got the slip cord and excited there for a moment.
Just eking out runs here for this partnership, aren't they? It's surprised me. It's now worth 32 of 48. Mainly from Clark, who's getting on with it and playing in a positive vein, but just patching things up here for Notts, these two.
There's Abbott once more. Pass to Clark, and Clark's forward. Hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Now Abbott, last week at Taunton, got George Bartlett out that way. He practices it a lot where the ball goes past him and he doesn't try and take it full on, he just tries to deflect it onto the stumps. Didn't quite get it right there. I think Hamid was back anyway. But it worked. George Bartlett was out by about a yard. But it's something that Kyle Abbott does quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, it's quick thinking, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think Hamid was wise to that. He had his back foot behind the line. And comes Abbott again. And bowls, and Clark leaves that one alone. That's a good leave. That's nipped back. Abbott standing there with his hands on head. He can't quite believe it. Still walking back with his hands on his head. Good delivery. Good bit of cricket all round. Good leave. Don't want to be playing anything just outside the off stump unless you have to.
Well, there's plenty of vocals out there. And Hampshire in the field, just geeing each other up. A bit of theatre as well. Trying to get into the head of the batter.
Sun comes back out. Maybe briefly. Abbott in again. Clark pushes that up to mid-on. Just came across his stumps there a little bit. Strong push up to Barker.
Well, so far in this match, Hampshire have only had to use 4 bowlers because, I mean, Notts are all out for 100 in their previous innings. So we haven't seen any spin. We haven't seen anything of Liam Dawson. And if this continues, this partnership, you never know. I know it's early days and we've had rain. You really think of spinners, but you never know.
Well, we saw a bit of Calvin Harrison, and I'm not sure anything went off the straight. So I don't think Dawson will be pressed into the attack too soon. Length ball. Clark pushes that out to extra cover. I mean, this is a bit of rough for Dawson to bowl into, but that would only be to the left-hander if he's coming over the wicket. I mean, there's no Slater. There is a bit of Tom Moore's left-hander, but that's the only other left-hander in the Notts lineup. So that might come into the equation at some point. But for me, it's a waste of time Dawson bowling if there's a right-hander out there.
Sometimes it's used if a partnership has gone on and on, just, you know, bit of variety.
True.
Toss it up.
True. Abbott again. Bowls. Good leave. That ball's just shaping away a fraction as well. End of the over. Abbott has 5 overs, 1 for 21. Nottinghamshire 72 for 2. Need another 399. Hampshire need another 8 wickets. And just a 40 minutes play this morning. We went off at 20 to 12. Early lunch, which we were all pleased about. Back on again at 110.
So did you fill your time wisely, Kevin James?
Always.
Yeah.
Whether
Didn't head for the bar.
Never.
Did a bit of admin.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But you never want to miss out on the lunches here. They have a big reputation here and they never disappoint.
Fish and chips day 1.
Is that what you had?
Yeah, then I had bolognese.
Ooh.
Spaghetti bolognese day 2. Abbas. He's not thinking about lunch, he's thinking about bowling. And that has leapt off a length again and taken quite high there by Ben Brown, just above his head. Hitting the seam, Abbas. He's not a particularly tall man. There's not a great deal of pace from Abbas, but certainly getting that ball to fly. Is left alone by Hamid. A good leave. He's on 29, Hamid. His partnership now worth 32. Not 72 for 2. And Abbas bowling from the Radcliffe Road end in his shiny whites. They're not cream, they're white. As again, he is in and bowls. It's a slightly slower ball. Doesn't quite carry to the keeper. There is a play and a miss from Hamid, who prods tentatively forward and beats the outside edge. Taken on the bounce by Ben Brown. So variation here from Abbas, trying everything. He's got all the tricks up his sleeve. 3 slips still in place, as you would expect. Attacking field. Plenty of gaps on the leg side. We have a deep square leg. We might see a short ball at some point. Tempting Hamid. Hamid facing. Oh, that's kept incredibly low again. This really is quite an inconsistent bounce. And difficult take for Ben Brown. Takes it around his ankles. Just skidding through from Abbas.
Yeah, I think that's a pitch as much as anything. Just a little bit too paced at times. That's in amongst all the other stuff that's going on with the ball nipping around a bit. Very tricky out there for the batters at the moment.
Yeah, what caused a bit of angst for Hamid and Clark, having seen that. Very unsure of the bounces. He's in and bowls, and that will be runs. It comes off an edge and has just beaten third slip. Just bursts through the slip cord and they take a single. So Hamid goes through to 30, an unconvincing single, but it's a single all the same. 73 for 2. Notts here, day 3 in their second innings. It's the 4th innings of the match, requiring 338 to win. 8 more wickets Hampshire need to win. Lashings of rain forecast tomorrow, so they want to get their work done today if they can, Hampshire. Abbas, here he is. Rhythmical run up. That's gone down the leg side. Good take from Ben Brown. He has to roll to his left. And not tempted by that, Clark leaves it well alone. Clark on 21. Yeah, so having a slightly quieter day today. I haven't heard any drilling yet from the Dave Bracegirdle residential home, but I don't want to tempt fate. It was very noisy yesterday, as Dave pointed out.
I think they've down tools because Dave hasn't paid them on time.
Yeah, where's the deposit, Dave? So Abbas again. Here he is, bowls. It's on the stumps and has to play a shot there. Clark comes forward and defends, squares up to it. 73 for 2. Just 1 off that Abbas over. 1 for 27 are his figures off 10 overs. And Nottinghamshire continue to survive. If there's anything to be hit, Joe Clark takes full advantage and finds the middle of the bat. But slow progress for Notts. But they're just looking to patch things up and survive at the moment.
I think Dave's fed them the line, the checks in the post gov and that sort of thing that workers aren't happy. So they've down tools. Friday afternoon, gone home early. Dave's pointing at something. What's he pointing at? Weather? A bowling change? No, surely not. Oh, he doesn't miss anything, Dave Bracegirdle, does he?
He doesn't.
Wow.
He's got his eyes on the screen.
Ian Holland,
The
4 wickets in
Batman's
the first
ring.
innings and wasn't required the next morning. Coming on to hopefully do the same. What a game he's had. 138 not out. First Hampshire opener this season in the championship to get 100. In the first time he's opened this season, outside the off stump. Very wide to Hamid, doesn't play. Good diving stop from Ben Brown.
Well, you've got to know him pretty well, haven't you, Kevin James? You've interviewed him twice. He's been the star.
Yep.
Day 1 and day 2, all those runs.
Spoke to him more in the last 2 days than I have all season. He's a good lad. Very much medium pace as he comes in once more. Pulls and Clark drives up to mid-on. Oh, good stop. Very good stop. That is James Fuller, I think. No, it's not. It's not James Fuller. It's John Turner. John Turner is on the field for Hampshire as a substitute fielder. I think it's Keith Barker. Oh no, Keith Barker's at mid-off. Might be Kyle Abbott has gone off actually.
It's usually a fast bowler, isn't it?
Yes.
Off for a massage.
Yeah. Remember the days they used to go off and change their shirts and everything outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I'm sure I remember. I think when Dennis Lilly played for Northants a little bit, right at the end of his career, I'm sure in those days he literally used to go off and have a shower and change his kit and then come back on. Those were the days, weren't they? Just go off.
So what were the regs
When
in
you
those
feel-
days in
well,
terms of
they
how many overs? Was that all quite liberal in those days?
They changed
Yeah.
so often, it's very difficult to
Yeah.
keep up with them. But yeah, it used to be, that wasn't out of the question. Fast bowlers used to do that. Hamid leaves that one alone. Extravagant leave, that one. So yeah, I'm sure Kyle Abbott's, I'm sure there's a proper injury, or not proper injury, but something, proper reason that he's off for a little while.
Oh, comfort break, and I'm sure he's aching a bit.
But it used to be regular. It was a regular occurrence. They go and change shirts and things like that. Just went off willy-nilly. No real regulations in those days. 73 for 2. The sunshine is out again. Samid gets a length ball, which he plays quietly into the offside.
Well, he can't be aching too much, Kyle Abbott, having looked at the number of overs. I mean, in that first Notts innings, he bowled 11 overs. He didn't need to bowl any more because they were all out for 100. And this time round, he's just bowled a handful.
Holland just takes his time to start the next delivery. Bowls. Hamid always plays onto his stumps, always wafting away and just bats it away into the covers. I'll tell you what, that's the furthest he's got the ball away in about the last 10 or 15 minutes. And that was a bit of a two-time waft in the end. 73 for 2 at the end of that over. Heart-stopping moment there for the Notts captain. He's on 30, 21 to Clark. 73 for 2 means these two have put on 33 now for the third wicket.
Oh, almost played on.
Yeah, good shot. That's the first attacking shot he's played in about 20 minutes. Oh, Dave Bracegirdle spotted something else. God, it was a good job he's there. I wouldn't see any of this.
James Fuller.
He's like our spotter.
He is.
Haven't seen James Fuller in this game, apart from with the bat, of which he's made his mark in both innings. Will he make his mark with the ball?
So, James Fuller from the Radcliffe Road end. He is turning his arm over. He is busy warming up. And because he didn't bowl in that first innings, he certainly does need to warm up. Yeah. Fuller with the ball in hand. Bowls with a genuine pace. Here he is, just running away from that pile of sawdust. 26 on his back, up to the crease and bowls. It's full on leg stump. There'll be a run here as Keith Barker just swoops in at mid-on. That's just pushed. Tip and run, tap and run. So not 74 for 2. A single off the first ball of Fuller's over. Yeah, we've seen a lot of him with the bat. He's been really positive and throwing the blade around. There's a penchant for late innings hitting. Fuller 52 not out in that previous Hampshire innings. Here he is again. Crease and bowls. This time it's on middle stump, and Hamid getting everything behind it like he does. Under the eye line, defends. 74 for 2. Again, big holes in the leg side. We've got a mid-on and we've got a deep square leg and a long leg down there. It's a pretty wide long leg. So it's certainly singles to be had on the leg side. Wanting the batter, tempting the batter. Just needs to hold that line outside the off stump, Fuller. Ball to his field, he bowls, and that is the line, and it's leapt off the length, and it's left alone by Hamid. That's the danger bounce, leaping off a length, and there's one that scoots low as well. But learning when to leave the ball, I think, is crucial for Nottinghamshire here to survive. So Hamid on 30, Clark at the other end on 22. Partnership of 34 for these two. Just trying to glue things back together again for Notts. Fuller. Here he is, right arm over. Swoops in and bowls, and that's left alone. That's a little bit slower. It's a good take from Ben Brown. A couple of bounces before the ball reaches the wicket-keeper there. Didn't get up much. So again, we're looking at that irregular bounce, causing angst for Hamid. So far, just one off this over. First time we've seen Fuller with the ball in the match. He's got some grass stains on his trousers. He's been throwing himself around. Here he is, bustling in, Fuller. And bowls, good length, and it's gone in the air, and it's caught! And its third slip, looks like it was Middleton who took that. That's a lovely catch. It was to him, it was above his head, and that has flown off the edge. And that is the ball with the exaggerated bounce that has found the outside edge of Hamid. So Hamid is out for 30, bowled by Fuller and caught by Middleton. He was in for 94 minutes and faced 65 deliveries and 5 fours in amongst his score. So 74 for 3 now, Notts, and that is a scalp they will be rejoicing about. Let's take another look at the wicket. There it is, there's the edge, and a good catch. It was flying, straight to him, just above the head there, Middleton. Takes it cleanly.
Well, for me, Hamid didn't really look comfortable out there. Certainly on the resumption after the 40-minute play we had this morning. Prodding around and the ball just nipping around on him, and he just never really looked at home out there. And, Fuller's done it again, as he so often does. 18 wickets for him this season in the Championship, averaging just under 28 apiece. But has a reputation now of just bowling that little bit quicker than the other Hampshire bowlers and just creating, or just asking one or two different questions, and there I'm afraid Hamid succumbing. That was a good delivery, that. So we have Matthew Montgomery coming in, averaging 34 in the Championship.
So, bowling change there, bringing Fuller on, brought the wicket. Hamid, the skipper, the stand-in skipper for Notts, who's back in the pavilion now. Fuller continues. He's bowling to Montgomery. Montgomery comes forward, solid, defends, and then fielded by Keith Barker. No run, 74 for 3. So 1 run and 1 wicket off that Fuller's first over, with figures of 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's become a terrific player. I mean, you know, unfortunately, a lot of his career has been in and out of teams, fitness issues, and because of that, really, his form's a little bit up and down. But since he's come to Hampshire, and his first little spell at Hampshire was a bit like that, never quite sure what you were going to get, but slowly but surely he's been moulded, especially by Graham Welsh, the bowling coach. He's been moulded into a cricketer now you can almost rely upon, and he's now the all-rounder that people have known for a few years what he could be, and he is now a very serious player. And you are left wondering, because I mean he's at 33 years of age now as Holland comes in. A little bit slower, but we'll still ask some questions. Pushed forward by Clark into the gap in the covers, moves on to 23, 75 for 3. But you talk to people in the game and that, and they say, well, you know, James Fuller, if only he was this consistent 7 or 8 years ago, he would have been an international class player. But it's taken this long really to find that consistency, and sometimes, you know, you work with certain coaches, and you know they just have that key that unlocks something inside a player. Graham Welsh has certainly done that, certainly with his bowling, and of course because of his bowling's much better as forward is Montgomery, so his confidence has grown, and now his batting is sort of elevated, and we've seen that in this game. And now he is the all-rounder that, well, as I say, if he was playing like this 7 or 8 years ago, international player, no doubt.
Absolutely. He's a late developer and he's extremely useful. Quite well travelled, isn't he? Gloucestershire, Middlesex and Hampshire.
Yeah, amongst other teams. Yeah. Here's Holland, just wrapped on the pad there, Montgomery. Yeah, well, I first saw him when he was at Gloucestershire when they played against Hampshire, and you could see, without really knowing anything about him, you could see when he bowled, you thought, this guy's got a lot of pace about him. He's quite serious, but then he'd disappear for a little while, and then he'd be back and what have you, and then went to Middlesex, and they couldn't really get him on the park that often, a few injuries and what have you. But he's become a lot fitter, for whatever reason that is. And now, because he's playing regularly, now he's getting the confidence, and has the confidence. Montgomery leaves that one alone, that's a good leave. And now, when he comes on, you're almost expecting a wicket very quickly. And when he comes into bat, well, you've seen him in 2 innings here, very destructive down that sort of lower middle order, and quite often in championship matches, you're batting in that area, which is towards the end of an innings. When you strike it around as quickly as he does, and as aggressively as he does, as Holland bowls, that's driven nicely into the covers but straight to the fielder. That often when Hampshire are bowled out, the momentum is with Hampshire, and then the bowlers feed off that and they come out, and it's amazing how it's not just his innings which is slowly changing the game. It's what comes after that. So he is a very important member of this side. There's Holland again. Montgomery forward. Plays it out square on the offside. Another accurate over there from Ian Holland. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. I think he already had about 2 wickets by now in the first innings. 75 for 3 Nottinghamshire. And 336. That's a notional target really for Nottinghamshire from here on in. It's more about whether Nottinghamshire can hold out as long as they can, and then maybe the rain helps them a bit about as well. Oh, he's all right. You're all right, Dave, for a minute. I did hear the word Nottinghamshire in my ears, but it wasn't relating to the game. Here comes Fuller, bowls. It's Fullish to Clark, who's just playing that into the ground. Again, you see Joe Clark from time to time just signalling around. He just felt that ball just straightened on him there a little bit. Sunshine is still out, which is good news again for the home side. They'll want this sun to bake this pitch a little bit because it tends to calm down when the sun's out. There's Fuller again. Runs away from us. Bowls just turned away on the leg side by Clark. Moves on to 24. 76 for 3.
Yes, there'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. Tell them all about the latest wicket to go down. Very pleasant at the moment here at Trent Bridge. Oh, they're very much on at the moment, and that's not good news for Nottinghamshire or their followers. Not so 76 for 3. Remember, realistically, they've got to try and bat through the day. There's a lot of wet weather forecast for tomorrow, so if they can get to the end of today, day 3, they might just be able to escape with a draw in this game. Anything else would seem to be beyond them. They've been set to score 411. They've just lost the wicket of their skipper, Seabermead, caught in the slip cordon for 30. They're 76 for 3.
So Fuller into his second over here. Wicket all ready for him. Comes in and bowls. Oh, it's very full down the leg side. Didn't quite get that one right. Taken again by Ben Brown. He's been very agile behind the stumps in this game.
Yes, indeed, yep. I was just having a little look at tomorrow's date in history in case we don't get on. Well, one of the things from, I think tomorrow's the 22nd of July, and tomorrow will be the 25th anniversary, Kevin, of this stand being opened by Sir Garfield Sobers.
Okay.
Seems like a new stand, the Radcliffe Road stand, but 25 years tomorrow.
Happy birthday. It's caught first slip, James Vince. Oh, and he's done it again, has James Fuller, and this time it's Montgomery who goes without opening the scoring, and it's 76 for 4.
Yeah, and it's another one to Fuller. The two Jameses combining there, Vincent Fuller, and Matthew Montgomery's gone for naught. 76 for 4. It's a good low catch, nicely watched into the hands, and That might just accelerate Nottinghamshire's demise even quicker as Montgomery makes a sad and lonely and fairly slow trudge off. Full putting the ball in good areas just outside the off stump, had to push at it and just kissed the outside edge, and James Vince was never going to drop that. Montgomery at the crease for 7 minutes, faced just 9 balls at 76 for 4. You just feel that it's going to get harder and harder and harder, and the Hampshire bowlers are going to run in with more zest, more enthusiasm, more confidence that they're going to be able to run through the Nottinghamshire middle and lower order like they did in the first innings. Expecting Tom Moores to come out. I think it is Tom on his way, but he might just have been having a comfort break, because normally they cross over round about the gate, and he's on his way out to the middle now. 76 for 4.
Well, I always flinch when there's an edge and it's going towards the slip cordon, because Hampshire's slip catching this year has not been the best, and they have admitted that. It's not me saying it. They've dropped a few in that area, but the last 2 slip catches, that was a good one from Vince. I mean, it was sort of a regulation height, but again that went quickly. And the one to Fletcher Middleton again went quickly, but he took that above his head. But 2 good slip catches this afternoon, and makes such a difference when you hold on to that. They've dropped a lot, and some of them have not been that difficult. I mean, I've seen catches like that to Vince go down this season on more than once or 2 occasions. So they're keeping hold of them this time. Ben Brown's leading the way, of course, with 7 catches behind, but the slips following suit. There's been times when Hampshire really have struggled a bit, and of course when good batters get let off once, they sometimes make you pay. So Hampshire spent more time in the field than they otherwise would have liked because of their slip catching. But here, it's right on the money. And here's somebody else who's right on the money. James Fuller, round the wicket to Moores, turns that away down to fine leg. He's off the mark straight away. 77 for 4.
And that's Fuller through 2 overs, 2 for 3. Where's he been, Kev? Where's he been?
Well, if he'd have been introduced earlier, we might have been home. I might have been on my way down the M1.
Yes, I was just about to reminisce about their stand opening 25 years ago. That was prior to the match. Everybody sort of remembers an incident in the game, or a little passage of play. Alan Donald bowling to Michael Atherton. That's got to go down as one of the most famous overs, I think, in Test cricket. It really was high octane stuff. I was here for that, and really sensational stuff. Atherton, it seemed as if he gloved one behind that wasn't given, and that only sort of prodded the bear a little bit. Alan Donald running in quicker and quicker and quicker. I think there's another over, wasn't there? Michael Holding bowling to Jeff Boycott, which also is sort of there as one of the most famous overs. Was that it's in the Caribbean somewhere, wasn't it?
Was there a famous incident where Boycott ran at Randall? Was it on this ground?
It was on this ground in 1977, yeah. 77 for 4. As Tom Moores pushes this into the offside. The Silver Jubilee year, Her Majesty the Queen came, and there's all the celebrations, all the fanfare. Derek Randall, big favourite, of course. And Jeff Boycott, yes, no, whoops, sorry, and he went on to get 100, Boycott, but sort of never really forgiven for running out the home hero. 77 for 4 here, and Tom Moore's beaten outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. Would you have played against Boycott? No?
I did once or twice. I certainly played once in a Sunday League game at Middlesbrough. Bowled to him. I might have done somewhere else, but I can't remember. But I remember that one. Boiling hot day at Middlesbrough. And it was a Sunday League game, and I bowled a couple of overs at him, and I thought, he's not actually going to try and hit me here. It was quite weird, really. He didn't do that, did he?
In a Sunday League game?
Yeah.
Different nowadays. Next ball is defended by Tom Moores into the offside, and there is no run.
Just played you
by Nick Gubbins.
Sorry.
No, you're right.
He just sort of, some batters, just play you on merit. So if you bowled a good ball, they played you that way, even in a one-day game. It's just weird, and he did. And I just thought, well, as long as I bowl accurately here, I'm all right.
He opened with Richard Lum, didn't he? Michael Lum's dad for much of his career, as Moores goes hard at this one, goes through to the keeper. Of course, Michael Lum played for both these counters that we're watching here.
Good. Yeah, he was a very good player. Got some big totals for you guys, didn't he? I mean, he got some for us, but he was a super player, super guy as well. Loved chatting to him, doing interviews with him.
Yeah, everybody remembers that match at Edgbaston in 2017 where Luke Fletcher was hit on the head and had to go off. That was the end of that season, but also that was the end of Michael Lum. That was his last game of professional cricket. Next one's steered to point, and Tom Moores gets his second run, 78 for 4. Just deviated away from what I was going to say next when he said the Sunday League. I mean, forget the fact that you were at Middlesbrough and you probably had to drive up from Southampton the day before and go back that evening or wherever. I know travelling was always an issue, but just take Sunday League cricket for what it was, the experience on the day. I look at it perhaps through rose-tinted spectacles as a young fan, but I absolutely loved it. Did the players at the time enjoy it?
Oh, God, yeah.
Is Clark on strike on 24. That's needed. He's struck on the pad here. It's a confident appeal. Look at James Vince. He was almost doing the limbo dance, bending all the way back to bellow out an appeal. But umpire Pollard, who's not given a lot in this game, and probably in truth not made too many friends out there, doesn't make any with the Hampshire side as he turns down that appeal. 78 for 4.
Well, for a lot of young players in those days, it was their first introduction to first-class cricket, or first-team cricket. And that was mine at Middlesex, really. One of my, well, I mean, I think I started off in the university game and then played a championship game or two before the Sunday League. But you were always more likely to play in that than you were in the championship. So, being, one of the main one-day competitions in those days, it was a big thing. And of course, in those days, you had to get through 40 overs in 2 hours and 10 minutes. But we all had short runs. Remember that? 15 yards. You weren't allowed to bowl more than 15 yards away, outside the off stump from Fuller. And Moores leaves that one alone. But to get away from that, and I think Richard Hadley was one of those, that rather than face the batter with their run-up, they actually faced the other way. So they got in another yard.
Bit of a curve.
Up to the line and then round the curve, Several bowlers did that, so they actually were running in off almost 16 or 17 yards.
But I know later on it sort of became 2 divisions under different sponsors. But initially it was just the 17 counters as it was at the time, wasn't it? Before Durham joined.
Big crowds on the Sunday afternoon as well. I think people that don't remember that far back. Again, that's wide, and Moores doesn't play at that one. But you think about big crowds one-day cricket now, which is very good, especially some of the T20 games. But the Sunday League in those days was a very big day in terms of atmosphere, and you felt really under pressure when you walked out in the middle.
And as you say, one division. If you're down there 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, or wherever, towards the back end of the season, it was a chance with not a lot to play for to play some of the younger guys.
Can't do it with 2 divisions. That's driven through mid-wicket by Tom Moores. Bit of a mixed over this from James Fuller. Moores will get 4 for that. Ball just goes over the rope now. Nice shot. It's 82 for 4. Moores moves on to 6. Well, of course, that used to happen with one division county championship as well, isn't it? 3/4 of the way through the season, and you weren't going to get relegated. But if you weren't anywhere near the top, then counties started to change things in sort of the last month and play 1 or 2 promising youngsters. So that was the way forward for a lot of youngsters. But of course now you've got the one-day cup, so if you're not involved in the 100, you have your chances next month. Fuller, it's a better delivery. Moores in behind that one.
And you're only a young man, so you won't remember it. But I think the John Player League as it became, I think it was initially the Players County League the first season, 1969, but the year before, 1968, I think that was the first year that we actually had got a colour telly at home. And before the John Player League or the Sunday League, there was the International Cavaliers on a Sunday afternoon on BBC Two.
Okay. Wow. Fuller staying round the wicket to Moores. Length ball. Moores thinks about a single. So it goes out towards short leg. He still wants a single, and in the end they decide, do you know what, we'll have it. And a run it is at about the 3rd attempt.
And that was a little bit, I guess, today you would sort of equate the International Cavaliers with maybe the Lashings 11, something like that. Whoever was available, a big name that was in the country, members of the visiting tourists who weren't getting regular games or whatever, and they would play against each county. So one Sunday there would be Sussex against the International Cavaliers from Hove, and you never really knew from week to week which 11 would be in, and they went round, and that was sort of the first thing 1968 on the telly, and then of course the year after we got the Sunday League.
Full of bowls. Clark pushes that up to mid-on. Just replays the shot as if he wanted to play that a little square. End of the over, 83 for 4. Clark has 24, Moores has 7. Yeah, I mean, I think my first game was 1980 in the Sunday League, but I grew up watching it because it used to be on BBC TV, free to air, and all those days.
Wasn't there a prize fund? And I think any bowler that got 4 wickets in the innings got a share of the prize fund, and every 6 that you hit, you got a little share of the prize fund. So you know, the leading players, the leading 6 hitters of the day, could make it quite a profitable afternoon. 83 for 4 here. Ian Holland, 3 overs, none for 2, given nothing away, and bowls a nice wobbling delivery around about 10 or 12 inches outside Tom Moore's off stump, and he leaves it alone.
But yeah, lucky enough to have won it one year as well. 87, I think we won it, Hampshire.
And what was it then? Was it still the John Player League?
It was a Sunday League something. I don't quite know what it was in those days, but we won it with a week to spare.
83 for 4, next delivery on its way, and driven crisply into the offside by Moores. He'll get a single. Kevin was right, there was a little bit of a miscommunication in the last over that nearly saw them both at the same end, but a safe run there. 84 for 4. Who would your skipper have been then? Mark Nicholas?
Mark Nicholas.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a good little run in one-day cricket around that time, so we won that in 87. We won the Bensons in 88. We won the old Gillette 60-over competition in 91, won the Bensons in 92.
Here comes Holland. Dutch. Bowls to Joe Clark, advances and pushes it up to mid-off. So did you get the full collection, or did you miss out on the county championship?
Well, I haven't technically got a championship medal, but I played 2 games in the 1980 season, which Middlesex won the championship, so I did get...
Did you get a medal?
I did one, but
so you've got a full collection of medals?
Yeah, so I have. But I mean, I sort of count it, but I don't.
Well, no.
Not sure I made much of a contribution.
Next ball's on its way, and noticed up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I've got a winner's medal with Wellington as well in New Zealand. So yeah, I mean, I've got 1 or 2, but yeah, I didn't go through 20 years with nothing. Let's put it that way.
No, a lot of players did, though. Of course. 84 for 4. Clark is on 24, and this one is, I was going to say, just pushed into the offside gently, but he was off after it. They are looking to rotate the strike, aren't they? I know 411 is a million miles away, but they are looking just to drop and run whenever they can. And again, I know I've grilled you on this so many times, and I know you're sick to the back teeth of mentioning it, but always there are people listening to you and I commentating for the first time. So I'm going to embarrass you by mentioning perhaps a career highlight. You'll have to tell us. This is driven into the offside in the same match. It's 85 for 4 at the end of the over. In the same match for Hampshire against the Indian Tourists one year, you got 4 wickets in 4 balls, and in the same match you scored a century. And is it right? You're the only player in first-class cricket to do that? 4 in 4 and a century in the same game?
Well, I was until how many years ago? I'm guessing
it's been done again, is it?
Well, it's been once since in South African first-class cricket. A guy playing for Eastern Bolland, I think, or something. Eastern Province, I think he was. I'll come to that as Fuller comes in. Bowls to Clark. Clark's having a little nibble. Fortunately for him, he misses it as he goes through to Ben Brown. I think it's a guy called Kelly Smuts or something playing for Eastern Province did the same. And the only reason I know it is because somebody sent me the article that was written up about it afterwards, and it said Kelly Smuts did this, blah 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 blah. And the right at the bottom it said, "This has only ever been done once before by Kevin James." And I thought, oh well, at least the bloke's done a bit of research on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was about 7 or 8 years ago or something like that. But yeah, only the second time that was done. And that's wrapped Clark on the pad as he goes out on the leg side. They'll run through for a leg by 86 Oh no, did he get an inside edge onto that? Russell Warren hasn't
Something
signalled
been
anything.
given,
Yeah, 86 for 4. So yeah, I was the first one.
And your 4, again, can you remember?
Oh, well.
Travid?
Yes. And the most obvious one.
Sachin?
Correct.
Crikey, how did you get Sachin out first ball?
He was out bat pad, short leg. Which, much to the disgust of the 5,000 crowd who had come to watch him bat and not me bowl. Here comes Fuller. Forward is Moores, plays that out into the covers. Yeah, there's many people come up to me over the years and said, you really sport my day. And yeah.
Well, I've mentioned it a time or two. When I was down in North Devon, I was privileged to play for playing if you like, an exhibition match down there. It was actually part of Joel Garner's testimonial year, and played at Braunton against the Somerset 11. Wicket went down. Viv came in at number 3.
Don't tell me you got him out, Dave. As Mills drives up to mid-off, fielded by Barker.
No, I was in the covers. A very interested bystander. But as he came out, somebody said to him, "Oh, look, why don't you get him out first ball?" And there was the thickest nick straight through to the keeper. Viv knew, the umpire knew, we all knew, and nobody dare say anything, because there was a good couple of thousand there, because we knew they'd come along to see Viv Richards.
Wow. Full of bowls. Just turned away behind square by Moores for a single. Moves on to 9, 87 for 4.
The one, of course, who wasn't thrilled about it was a lad, I think his name was John Warne, who was the bowler. And he would always have got Viv out first ball, and it was fitting that Viv, I think he got 60 or 70, and then in the end John Warne came back for a second spell late on and did get him. He hit one up in the air, but never been in that scenario before on a cricket field where you've got somebody out and a star player, you've got somebody out, and sort of nobody appealed, sort of just muted themselves.
Here comes Fuller. Clark pushes that out into the gap in the covers. Single again, 88 for 4. Viv should have walked off, surely.
Well, I've also mentioned the other bit of that, 88 for 4, and again a little bit like Hampshire listeners have heard your 4 in 4 story, but it's interesting to the rest of us. I'm sure the Notts people have heard me say before. When I came to bat, Viv was keeping wicket. Went in the middle order somewhere, and I was absolutely stuffed. I mean, I wasn't the greatest of callers. I always thought if I would call and come one, comfortable that there was one there, and sometimes you get a bit of hesitation and whatever. But anyway, on this particular day, I was absolutely stuffed by my partner. I'm left stranded in the middle as the throw came into Viv in the gloves, with the gloves, stood by the stumps, ball in hand, and he looked at me halfway down the track, stranded, and he knew I'd been stuffed as Holland comes in and bowls, and it's pushed to mid-wicket, and it went, come on, and I thought, it was sort of going to take pity, and having seen that I'd been stuffed, and he just let me make a bit of a lunge for the line, and about 6 inches from the line he whipped a bail off, and you so-and-so.
Done like a kipper.
Done like a kipper, and obviously we were batting second, and I thought, after what we did for you earlier on in the afternoon, mate. Here's Holland. Still only gone for 4 runs. Clark pushes it back to the bowler. It's 88 for 4.
I can just imagine that. Your face will have lit up thinking I've got another ball to face.
I've been reprieved. Yeah. Yeah.
How many times did you play for Italy?
I think it was 7. Swing strikes Clark on the pad. It's pushed on the offside. It was the 1992 European Cup. Again, I've gone through it plenty of times, and I think we were in a group of 8. And so he played everybody else. I know we beat Greece and got pasted by Germany and France and Spain and Portugal and Malta, whoever else there was. This is worked away down to long leg. Single taken by Clark. 89 for 4. Still 64 overs to go after this one. Tea should be at 4 o'clock if we don't have any interruptions. So a lot of overs left. Notts only got 6 wickets left between them and defeat. Hampshire will be thinking, well, we can be on the motorway on the way home this evening. 89 for 4. Next delivery on its way now and left alone. Notts are here on Tuesday against Kent, and just imagine the end of this round of matches, that will take on even greater significance. Northants looking to be marooned, and well, after their heavy defeat today, I guess you'd say they're pretty close to dropping out the bottom of Division 1, but there's
anyway.
Middlesex, Kent and Notts. Maybe it's one of those 3 that's going to go down with them. 89 for 4. Next ball on its way and defended by Tom Moore. So it's 4 games to go after this one. Notts have got to play Kent twice, home and away obviously. They finished Middlesex here, and again that could be a crucial one towards the back end of September, and the other one is also in September, Lancashire away at Old Trafford. Who've Hampshire got next week?
We have Essex at home. Essex, I think, started this week in 3rd. I think, off the top of my head.
Is that the Don Topley derby?
Of such.
Didn't Rees play for both?
He played for us on and off. Mainly off, of course. It's got darker out there.
Yeah, it has. It has. He popped into the Oval last week, Mr. Topley, having a little bit of hospitality. He popped in to say hello. Keith Barker's been off for a comfort break. I presume that's John Turner, is it, number 6?
Yes, he is.
Just been on for an over.
Here's Fuller to Clark, wide outside the off stump. Good carry, though.
England are 9 wickets down in the Test match. They lead by 232. They did have a stoppage, a short stoppage for rain, but they're back on 5-4-9 for 9, leading by 232. Johnny Bairstow is 67 not out, 7 fours and a 6, so he's getting on with it. He's got James Anderson with him on 4, and Nottinghamshire's Stuart Broad became Hazelwood's 5th victim in the innings. Broad out for 7.
Here's Fuller in the gloom. Clark on top of that ball that just bounced a little, keeps it down nicely down towards 3rd, turning for 2. There's a Bass, I think that is, at the far end of the ground. Throws in, 91 for 4 Nottinghamshire. Clark moves on to 30. 320 from here, Notts need, and Hampshire, of course, needing 6 wickets. I think, really, from a Hampshire point of view, got to try and get the game done and dusted today.
Don't think there's any other matches that are nearing a conclusion. 2 results: Worcestershire defeating Leicestershire by 100 runs at Oakham, and Somerset defeating Northants by 9 wickets at Wantage Road.
There's Fuller. Oh, again, it's wide of off stump. Left alone. So Fuller is into his 5th over. 2 for 13. Has picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen since the resumption after an early lunch. Hasib Hamid for 30. Well caught by Fletcher Middleton at Galley. And Matt Montgomery, another catch in the slips by Vince for no score. Hampshire have managed to hold on to their slip catches so far in this game. Here's Fuller, a little bit closer, but still wide of off stump. Clark's not having any of that.
Have you got a frog in the throat, Craig? You've suddenly gone.
I did.
What, you've suddenly gone Bonnie Tyler on us, wonderfully husky.
I'm back again.
That's for the Kevin James fan club. A little bit of huskiness.
Sure, the lights will be coming on shortly.
Yeah. The lights are on, but there's no one at home.
Here's Fuller again then. Oh, it's quite full. Played back to the bowler by Joe Clark. He's played quite nicely for his 30.
Yeah, just looking at Matthew Montgomery, he had that huge score against Essex, 177, but since then 3-0 against Warwickshire, 33-7 against Somerset, 11 against Surrey, and 6-0 in this game. So Matthew's due a few runs.
Yeah. It's not been the easiest wicket to get yourself back in form in. That's a good delivery. Clark plays that nice and straight back to Fuller. End of the over. Definitely the best time to bat was yesterday afternoon when the sun was out, but taking nothing away from Holland and Dawson and Fuller. they play beautifully, but it just appears as though when the sun comes out, the wicket does get a little easier. Here we are with cloud cover, and hence Hampshire will fancy their chances of picking up a few more wickets, I'm sure, between now and the close.
Ian Holland, 5 overs, none for 5. Have a spell, mate. And he is. He's just going off for a quick comfort break, and Keith Barker's coming back. Barker, in contrast, his figure's looking a little more expensive. 5 overs, none for 25, as we see on the live stream. Those of you watching that on Trent Bridge Live, filthy black clouds overhead. What a fabulous photo that is, especially if you like looking at dark clouds. But that looks menacing, that looks threatening. Nottinghamshire 91 for 4. I think it's fairly safe to say they're going to need some help from the weather. So to get out of this without a crushing defeat, here's Barker into the left-handed moors, and a little bit of a loosener from Big Keith. Goes well wide of the off stump. 91 for 4. Former pro footballer Keith Barker, godson of the great Clive Lloyd. Ball just lobbed to him by John Turner at mid-off. 91 for 4. Yeah, just wonder if we've got some wet weather coming again, Andy, over Trent Bridge right now. Filthy black clouds. We have had 1 or 2 interruptions today, and Nottinghamshire could do with another stoppage here. They're 91 for 4. Remember, they've been set to score an unlikely 411 to defeat Hampshire, but 91 for 4. Since lunch, since we went off for rain, Matthew Montgomery and Asiba Mead have both gone to James Fuller. Notts may need a little bit of help from the weather. 91 for 4. Next ball is pushed up to the subfielder, Turner at mid-off. And there's no run as Kevin James metamorphosises into Drunken Duncan. Isabel's back with us.
Do you mind? I haven't had my first drink of the day yet. I've been holding back.
Yeah,
got gloomy,
some people are almost permanently topped up, Isabel.
Well, you bought me a couple of drinks last night in the pub. Thank you very much.
It's a very, very quaint little glass, wasn't it, as Barker comes in. I'll just finish this over as we're getting to... Oh, I was going to say getting towards the back end of it, but it might be a prolonged over because there's a no ball signalled by Signor Pollard. 2 more to the total. 93 for 4. They were the quaintest little glasses I think I've ever seen.
I know. I was tempted to snuck one in my handbag, but I didn't. I don't
think
Otherwise,
anybody...
I wouldn't admit that on air, of course.
No, of course not. I don't think anybody would have blamed you. I wouldn't.
Nice glass of cider.
93 for 4 as this goes through to the keeper. Do you mean apple-flavoured water?
It certainly was.
Just to rehydrate after a long day in the commentary box.
4.6%.
Is that good or bad? I never know.
Bit of alcohol in there.
I never know. Those clouds look filthy, don't they, overhead? But they do seem to be passing us by, even though the flags at the far end of the ground are hanging limply. There doesn't seem to be much breeze, but just very gently and very slowly they are moving away. There's nothing behind to threaten us as this is pushed into the offside, or, speaking on behalf of the Nottinghamshire supporting contingent of the commentary box, maybe if they leak their contents it might just help the home side, but in truth Notts probably don't deserve to get anything out of this. They've been heavily outplayed. They were bundled out for just 100 in their first innings, and I think if that's all you can put on the board in your first innings, inevitably it generally means you're going to come out on the wrong end of the result. I'm sure a strong side. There's Barker, left arm over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Tom Moores, who scored 30 in the first innings, free-flowing innings in the first innings, more watchful this time. 93 for 4 at the end of the over.
Well, Dave, I heard you talking about Keith Barker, saying he was a footballer. Did he play for Blackburn Rovers?
That's a very, very good question.
Do you know the answer?
I don't.
I got a feeling he might have played for Blackburn Rovers.
I think he was actually on the books of 1 or 2 sides in Lancashire, but still actually appearing in first team of a side at that level. I'm not entirely sure. It might have been 1 or 2 reserve appearances and 1 or 2 National League appearances.
Well, here's James Fuller. Here he is, tall and lively. Gets to move around. That's well drilled there by Clark. Nice looking drive, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. 2 slips in the gully in place. And a backward point, almost on the ropes there. And extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Big holes in the onside, deep square leg and a long leg on the ropes. And he started out life with cricket as a batter, didn't he? Keith Barker for Warwickshire.
If I was to go on Mastermind, the career of Keith Barker would not be one of the subjects I would specialise in.
Okay, Fuller bounds in and bowls, and that's defended there by Clark. Defensive shot.
I mean, he has got a
No
great
run.
record on this ground. I know I've seen him blast 1 century for Warwickshire against Notts, maybe 2. 93 for 4. I can remember one episode at Edgbaston where Ajmal Shahzad, so it must have been 2013, was playing for Notts, and he was just getting a little bit feisty out there, and they were all getting agitated with each other.
Fuller again past the umpire, bowls, good length, just gets onto the back foot and steers this into the offside out towards point for 1 run. So Clark goes on to 31, the score 94 for 4 here in Nottinghamshire.
And I don't know how he was doing it, but as he was running in off his long run, obviously he's a left-arm bowler, so ball would have been in left hand. He was like flapping his arms about deliberately to distract Ajmal Shahzad, and every time he did it, Shahzad was backing away. And of course, this was all behind the back of the standing umpire. And 2 or 3 times the over was interrupted, and the 2 umpires had to get both players together and have a little bit of a remonstration.
Around the wicket comes Fuller, pops in a bouncer, and just ducks out of the way there, Moores. I'd imagine the square leg umpire had something to say about it.
Yeah, it was a bizarre thing to see a bowler coming in, and really, I guess it's there's a little bit of gamesmanship there in trying to put a batter off. But yeah, he was running in with the ball in his left hand, but his right hand he was flapping it like a one-winged seagull trying to fly, and Shahzad kept backing away. No, I'm not having any of that.
Here's Fuller past the pile of sawdust and bowls. It's full. There's a play and a miss. It's almost Yorker length here. There's a flash outside of the off stump from Moores, looking to just caress that through the covers. Doesn't make any contact. So yelps of excitement from the slip cordon there. A good take from Ben as well, behind the stumps. Ben Brown, 94 for 4. He bent his back there, James Fuller.
It's only a minute ago since I said Johnny Bairstow was on 60 with so-and-so and so-and-so and 1 6. He's now at 3 6s and he's 80 not out. 562 for 9. So Johnny Bairstow in the Test match giving it some umpty.
Fuller again, useful all-rounder, is in and bowls another play and a miss here, just outside the off stump. And things still not looking comfortable out there for Moores and Clark. Just beating the outside edge there of Tom Moores. So Notts 94 for 4, requiring 317 more runs to win. Monumental mountain to climb for Nottinghamshire with 4 wickets down, but everything's possible.
Do you have a match in the next round of fixtures beginning Tuesday, or are you a lady of leisure next week?
Not next week, no. I'm actually going to go to the Oval and watch the Test match.
Oh, are you?
Next week. I've got 1 day. Got a lovely invitation from Simon Dyson, who he's in charge of the Surrey Foundation, a charitable arm of Surrey.
So you'll be whining and dining in first-class hostility there
All
at
of that.
the Oval, will you? Very nice.
And there's the Bedser lunch, which is a sort of eve of Test lunch, and we go and inspect the pitch. So I won't be wearing my stilettos on. That's Tuesday or Wednesday, because I can't remember when the Test match starts next week.
Oh, very good. 94 for 4. Here is Keith Hubert Barker from the pavilion end. Balls! And he struck Clark on the pad. I don't think that got up particularly high, and we're not in line as all three of us have been saying throughout the match. But first impressions there were, I wouldn't have been at all surprised had the fickle finger of umpire Pollard decided Clark's fate. Now he's outside the line. I think it was just hit outside the line, but at first glance that might have been close. That's your Twitter thing, isn't it? First glance?
No, fine glance.
Oh yes, fine.
Yeah.
Fine glance.
Fine glance if you're from the south of England.
94
Fine glance
glance.
from the Midlands.
94 for 4. Next ball is beating Clark outside the off stump. Have you had a bath in Bath?
No, but I've had plenty of scones for tea.
Have you? I don't think I've ever been to Bath or Bath. Have you been to Bath?
Well, I don't think there's much cricket. Is any first-class cricket played in Bath? Because
In fact,
that would take me there.
Well, yeah. In fact, I have been. Yeah. Yes, I did see Somerset back in the day.
There you go.
At the Rec, but no, I've not been and seen all the old Roman baths. I think there's a TV series, isn't there? A detective series, MacDonald and Dodds, or Dodds and MacDonald, or something that's set there. Seen one or two of those. Quite good. As Barker bowls again and beats Joe Clark, and it goes past the right-hander and through into the gloves of Brown, who's very much in this game here. Ben Brown. He's having to leap left, right, and centre. He's taken quite a lot on the half volley, low down by his boots. Took a stunning catch up above his right shoulder to get rid of Will Young, and that's 7 catches in the match already at 94 for 4.
So where are you off to next week then, Dave?
We're here against Kent. Starts Tuesday.
Okay.
And that for Nottinghamshire I think is going to be a huge fixture. And for Kent, of course, next delivery on its way, and Clark will get 4 runs. Just cut this. Well, I say he's getting to get 4 runs. It is, in fact, but the ball was cut away crisply, and it was always going to be 4, or so it seemed, and then it hit probably a popping crease on one of the practice wickets at well, obviously square of where he's playing, and it took all the pace out of it, didn't it, all of a sudden, and just kept the fielder interested, but it did go away to the boundary. 98 for 4. Yes, Notts v Kent. A couple of Notts old boys coming back, Ben Compton and Joey Everson, so be nice to see them again. Barker round the wicket poles. Clark will get a single here on the leg side. 99 for 4. Another hour. Yeah, tea's at 20 to 4 today, I think it is. Yeah,
it
2.5 hour session, so another hour until tea. Assuming that we play right through, and assuming that Notts can hang on to these last 6 wickets.
Oh, we've got some bright weather on the way, haven't we?
It's looking a little brighter, but everything's relative, of course. Lyndon James due in next. Then Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton, Toby Petman and Dane Patterson, as Moores leaves this alone. Still 60 overs to go in the day. Nottinghamshire 99 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Solent, with Kevin James, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Isabel Duncan.
Yeah. Will we continue with Fuller, or will we have a change of bowling? Let's have a look. Who is that coming on to the Radcliffe Road end? We are going to have a change of bowling.
Bairstow's just hit another 6, his 4th of the innings. He's 86 not out in the test. England 573 for 9, lead Australia by 256. You'd imagine they'll want to get bowling. Obviously I've no idea on the weather there, but they do say pretty much everywhere tomorrow it's going to be a wet old day.
Oh, James Fuller's certainly done his job. 2 for 13 at this Radcliffe Road end, and now it's the turn of Kyle Abbott, who's changed ends. I like that thinking from the captain, James Vince. Always experimenting. See if he can get any luck this end. Kyle Abbott. He's got 1 for 21 so far. Here he is, hurtling in, bowling. It's on the stumps. There's a little dabble there from Clark outside of the off stump. The ball is taken by Ben Brown, 2 slips. And I think a gully when they settle that slip cordon. 99 for 4 Notts. Needing 312 to win. It's a tall order. But we've missed some of the rain. It was certainly raining directly. Is that in the southerly direction? Yes, it is in that direction, isn't it? There's a lot of rain down there. I could see it when I was off duty. And it skirted the boundary. As again, Kyle Abbott is in and bowls, and there's an edge there, and not a run. It's well stopped at first slip. Is that Vince at first slip?
Well, it was second. It was Dawson, I think,
Dawson.
that got the hand on it.
That's cut off. I did find a thick outside edge, but it's along the ground. It wasn't a chance. So Clark survives. He's on 36. And Moore's at the other end on 9. Partnership worth 23. We're bathed in sunshine now here at Trent Bridge.
Looks a picture.
Momentarily.
In fact, most grounds do, don't they, when the sun's out?
Kyle Abbott from Durban in the sunshine, 87 on his back, runs away from us and bowls, and that's defended. That was on off stump. Had to play a shot there, Clark. Solid and defensive. No run.
Well, Notts only made 100 in the first innings. They're close to matching that. They're 99 for 4. And the other thing with that first innings, they were bowled out in less than 38 overs. This is the 34th here, so a bit more of a spirited response, but they've still got an awful lot of work to do. 312 more to win, it says at the bottom of the board, very optimistically.
Abbott again, storming in, bowling, good leave there. Certainly a lot of carry from that ball from Abbott. Still getting that lift off a length. 99 for 4. Tidy over so far, 4 dots in a row.
Yeah, 5 and over, they could get them today. There's been one huge chase this year, hasn't there? Surrey chased down over 500, I think 501 to beat Kent, which was almost unheard of. County Championship history.
So Abbott once more up to the crease and bowls, and defensive again, get everything behind it there, Clark. There's still that big hole on the leg side, just to tempt the batter to play across the line, maybe find a leading edge, play it into the leg side. There's a single every time. There's only Keith Barker there at mid-on. He's busy warming up, actually, Keith Barker, turning his arm over. We've got a deep square leg and a long leg on the boundary ropes, protecting that short boundary out there. 2 slips gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, and Kyle Abbott, ball in hand, picks up his heels. Bowls, that's left alone outside of the off stump. Bit of movement off the seam there. And the end of a maiden over for Abbott. His figure's still 1 for 21 off 6 overs with 1 maiden.
Just trying to open a link here.
Dave Bracegirdle, busy, being a little distracted. 99 for 4.
I'm distracted by the fact that I've been sent a link and I'm not entirely sure who it's from, and I perhaps should do.
Don't open it. You could get into
no,
trouble.
but it's saying this tells you all you need to know about Keith Barker.
Oh, I see.
In that he was at Blackburn.
10 points for me, 10 bonus points.
During the time of both Graham Souness and Mark Hughes. And I can't quite open the link. There's Barker from the pavilion end and swatted away by Moores for 4. Nice shot, and that's the 100 up. 103 for 4.
So somebody sent you that, somebody listening has sent you that link, is that right?
It's obviously somebody that knows me because they know my number. Let me have a look.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, at least someone's listening. Well, the test match is on. You know, one man and his dog and all that. Dave Bracegirdle drawing a crowd.
Do you seriously think that supporters of Nottinghamshire and Hampshire are putting the test match before this?
I doubt it.
Well, exactly. Exactly. Nice shot from Moores. He's on to 13. Face 31 deliveries. There's Barker in again to bowl to the Notts wicketkeeper. Leaves this alone. There's lots of oohs and ahs out there. My mystery caller is just about to identify him or herself. Ah, there we are.
So have you got some nuggets of information in there?
No, but I know who sent it, but it still doesn't. Oh, here we go. We've opened it. Thank you very much.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I'll just watch this over and then I'll have a peruse. Next delivery on its way from Keith Barker. It goes through to the keeper. Many thanks to Jed Scott at BBC Sport, who's obviously listening. This is his game he's following today. Thank you very much, Jed. Sent me everything I need to know about Keith Barker. I'll just have a quick scoot through it in a moment or two whilst Izzy looks after the next over.
Okey-dokey.
So we can.
Do you want me to take over Keith Barker? Is that what you're saying?
In fact, we ought to do it really while the great man is bowling.
He would, he should.
Here is broad-shouldered, strapping figure, and he's going to get a single. Tom Moores steering it into the offside. As a talented youngster, he had a choice really, play football or play cricket. He chose football initially, first on the books of Blackburn Rovers, then on loan at Rochdale, played in Belgium with Cercle Le Bruges and Northwich Victoria. When he gave up football to play first-class cricket, it was then, should he play for Warwickshire or should he play for his native Lancashire? They were both after him, and he chose the Bears after 8 increasingly successful years at Edgbaston, the last 6 of them as an automatic choice. He had another decision to make. Here is Barker around the wicket and pushed into the offside, no run. Should he commit himself to play international cricket for England or the West Indies? I've been asked a lot over the years. He said, would I play for England or the West Indies? Nothing has been approached to me from either side. It'd be open. I don't know when this was done. Oh, 2016 this was. In 2016 he was open to an approach from the West Indies to play international cricket for them. Clearly nothing's happened. Here he comes and bowls, and Joe Clark wide of the off stump. Chases after it, end of the over. 104 for 4. I'm just scanning now. Keith Barker Senior, so presumably that's his dad, played first-class cricket for his native British Guyana in the early 1960s and shared the same team as West Indies greats Clive Lloyd, Lance Gibbs, Basil Butcher, Clyde Walcott and Rowan Canai. So clearly he was very good friends with Clive Lloyd, and Keith's middle name is Hubert, the same as Clive Lloyd's, and he's his godfather, etc. etc. Many thanks, Jed. That is brilliant.
Yeah,
That's,
thank you for that.
The sort of knowledge we didn't have, and really appreciate. Yeah, so
Filled in some gaps there.
they filled in some gaps,
Keith Barker.
and you, Isabel, get the
Blackburn Rovers.
well, you get the star.
Whey!
Yeah.
Bonus points.
If ever you're on Mastermind, Celebrity Mastermind, of course.
There's Abbott's in and bowls, and that's flicked away, backward of square. Will it win the race? Yes, it will. It's just gone over the ropes. A good-looking shot there from Moores. He goes on to 18. That was just straying down the leg side. An aberration there from Abbott, Kyle Abbott. So the total now 108 for 4 for Nottinghamshire in their 4th innings on day 3. Needing 303 more runs to win. And at the moment we have rather glorious weather. Very happy with the sunshine. Certainly the fans out there are looking a little bit chirpier. Get your raise while you can. 2 slips and a gully. So backward point on the ropes, just defending that short boundary in front of the Smith-Cooper stand. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. There's Abbott. Zips in and bowls. They think about the single, but think again and don't take it as Moores just pushes that into the leg side. More nuggets of information from Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, just that Jed and sharing his confidence here. Just he knows where his bread's buttered. He says, I'm at Edgbaston watching Warwickshire versus Lancashire, but I'm listening to you as well.
Oh.
So that's brilliant, Jed. Thank you very, very much indeed for that.
Well, perhaps it's raining there.
No, it's not.
Raining.
No,
It's not
no,
raining.
No.
Sawdust here,
That's
but we're
right.
out and playing. Kyle Abbott storms in bowls and defended there by Moores, no run.
Do you know where it's raining but raining runs? And that's at Old Trafford, where Johnny Bairstow is 99 not out.
Oh, nice.
He's gone ballistic in a last wicket partnership with Jimmy Anderson. Oh, talking of going ballistic, got to do things with the remote control here because our screen will go off. There we are, we've sorted that out.
Good. I'm glad you're on the ball today. Yes, we want our stream. We love our stream. We like watching the replays. So Kyle Abbott, elbows jutting out as he runs in and bowls. It's very full and it's driven but not quite timed by Moores. And fielded by Keith Barker. We've heard the full profile on Keith Barker, formerly on the books of Blackburn Rover. Signed by Warwickshire, I think, is a batter to start with rather than a bowler. But we didn't get that far, did we? Initially, at the start of his career. He's busy polishing the ball at the moment, Keith Barker. The strong man, has all muscle. Tosses it to another tall, strong man, Kyle Abbott. Here he comes, right arm around to the left-handed Moores. Moores comes forward and he's edged it. Oh, very close. It just divides the two at gully and second slip. didn't manage to get his fingers on it. It's that Dawson on the ground there. And the ball goes down for 4 runs to a shortish boundary down towards fine leg. So Moores goes on to 22, the score 112 for 4.
Genuine edge and genuinely got lucky there. You're right, it was to the left of Dawson. Fletcher Middleton at, call him 4th or 5th slip. There's a huge gap there that you could drive a bus through. You could certainly drive a cricket ball through, and that's what Tom Moores did off the outside edge. 4 runs. Moores on to 22, 112 for 4, and Kyle Abbott unlucky. Unusually, the wicketkeeper has gone all the way down to fetch it back, and I think it took some finding. It maybe disappeared under an advertising board or whatever, but Ben Brown went to fetch it.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott doing the double teapot at the moment, and you can't blame him for that. Certainly a moral victory for him. It was a genuine edge, and it was along the ground. So let's see how Abbott replies here. Bowling to Moores again. Around the wicket, and that is defended. On the stumps.
How's your luck, Johnny Bairstow? Not good.
Oh, he's out.
Jimmy Anderson out for 5. Bairstow 99 not out in the Test match. England 592 all out. 592 means they lead Australia by 275. Johnny Bairstow 99 not out. Faced 81 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes.
Wow, that's a good lead, isn't it? What's that, 270 something ahead?
Dr. John, not saviours today, will be the sun and the rain. Ellie Mackin, what's the news on Liam Patterson-White? He had a hamstring injury, Ellie, and missed 2 or 3 games. Was in the squad for the Oval, didn't get selected, and wasn't in the squad for this one. I think on here you're only ever going to play one spinner, and Calvin Harrison seems to have got the shirt at the moment as this is played up to mid-on. Ian East, yeah, I've been listening for all 3 days, says Ian. That what I presume was in reference to saying people will be distracted by the Ashes, which I'm sure is just sort of as a bit of an afterthought. I mean, from time to time we've all just had a little look and a little catch up and see what's happening. And of course, Isabel may well be there for the grand moment next week at the Oval, sharing the finest food and wine that the Oval can put on for her. 112 for 4, as this is stopped by Fuller at backward point.
So it's the best partnership so far in this innings, worth 36. And that previous third wicket partnership worth 34 between Hamid and Clark. So these two going steady out there, Clark and Moores.
.12 for 4, and there's Barker in again, passed on by Pollard down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. Was it bat or pad? Let's have a look. Tap of the knee from umpire Pollard. It's leg bys, 4 more to the total. 116 for 4, Nottinghamshire in pursuit of 411, the unlikely victory target. Have you had some joining instructions then for next week? Please come in a party frock with a fascinator on top of your head, or whatever
well,
it is.
It's not quite Ascot, but probably have to dress up a bit, especially for the beds to lunch.
116 for 4. Next delivery on its way, and just shapes away from Clark into the gloves of the keeper. Now, is this an annual significant event that I should know about?
Well, I usually get the invite from lovely Simon Dyson, so I have to stay in with Simon Dyson.
But what does that mean, the beds to lunch?
Oh, the beds to lunch. Well, that is an annual event, yes. And it's usually, I think it's usually an eve of test lunch, and involves inspecting the pitch. So you will wander out onto the outfield.
116 for 4, Barker in. Clark will push this to point, no run.
And have a look at the flat pitch at the Oval. And that's what they're after these days, aren't they, with Bazball, flattish pitches, big scores. We've just seen that from England. Australia just weren't ruthless enough at the bat in their innings, but certainly England. You told us the end score.
I did.
592. That's right, isn't it? 275 ahead.
It's a lot of runs, isn't it?
It's a heck of a lot of runs. They stay left stranded on 99.
Clark has 36. This pair have added 40. Barker in again. Joe Clark will get another run here, just dabbing it out on the offside. Point had been pushed out onto the fence, so Clark will keep strike. 117 for 4. We just had a little word with Joe last night and just inquiring about his winter, because he's played for the Melbourne Stars the last few years, and he was telling us it's not entirely certain that he'll be going back there, because they've just signed another wicket-keeper, Melbourne Stars, so they might be open to 1 or 2 offers if they should come around with the Big Bash. Apparently there's a draft not too far away. Again, thanks to Spence up there on high at the far end with the camera, just showing the filthy black clouds behind us, Izzy, on the live stream, and maybe the old dreaded early tea if that lot descends upon us.
Abbott bowls. It's on the stumps and defended there by Clark. They're doing a good job of putting a partnership together here. 41 off 81. Moore's at the other end on 22, and the sun continues to shine. I'll hand over to Dave Bracegirdle for his report in a moment.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually started the 3 o'clock news yet, but we've got BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears.
Do you want to take over, Dave, or shall I continue?
No, you continue, Izzy. Just enjoying yourself.
Well, I'm enjoying the traffic news at the moment. As Abbott's in and bowls is on the stumps, defended again by Clark. No run. Tight bowling, making him play here. 117 for 4, requiring 294 to win.
Yeah, 14 overs since the last wicket went down, that of Matthew Montgomery, so 45-50 minutes or so. I don't think Nottinghamshire will be Hampshire will be overly anxious right now, but I'm sure they'd just like to keep chipping away.
So Abbott in the sunshine, running away from us now. Bowling to Clark, Joe Clark, forward. There was a flick at the stumps, which he's done before, and Kevin James was talking about that earlier, that he does practice that follow through and flick at the stumps, and it has proved successful for him on a couple of occasions. It's exactly what he did there, but certainly Clark was home safely in his crease, so it hasn't bothered him. He just goes back to his mark now and mops his brow. Kyle Abbott, 117 for 4. Clark continues to face, 2 slips in the gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg and long on the ropes. Again, Abbott pounds in and bowls, and that comes off the top of the bat. Bit of extra bounce there from Abbott, showing still a bit of inconsistency with the bounce. Never feel settled, never feel comfortable as a batter. 117 for 4. Still something in it here for the Seamers, that's for sure, with that Duke's ball. 38th over now. So it lost some of its shine and softened up a bit, but nothing like the Kookaburra ball. We saw 2 rounds of the Kookaburra ball. It softens up quite quickly. Hurtling in again, Abbott bowls, it's full, and that is flicked into the leg side. And they'll come back for the second. Lovely shot by Clark, just leans into it and times it. And he comes back for 2. So Clark onto 39 now, 119 for 4 knots. And Abbott will continue. So 2 off this over so far, the first runs of this over. And we're loving the sunshine at the moment. Enjoy it while we can.
You're so kind. Nottinghamshire 119 for 4. Partnership for the 5th wicket, now worth 43 between Joe Clark and Tom Morse, just keeping Nottinghamshire's interest alive. They've been set to score 411. This match will continue tomorrow, but the rain tomorrow may well put an early finish to that. So Notts are trying to get through to the close today. They've got a long way to go still. 120 for 4. A crooner. He called me a crooner. I will, Isabel, if you want to come here, and then Kevin can slide in where you are. 120 for 4, and then I will pick the reins up in a moment or two, or in a wee while. Don't think Hampshire will be getting, as I say, overly anxious. Not having taken a wicket for the best part of 3/4 of an hour as Barker bowls, and this is steered out into the offside, and there's no run. Just wonder if might see Mohammed Abbas having another go, and maybe even Liam Dawson might just get a little bowl before tea. And about 35 minutes or so away. Clark is on 40, Moore's 22, partnership of 44 for this 5th wicket. Next delivery on its way now, and Joe Clark will get a couple of runs here. He's opened the face, guided it down towards third man. Fletcher Middleton loses his cap as he chases after it. Long floppy hair exposed to the breeze, and a good bit of fielding. 2 runs, 122 for Nottinghamshire as we welcome back Kevin James.
Well, they seem to have weathered the storm a little bit, the home side. Batting appears to be a little easier. 46-run partnership between Clark and Moores. The 2 wickets that have fallen this afternoon. Haseeb Hameed, well caught by Fletcher Middleton in the gully off Fuller for 30. That was 74 for 3, and then that became 76 for 4 when Matt Montgomery was well caught by Vince at first slip for no score. Off the back foot is Clark there. Works that behind square on the offside. That'll be 4. Moves on to 46. And Nottinghamshire move on to 126 for 4. And that is the 50 partnership for the 5th wicket. That's come from 89 balls. And these two have played very nicely indeed. And Hampshire, who would have, well, they still will be looking to wrap this game up today, just being made to work that little bit harder, Isabel Duncan.
Yeah. Desperate to break up these 2, Clark and Moores, with that 50 partnership. I'm thinking spin, possibly before tea. I know Dave Bracegirdle mentioned it.
Here's Barker around the wickets, down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown.
As we haven't seen anything of Liam Dawson so far with his left arm. It hasn't been conducive to spin, we know that, and we saw Kelvin Harrison bowl his leggies and didn't get up to much really, wasn't much grip and turn, didn't really trouble the batters, but it's always worth a punt to break up a partnership when your seamers are not doing the job. There's certainly been chances, and they bowled well.
They haven't had a wicket for just over an hour. Just after 2 o'clock when Matt Montgomery was out. We're just past 3 here now. What's happened? Joe Clark, has he got something in his eye?
He has.
Yeah. Clearly Tom Moores is an eye specialist.
He's going to have a poke around. Oh
Just
dear.
helping his mate there, and whatever it was that may or may not have been in the eye looks like to have been removed, or as close to the eye is now not as close.
We're not quite into the flying ant season, are we? I've been attacked by flying ants while
Have you?
batting before.
Well,
Blackheath Cricket Club in Surrey.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's usually, I think it was August during cricket week, and they got everywhere under the helmet and running around, ripping the helmet off. But Joe Clark fine now.
There's Barker round the wicket, and down the leg side again. Hasn't quite been his usual consistent self, Keith Barker. Maybe not just as in this game, but in recent games. Still bowling well, but I think we got so used to him last year, bowling literally every ball in the same space. It hasn't quite been the same this year, certainly not in the last 2 or 3 games anyway. I noticed that he was bowling on the side of the wicket off a proper run-up before the start of play today with Graham Welsh, the bowling coach. I think they were just trying to work on 1 or 2 things. These edges! Oh, it's gone through between keeper and first slip. Oh, and Barker stands there with both hands on his hip. Now, there's an example that I was mentioning earlier where, whilst the slip catches have been better, Joe Clark's 50, thank you, Dave Bracegirdle. I'll get that one out first. But there's the cut, and it's gone right between Ben Brown, who's moved slightly to his right. James Vince then is not moved to his left convincingly, and it's gone right between the two. But 50 for Joe Clark of 91 balls with 7 fours.
I think there's a bit of a miscommunication there between the wicketkeeper and first slip. You think that was a chance, Kevin James?
It's got to be the keepers for me.
It's got to be the keepers,
Every
yeah.
time. You know, Ben Brown really in the past has never really moved too much. Actually, in this game he has, and actually has been moving and taken catches in that area and almost in front of Vince in this game. But generally he doesn't move. But he's moved half a pace there. And as a first slip then, you're not quite sure. But I've always said, as a first slip, they shouldn't really be moving to their left. That's got to be the keepers every day of the week.
Well, they've missed out there, and certainly Keith Barker has as well. He will not be a happy bunny. The double teapot came out, and the stare. So, Carl Abbott, we're back to the Radcliffe Road end again. 2 slips in a gully. He's zipping in and bowling, and it's full and it's driven, but not timed, out towards Keith Barker, who busily polishes the ball, just taking a little bit of sweat from his brow. Gives it a good rub. 130 for 4, 281 required to win here. Not making a fairly good fist of it. Plenty of time left in this game. However, we have lots of rain tomorrow. We might well be here tomorrow. Perhaps doing some admin. Getting on with a few odd jobs if we do get that rain. Here is Abbott around the wicket, bowls, left-handed Moores comes forward, gets everything behind it and just pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. We've lost the sunshine for a little bit, but there's plenty of blue sky around. We're not too worried about rain now. I'm getting periodic showers. Skirted the boundary earlier. We had a lot of rain to the south, but we missed it, luckily. Rain before lunch, unfortunately. We lost a bit of play. Lost 16 overs, I think, in the end. So, here is Abbott past his pile of sawdust. Hurtles in, bowls, and again, miscued, mistimed by Moores. Gets a thickish inside edge, and the ball just dribbles out towards Mohammed Abbas, who again is busily polishing this ball into its 40th over now, just halfway through its life.
The ground staff, 4 of the ground staff have made their way out to the hover cover. They must be thinking something is imminent.
Well, I'm looking to the west.
Oh, there's some rain.
There is some rain.
Yeah.
It's almost come from nowhere. Must be directly above us, a cloud directly above us that we can't see. There's a fine rain coming down, but Abbott is in and bowls, and that's defended there by Moores. He's on 22. Clark with his 50 at the other end off 91. The umpires are looking to the skies, wondering if it's a passing shower and discussing whether or not they should come off. The batters look like they want to come off, unsurprisingly. But Carl Abbott has gone back to his mark. No, they are coming off. You can hear the hover bother as they start up the engines to come and cover the pitch. So up to 130 for 4. We have our second rain interruption in this 40th over. 2 balls remaining of this Abbott over. Clark on 50, Moores on 22, requiring 200. My eyesight's not very good. I think that's 281 runs to win. Target of 411 anyway. So that is disappointing as all the umbrellas pop up around the ground and spectators get running for cover, probably heading for an early tea and a slice of cake, as sadly the rain comes down. It does feel like it's a passing shower because I can still see plenty. I'm just going to turn the effects mic off because it's so loud, drowning us out. But Kevin, do you have anything else to add before we clock off?
Looking forward to another scone.
It's gone. Okay, well, we'll be back, folks, when it stops raining. Cheerio.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where the umpires and players are returning to the middle. Tea has been taken, so no time lost for that 20-minute stoppage, so the umpires doing everything they can to keep things on track today. What it does mean is that if this was to go all the way until stumps tonight, with the match still alive, we've got 53 and a bit overs left to go, so a long old session here for spectators, players, umpires, commentators, scorers and sundry other officials. Kyle Abbott is part way through and over, 2 balls left. They'll be bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Joe Clark and Tom Moores making their way back to the middle. Clark with 50 to his name, Tom Moores 22 to his name. They've added 54 so far for this 5th wicket. Desperate just to try and keep Nottinghamshire in the hunt to get through to stumps. 53.2 overs left. It's not many if you whisper it quietly, so a lot of work to do. That victory target, remember, 411. It's not going to happen. 281 runs away.
Well, we're just about to get
Kyle Abbott.
For what will be an extended evening.
He's going to be bowling round the wicket to Tom Moores. Kevin James just doing a quick update.
So Nottinghamshire are just about to resume their second innings.
BBC Radio Solent. Here's Abbott then into Moores, and this one past the outside edge through to the wicket keeper. So we're underway again. It's actually quite pleasant at the moment. We have got blue sky, maybe for the first time today. There's lots of white wispy clouds around, but plenty of blue sky.
That's worth 54 at the moment, but Clark has already given a chance between keeper and first slip, and they didn't take it.
So one ball left to conclude this over. Kyle Abbott's 9th. Comes in and bowls, and Moores defends, so end of that over. Just quickly elsewhere, the test match. Australia are now batting, the 14 without loss in their second innings at Old Trafford. Johnny Bairstow made 99 not out, and Australia currently trail England by 261. In Division 1, one match is finished. Somerset moving towards the top 3 in the table. They defeated Northants by 9 wickets. Elsewhere, Kent following on, well, no, Kent in their second innings, they're 175 for 4, trailing Essex by 76 at Chelmsford. Middlesex following on at Lords, they're 136 for 5, second time around, still trailing Surrey by 59. And at Edgbaston, Lancashire in their second innings, 87 for 5, lead Warwickshire by 202. I think it's going to be Mohammed Abbas. I'll bring Kevin in just a second. Down the road, where they lost the morning session there between Derbyshire and Durham. Durham still batting 510 for 7 centuries for Alex Lees and David Beddingham in that one. Durham building a lead. They're 67 clear of Derbyshire with 3 wickets left. At Headingley, Sussex in their second innings, 85 for 3, still trailing Yorkshire by 63, and Glamorgan 450 for 60 cleared.
Abbas to Clark, playing a missing outside of off stump. I think this is the first overs from Abbas at the pavilion end, if my memory serves me rightly.
Yes, I think you're right. There was a result, of course, at Oakham School. I was just looking for the other result in the other score in Division 2, but of course that game finished earlier. Worcestershire defeating Leicestershire by 100 runs. Josh Tong, released from the England side, came into the match as a second-day sub and took a 5-for to win the match.
Shortly of Nottinghamshire. Here's Abbas, wide of the wicket, wide of the crease, played back to him by Clark. And Alan Groves has emailed, talking about the Sunday League, which we were the last time we were on commentary together, Dave. Solentcricket@gmail.com. Alan says, I heard you discussing the Sunday League earlier. I was at Basingstoke when we played Middlesex, and there was a freak accident which to wicketkeeper Paul Downton when the bail hit him in the eye. That's right, I remember it. He said, did you play in that game? No, I didn't. I was injured for most of 1990, unfortunately. Keep up the great informative commentary, says Alan. He must be listening to another game. Outside of the off stump, played out into the covers, and there's no room.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, it provoked a memory as well. Just while we were nipped off for that brief comfort break, a gentleman I was chatting to on the concourse outside said he remembered a Sunday League game here where Kevin Saxelby, you'll remember Kev, took a catch in front of the pavilion, was celebrating, turned to celebrate with the crowd, didn't know it was a no ball. Everybody on the field was yelling, get it in, and they ran two whilst he was celebrating a catch. Great memories, thank you, sir.
Kevin Saxelby, good seamer, if I remember rightly. Good seam bowler down the leg side, and he's beaten the batter and beaten the keeper as well. That would be 4 byes. And that was a difficult one because that was actually swinging away from Ben Brown. He was absolutely nowhere near that. 134 for 4. Just imagine that. Kevin Saxelby, right arm over, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It took a lot of wickets for North. A lot of wickets. Yeah, it's done me once or twice. The old free hit in the blast as well. You know, there might have been a long delay for whatever reason between the no ball and the next delivery, and whacked out into the deep. And the idiot commentator calls it as a catch, and then you suddenly realise that, hang on, no, it's a free hit.
Yeah.
Done it once or twice, I'm sure you have.
Oh, many times. More than I'd care to let on, I should think. Here's Abbas in the sunshine. Bowls. Clark plays that. Oh, nicely stopped by Fletcher Middleton at short mid-wicket. Love it. Took a good catch earlier to get rid of Hasib Hamid in the gully.
Didn't realise he'd got such glorious hair until we've seen him capless a time or two today. He's got magnificent hair, hasn't he?
Flowing locks.
Yeah.
Dark hair. He didn't get that from his dad. Quite curly hair, his dad, in his younger time. Tony Middleton.
Tony, yeah.
Who probably would have played here a few times for Hampshire. Length ball. Clark just plays that back to the bowler. Look behind him actually as he played that. I don't know if he got distracted for some reason, but end of the over. 134 for 4. This partnership worth 58. 277 required by Nottinghamshire from here on in.
Crikey, this a marathon session if they got it all in. 53.2 overs.
Practice for the one-day cup coming up next month.
Well, don't they allow 3.5? Is it 3.5 hours for 50 overs? So what time are we?
So more than 3.5, wouldn't it? This. It'll be 7:30, 7:45, wouldn't it? Looking at least.
That's if we get it all in. Here's Kyle Abbott trying to bring it to a swifter conclusion. Bowls to Tom Moores, and he's tried to reach that with the step ladder. Can't. A real old flail at that one, didn't he? Moores Jr.
He likes a drive on the up.
He does. He does. He's just popped up to number 6 in the order. He's predominantly spent most of his career at 7. Not so bad a lot of different number 6s that he's gone in behind. Stephen Mullaney, of course, not playing. Liam Patterson-White has once or twice been 6 or 7 or 8. Abbott bowls, and Moores works his square of the wicket on the leg side. But Lyndon James, since he's taken on a bowling role, or a more significant bowling role, has dropped down from 5 to 7. So there's been a bit of a shuffle about. 135 for 4, and of course in the first innings and in the last match at the Oval, they all dropped down a further one, with Brett Hutton being employed as a night watchman. 135 for 4. Moores has 23. Joe Clark back on strike on 50. Might not have been a bad time to have a little break for Joe Clark to get off, because he did just before they went off for that shower of rain, just nick one through the slip cordon. Next ball is clipped away firmly. There's only one man on the leg side between Joe Clark and a boundary there, and he's hit it straight to him, and he only gets a single. 136 for 4. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Solent, at Brace Cricket for myself, at Solent Sport if you want Kev, and at Fine Glance in Nottinghamshire parlance for Isabel. Fine Glance.
Is there such a word?
Did you play at Bath? The recreation ground at Bath.
Did
Bath, I? Yes. Next ball wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper.
I can't remember. I played at Weston-super-Mare, which was interesting. It was, I think it was part of a week they had, and when we got there for the second game, there wasn't a lot of grass on the square, let alone the wicket we were playing on. And what little grass they had, they left it long because it was more dirt than grass. It was very bizarre, and it was very slow and low even then. But I don't think I ever played at Bath, no.
136 for 4. So Abbott bowls to Moores. Will work this through square leg. Should be a couple of runs. Don't think there's enough oomph on it to go all the way to the fence. They've run the first 2 hard. That's all they'll get. 138 for 4. Yes, never worked there, but did go and watch a game at the recreation ground. Somerset Kent match. Mohammed Abbas has got the ball and he's gone over to the umpire and said, "Could you have a look at this, please?" Sir? Call him sir, don't you? If you're a bowler, call him sir. It's handed back to Mohammed Abbas. Get on with it, young man. 138 for 4.
Yeah, I've done the commentary game, probably like you there. Bath.
Next ball is again wide of the off stump and Moores flails away. Never been to Weston-super-Mare, or certainly not the cricket ground. I've been to Weston-super-Mare in the dim and distant past. I've got a vague recollection of the large sandy beaches there on the. I was going to say on the seafront, which would have been
It's funny,
which would have been perfectly obvious, but yeah, some filthy clouds overhead here. But the cricket ground at Weston-super-Mare. All I can tell you about Weston-super-Mare cricket ground, I think, is it Clarence Park or some such anyway. Doesn't matter, is that Nottinghamshire were playing there on the 30th of July 1966 World Cup final day, and I think back in the day I spoke to one or two of the players that played there and they're desperate to try and find a television set.
Here's Abbas to Clark, playing and missing outside the off stump. Good delivery to start this over. Just as you think that things are calming down, a bit like yesterday afternoon, but still every now and then there is a ball just tests the batter a little bit more.
Just imagine England, if you're football orientated, just imagine if you're in the field all day when England are in the World Cup final. You don't know what's going off or anything.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? That's one day we'd rather have off. Clark walks into that, pushes that out into the covers. I think Abbas just saw him come in there, just seemed to just whip it slightly short of her length for that delivery. That picture on the live picture feed earlier, there was the cloud that we can't quite see, which must be right over us or just behind us.
Yeah.
That was a big black one.
It was. It was.
So we can't see that. We can see predominantly blue sky in front of us with the sunshine out. Completely different picture, obviously, just behind us. Here's Abbas, bowls to Clark. He's forward at that one, plays it out to Middleton at mid-wicket.
Seems like Notts have done a pretty decent job today until you start looking at the bits and pieces. They've lost 4 wickets in 40 overs or so. There's still 50 overs remaining in the day. So that's a lot of overs.
There's the blue sky in front of us. That's what we can see.
Yeah. Can we get a picture from Spence up on top of the pavilion at the far end, looking towards us? That's the picture.
It's like a different ground.
Those of you watching the live stream, crikey, Armageddon.
He's on a different ground, surely. That's pushed forward towards Abbott at mid-off. So
you need to clean your lens, Spence. It's filthy. Crikey, dirty black clouds.
Which weather's going to win the contest?
Well, you look at the flags, Kevin, and it's almost like they've been stapled to the flagpole. There's absolutely nothing, no movement, is there, of the flags above the pavilion? The sun always shines on the righteous.
Well, actually, it's only half the ground that's in sunshine at the moment, so it looks like that black cloud is slowly making its way over. There's Abbas bowls. Clark leaves alone. Good carry through to Brown. Yeah, so now we've got no sun. So one would assume that the weather is coming in behind us and that cloud is winning the day.
Sounds like an illness, creeping dark cloud syndrome.
just prolonging this game, this weather, isn't it? We've had, what, 2 stoppages now? Although the second one was just literally the tea break, wasn't it? Ah, here's your man who's just entering the commentary box.
Let's shake hands on a draw now. And
here's Abbas, comes in again and bowls to Clark, forward. Another good length ball from Abbas, and that's the end of the over. 138 for 4. Abbas has completed 12 overs, 1 for 27. Nottinghamshire need another 273. Well, these two at the crease, I'm sure many in the crowd will think, now it's possible. Maybe the rain might come in and actually ruin the chances of an exciting victory.
Tell you what, I've just mentioned the flags, haven't I? They've just suddenly burst into life, and I was looking at Kyle Abbott's flannels there as he walked in to hand his cap to the umpire, and his flannels were billowing a little bit, just as if there is just a sudden gust of wind down there at pitch level. May well be.
Oh, look at that! It's winning the day.
I apologise to everybody just listening to us on the BBC Sport website tonight. We are fortunate enough to get the pictures in here, and behind us the Radcliffe Road stand. The dark clouds are looming. They're building up behind us as Kyle Abbott runs away from his bowls. Lovely from Tom Moores through the offside for 4. Extra cover drive all the way along the ground. Lovely follow through. Nice, crisp, well-timed shot for 4.
I must admit, at the times I've seen him bat, I think he looks a really good player. I know he's averaging 28 this year, so it's okay. He's a wicket keeper, so he can get away with perhaps being slightly under 30. But whenever I've seen him, he plays lovely crisp drives. We've seen him play on the up, and he's played some good shots doing that in both innings.
Yep, 30 in the first innings, 29 on the second. He's now going to play his next shot, or face his next ball, under floodlights for the first time, and floodlights or no floodlights, he still hits it into the offside for a single, so he's matched his first innings 30. Clark has 51, they've added 67. It would, from our view from the commentary box, you say, why on earth have they put the floodlights on? And we'd think that, wouldn't we, if we couldn't see the pictures of the building up of the black clouds behind us.
I wonder if the umpires will take the players off just before the rain comes, or whether they think.
Well, the ground staff haven't emerged, and generally they'll be all over it as Abbott bowls. Just a drop on the leg side by Clark to move to 52. They'll be all over the radars and what have you. And I'm sure if they think it's going to rain within 5 minutes, you can guarantee they'll be there, pumping a bit of air into that hover cover that we've heard far too many times.
Yeah, clearly they're happy with the situation.
144 for 4.
Unless they're on a break, of course.
Unless they're on strike action. A lot of it about in this country. And the grounds, not the union, the grounds staff are in as this goes through to Brown.
It's a beauty.
General Workers Union? Transport and General Workers? I don't know. Wandering into realms of fantasy, I guess. 144 for 4.
Could be any one of a few, I should think. Interesting, Abbott's over the wicket to the left-hander. He doesn't always do that. Predominantly comes round the wicket when there's a left-hander facing, but decided that he's going to try a different line of attack.
There's Abbott. Past umpire Warren, bowls down the leg side. I think it might just, if anything, have brushed the pad. Certainly didn't brush the bat, and the strength of the appeal would confirm that. It was almost a polite, it's all right, Ross. I know he didn't hit it. Sort of appeal from Abbott. 144 for 4. One ball left in the 44th over.
He's just shaping a fraction into the left-hander. I think that's why he's coming over the wicket. He's trying to bring the LBW into play. If he can get that ball straightening on the left-hander, then he's generally pitching on the stumps if he gets it right. And then, of course, if Moore's plays slightly down the wrong line, then the LBW is most definitely in play.
Abbott to conclude the over and Moore's defence. It's 144 for 4.
10 to 4, and we still have 49 overs to bowl in the day. You think in a normal championship day, tea scheduled for 20 to 3 with 32 overs left in the day. That will show you how much we've got to do between now and the close. Good partnership between these two, which has gone up to 68 now. Just keeping Hampshire at bay. They would have been buoyed by those quick wickets this afternoon. Hamid and Montgomery, then 76 for 4. There were 74 for 2 at one stage, and thoughts of maybe a game finishing just after tea, but these two are fighting hard as Abbas comes in and bowls. Thick inside edge from Clark as he goes out square on the leg side. That'll be a single fielded by Ian Holland. 45 for 4 Nottinghamshire now in their second innings. Definitely a bit darker. You can see almost now the shadows from the players, from the floodlights beginning to show on the ground. Still blue sky in front of us. What's the problem?
Well, exactly. You'll have had this scenario. I mean, crikey, well, we've got another thirsty, throaty roar of an engine, either going up or down the Loughborough Road.
Well, Abbas is coming round the wicket to Moores. Comes in, bowls. Moores leaves alone.
You'd have been in this scenario where you know, the fourth innings of a match, you've been set to score 400, 500, 600, and realistically it's not going to happen. There might be a bit of weather about, but you've just got to play it session by session. Play for your pride, play for your team. Just try and hang on in there as long as you can, even though it's difficult. I guess some of the quick and fiery fast bowlers you've faced, sometimes it's easier said than done, but you've just got to see what happens, haven't you? Stay for as long as you can.
I think it's raining as that's pushed up towards mid-on. The ground staff are coming out towards the cover. It is raining now. But you're right. I mean, you sometimes try and forget about the scoreboard. I mean, we obviously mention it a lot and it's in front of us and it's in our faces, but I think as a player sometimes you just sort of try and block that out.
Steve Burks and his ground crew have made it out to the hover cover.
It's, umbrellas in the crowd.
Yeah. So this might be another brief interruption.
Yeah, there was forecast the odd shower, wasn't there, during the day? That's been pretty much... Oh, has he edged that one? I'm not sure that's a convincing appeal. It's a good delivery. Ben Brown, there was a sort of a delayed shout, and then James Vince joined in. But that was about all.
Tell him off, umpire Pollard. Give him a ticking off.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Frivolous appeal.
He's the one umpire that would. But I think he's got his hands full worrying about people running on the wicket, batters or bowlers. There's only so much he can handle, I'm sure.
And the clouds.
Yes, got to think about the rain.
We're just starting to be able to see them as well, Kevin. They're just creeping over the ground now.
Oh, they are, yeah. Abbas again running in. Round the wicket to Moores. Gets wrapped on the pad. That looks close. But he is round the wicket. And this time, the appeal comes from rather a few more of the fielders, and they're standing there. Paul Pollard's unmoved.
I thought it was snick myself. It might have been pad, but I genuinely thought it might have been a...
So if that is the case, then that's fine. Yeah. If you're watching the live picture feed, here's the...
I don't know so much. I don't know it's a great shout, but I don't think he hit it. No.
It needs to do a little bit more than that. That's probably just sliding past the leg stump. Remember, he's round the wicket, so that has literally got to pitch and straighten up. And did that do that? Did that do that enough? Probably not. Good decision from Paul Pollard. 145 for 4. Here's Abbas trying again. Comes in and bowls. It's pushed up to mid-on by Moores, and there is no run. Well, I think that little bit of rain we had in the air during that over seems to have disappeared. Again, just blue sky in front of us, so no problems there, but it's what's behind us and maybe just about above us that is the problem. There's the ground staff hanging around the hover cover. They know something might be up.
Yeah. The stats and this stats. Umpire Pollard hasn't given an LBW in this game, but that, as I say, the stats and this stats, that doesn't mean a thing. You go to football matches, Kevin. I'm sure you've done the same. When you read a match preview, referee Joe Bloggs has refereed 24 games this season, and he's issued 19 yellow cards and 12 red cards. And you think, crikey, but they might all have been handballs on the line or professional fouls. There's no context, is there, as this is worked up to mid-on by Clark, and there's no run. He's not given any LBWs in this game, and as far as we can see, there's not been one at his end that
right.
a sort of warranted giving. So,
well, you know, whatever stats are behind you, it's behind you.
Yeah.
There isn't what's going forward.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. First ball of the next over at Pollard's end might be absolutely plumb, and he might get it. But they always make me laugh. These people doing the previews and emphasising how many red cards a referee is given when. You've got to put some context to it. Next ball has gone through Clark and gone through Ben Brown somehow. It's ended up at long leg. The umpire's going to give something or other a bye. So it's burst through Clark and presumably deflected off the gloves of Ben Brown. Couldn't take it cleanly. And it's one more to the total.
Well, that's
46 for 4.
Yeah, and that's one that's just kissed the surface and gone quickly and nipped off the seam. And again, can you put that down to the cloud above us? Just maybe. Which has been a feature of this match. When there's been cloud cover, the ballers tend to do a little bit more on this surface than when the sun has been out. There's maybe an example of this cloud having an effect already.
Hampshire still pressing for 6 wickets to get this done and dusted today, and that one is nicked and it's gone low down to the left of Ben Brown. Don't think it would have carried to James Vince, and they've run 2, and pretty sure there was a genuine edge there from Tom Moores. I think it was always going down, probably should have been stopped. Would have to see, I'm not entirely sure a replay would be all that conclusive. Ben Brown went for it very low down, Kev.
Yeah, it's difficult, went quickly as well.
Almost on the half volley, wasn't it, when it got to it, but it squirmed underneath him, and clearly he was diving in front of James Vince, and that got away for 2 more. 148 for 4. Bit of row out there. Don't know if it's coming from your friends, the Hampshire supporters, just trying to gee them up and give them a bit of encouragement, as Abbott round the wicket now to Moores, and this is hit back so straight it clatters into the stumps at the non-strikers end. We're knocking on the door of 4 o'clock. We'll bring you back, Kevin, in a minute or two. If we could, we'll just have a little rejig here, just whilst I'm doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, who are now in our ears. Not entirely sure if we're going to get a stoppage anytime soon. These dark clouds are in the vicinity. Abbott bowls and Moores will throw the bat at that to good effect through extra cover and get 4 runs. Lovely looking shot for Moore to the total. 150 up, 152 for 4. Nottinghamshire trail by 269. It's getting darker and darker and darker. 1 ball left in this over. Going to be Kyle Abbott to bowl to Moores, who's on 36. In again, bowls and Moores will get a single square of the wicket on the offside. And there's 1 more to the total. I'm a bit all surprised if they don't go off in just a moment. More from Kevin and Isabel in a moment or two. Doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. An excitable young puppy has wandered into the commentary box. Kyle van Vollenhoven, former Warwickshire and not second 11 player, has been doing some summarising for us throughout the blast. Good to see you, fella. How are you?
Good to see you too. It feels like ages since I've seen you, Dave.
It was a long trip to Taunton and back, wasn't it, last Friday?
Wow, the trip there, where we sat in traffic on one of the nicest days on a Friday, was, let's just say, hot.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's just lovely, sat on the M5 for hours on end as Mohamed Abbas from the pavilion end bowls now, and this is pushed back to the bowler. As you can probably hear, we've got BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears, so as we're doing an update in just a second. Nottinghamshire 153 for 4. Have you been following the progress of what's going on this week?
I have been. I did come in this afternoon, and glad to see the wicket doesn't look as green as it did on day 1, which pretty sure the Notts batters are excited about. Chasing such a big score.
It's been a spicy old match in terms of the wicket. 15 went down on the first day as Mohamed Abbas bowls, and Moores will push and run into the offside. And A single is taken, 154 for 4. This partnership now 78 between Moores and Clark. Notts desperate to get to the end of play because tomorrow looks pretty much a washout. There'll be no cricket in the Notts Premier League tomorrow.
No, but Clifton need there to be cricket. We're playing against Mansfield. I know you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, but they are bottom.
I thought you were bottom. 154 for 4. Next delivery on its way now. Clark comes down the track and helps it on its way down to long leg. There'll be a single. 155 for 4. That's Clifton versus Mansfield Hosiery Mills, is that, in the
That's correct.
Notts Premier League tomorrow?
We're not bottom, but we're close. So we could do with a win tomorrow, which would be brilliant.
And has your fortunes changed any since we last saw you?
They have, actually. I've been going all right.
It's coming out all right, is it?
It's coming
Long
out
leg
all
is-
right. Lengths are good. Whether or not I'd like to bowl on a wicket like this or get the opportunity to bowl on a wicket like this, I don't think I would. Seamer's paradise.
Where we've come back on after a period of light drizzle and dark clouds still in the vicinity. Nottinghamshire 155 for 4. Remember, they've been set to score 411 to defeat Hampshire. That's highly unlikely. They're just trying to get through to the end of the day and keep some wickets in hand and hope it rains tomorrow. Joe Clark's playing nicely. He's on 54. Tom Moore's with him on 40. Nottinghamshire 157 for 4. So that's our radio duties done for a wee while. We'll just wait until it's disappeared out of our ears. There's Mohammed Abbas in his 14th over. Bowls now, and Tom Moores pushes it back to the bowler. 157 for 4. 2 slips, then a gap, and then Fletcher Middleton. You can make a case for him being 4th or 5th slip or gully, but is much wider than the others as we lose the BBC Radio Nottingham feed. 157 for 4. Not set to score 411. Really need this pair and maybe Lyndon James just to try and prolong things if they can. And Moores drops this on the leg side, and there is no run, so the men out today. Slater for 8, Young for 8, Seabermead for 30. Matthew Montgomery failed to score today. Tom Moore's 40 not out, Joe Clark 54 not out. We might as well use you while you're here for 10 or 15 minutes whilst Izzy and Kevin are
Sounds good, Dave.
getting a drink or two. I was just going to say, you know, all South Africans, so you can enjoy Kyle Abbott bowling, but he's just come out of the attack. It's going to be Keith Barker. That's right, you do know all South Africans, don't you?
I actually do. I don't know him personally, but I have played with Kyle before when I warm-up game for the Titans, and him and Simon Armour had just been signed for that season, so had the privilege of playing with them. He is a funny lad.
Where was that at? Who Kyle
Supersport
Abbott is?
Park. Yeah, Kyle Abbott is a funny lad.
He's a big man. If he says it's Wednesday, it's Wednesday. He's a big man, isn't he?
He taught me where to field, and
In fact, it's James Fuller who's going to bowl.
as James Fuller comes in, and that's pushed into the covers, and it's nicely fielded, in all honesty. Dot ball. Change in bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. James Fuller into the attack, Dave.
Yeah, came on this afternoon. Didn't bowl in the first innings, wasn't needed. Notts blown away for 100, and then when Fuller came on this afternoon, it well, in the mere blink of an eye, he'd got a Seabermead out in his first over and Matthew Montgomery in his second.
Well, that's exactly what Hampshire will be looking to do this evening. Just put a bit more pressure on the Notts. Fuller comes in to Joe Clark. He's just pushed this into mid-wicket for no run. Ahmed Abbas picks the ball up. Fuller, 2 wickets. I obviously was at work and have not been able to see it. So
did you walk back? Because it's been it's been a little tempestuous outside. We've had periods of sun, but we've had periods of heavy rain.
I did have a bit of a stroll back, Dave, and as I was walking back it was raining, and I thought, oh goodness, it's not looking good for the cricket as Fuller's continuing. So Joe Clark, it's a lovely back foot punch through the covers, and that is going to trickle over the boundary rope for a boundary. That's a lovely shot, Joe Clark. Just leant on it, pushed it away, and it's raced away over a lush green outfield here at Trent Bridge. Score moves on to 161 for 4. Clark moves on to 58 off 112.
So you've been in school today. Have they been playing with the plasticine today, or playing with the paints, or in the sandpit? What have the kids been doing today?
On a bit more on that now as Fuller comes into Clark. This one's short and wide, and Clark throws the willow at it. Bit of an appeal, but I don't think Clark was anywhere near that one. Dot ball. No, today was a bit of football. End of term, so let the kids get what they want. You play football, I'll relax. That's what was needed today. I just needed a breather. It's a Friday.
PE teacher Kyle, by the way.
Needed a breather. Let him play. Great game of football at the end of the day. 4-3. Last minute, winner to win it. Fuller continues to Clark. That's just pushed into the covers off the front foot by Joe Clark for another dot ball. Fuller very, very consistent here, nagging away, just trying to find Joe Clark's outside edge. Looking good.
So it's a big change in your day. You've come away from all these pupils calling you sir all day, and you come in here and I abuse you.
Literally, literally. You couldn't have said it any better. I do get a bit of as referee, I got loads of abuse, so now it sort of prepared me for this. Fuller comes in again to Joe Clark. Oh, and that has beaten him. All ends up. I don't think Joe Clark has got anything on that. It hasn't. And it has trickled through for a bye.
Yes, I think Ben Brown and all the Hampshire team will be mightily relieved that umpire Warren in the end raised his arm to signal a bye, because just for a split second, it looked like he'd dropped an absolute goober, didn't it?
It did. Everyone just waited around with a bit of bated breath for the umpire to raise his hand and say nothing on it, and not move to 162 for 4.
Talked at length about your relationship, your association with some of these Nottinghamshire players that you've known for pretty much all your life. Your Matthew Montgomerys, your Calvin Harrisons. Anybody in the Hampshire side? I know you said you've met Kyle Abbott. Any of the boys you've played against or come across? As Mohammed Abbas from the far end comes in and bowls to Clark. Short, pulled away by Clark, and he's bisected the two fielders out on the fence beautifully. Lovely shot from Clark, and he's now into the 60s, on to 62, 166 for 4.
Nope. None of them. Just Kyle Abbott. That's thank goodness I didn't have to face him. But you played on my team, so that was quite nice.
Nasty fasty, isn't he? Mohammed Abbas bowled that last delivery, and it's a lovely shot. Nice swivel shot from Joe Clark, and away for 4 runs.
He's really important here. Just want to keep going. Just take it a ball at a time. There won't be any preconceived ideas.
There's Mohammed Abbas. In and, well, 4 more. As effective as the previous delivery was through the leg side, this is equally as good on the offside, punching it away through the covers for 4. Lovely bit of timing from Joe Clark.
That is an absolutely beautiful cricket shot. He's played a shot similar to that in the last over. And this one, I think just a little bit better, Dave. Beautiful back foot.
It doesn't matter how they get to the ropes, does it? I agree with you. I mean, to watch it, it was a thing of great beauty.
Straight out the textbook, some would say.
Man has been put out there on the offside boundary in that little gap between the William Clark stand and the Smith Cooper stand to prevent him doing it again, as Abbas bowls again. Oh, crikey, Clark drilled it back, and it flicked off the fingers of Mohammed Abbas. I think Tom Moores would have got back if it had hit the stumps, but it was very, very close to doing so.
That is one of, I think personally, the worst way to get out in cricket. It's just so unfortunate, so unlucky.
James Vince is off on a bit of a wander, and his destination, I think, is the square leg umpire. Please, sir, can you have a look at this ball? That may be because Nottinghamshire's 5th wicket pairing have put 94 on, and they've not taken a wicket for about 2 hours, so they're trying it on a little bit.
They do. Everyone does that. It seems you can almost write it down like clockwork. Oh, we haven't got a wicket, must be the ball, let's change it. And they do try everything to change it, but it looks like this could be working.
Yeah, we haven't had a ball change as far as I've seen or can remember throughout the 2.5 days or so, but yeah, Russell Warren and Paul Pollard, the two umpires, they've had a bit of a conflab there, and they've decided that there's something wrong with it, and now they're both walking. This always gets me. Why on earth are they both walking off? They're both, you know,
It's a heavy suitcase.
well, they've both been around the game for long enough. You know, just send one of them. You don't need one of them. Get the suitcase. One of them have a look. Pick a ball. Get on with it.
I agree with you.
Faffing about.
I agree. Making a mountain out of a molehill. No need. Nonetheless, Hampshire have got what they wanted. They've got a ball change. Mohammed Abbas probably licking his lips to get himself a new red cherry. So try get a number 5 for Hampshire this evening.
Well, they'll be looking to polish it off this evening. You can see what's to come. Lyndon James, Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson and Toby Petman. Notts in the first innings lost their last 5 wickets for just 5 runs, and with all that threat of rain tomorrow, Hampshire will want to get it done this evening. This is taking a ridiculous amount of time just to change the ball, and we've got 44 and a half overs remaining. This is, if we get them all in, a 53 over session, which is ridiculous, but they did the right thing when they went off, decided to take the early tea and try and keep the game moving. But if they have to stay out there for 53 overs, I think Hampshire can feel they've been a little bit hard done to.
It's a long session, that. I don't know whether or not we will stay out there for the full allotted time, as it is very dark. On my walk back, there were some menacing clouds overhead, Dave, and floodlights are on, so not getting much better at the minute.
No. So James Vince has overseen all this changing of the ball, and the Hampshire skipper's made his way back to first slip. You watch and see if this one starts hooping round corners. That's exactly what Hampshire want, having got a ball change. Partnership worth 94, halfway through the 49th over. He bowls now, and Joe Clark hit a couple of 4s at the start of the over, pushes this up to mid-off. And it's a no ball from Mohammed Abbas. That's nothing to do with the change of ball. That's Mohammed Abbas and his feet. 2 more, 172 for 4.
Trying a little bit too hard, maybe. New ball, looking for something. I'm not sure. We've seen a lot of no balls lately. I watched the Test match yesterday, and Pat Cummins bowled a lot, and you've seen it a lot in county cricket of late. Lots of no balls being bowled.
229 more, and Notts would win this. This has hit Clark on the pad. They're asking umpire Pollard, who, as I mentioned when we were chatting with Kevin James a minute or two ago, hasn't given one in the game, but we also just put an asterisk and a little rider underneath that to say there's not been that many appeals from his end throughout the match, but there was one there that he had to just have a little look at and adjudicate. It's in the ballpark. You can see why Mohammed Abbas appealed, but it wasn't given. Gone very dark again. Let's just hope these blow away. Abbas bowls, and that's beaten Clark. It's a good delivery.
That's a fantastic delivery. The last ball just holding on with the arm, and this one just straightening, leaving Joe Clark a little bit. So superb bowling from Mohammed Abbas. He is a fine bowler, showcasing his skills here. This has been a fantastic over. 1 ball remaining.
A couple of members of the ground staff have not gone back inside for a cup of tea. They're hanging around by the hover cover just in case the dark clouds start to leak their contents. 172 for 4. Clark's on 66, and this one again strikes the pad. Would have gone down the leg side, and indeed has gone down the leg side, but off the thigh pad. It's going to be a leg by. 173 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Solent. 97 they've put on. I'm Dave Brace-Girdle, and alongside me, just for this little passage of play, former Warwickshire player, played against Notts and a number of other counties in the Royal London One Day Cup a couple of years ago. A little bit of second 11 cricket for Notts last year, played first class cricket in South Africa. Kyle van Vollenhoven, very much a member of this parish. In fact, we can just about see your house from here.
Yeah, I think I think I can just about see my house. As James Fuller's going to continue here from Radcliffe Road End. He is going to be bowling to Joe Clark. Fuller comes in and delivers it, and Joe Clark pushes this out. It's a deep point. He then returns the throw in for 1 run.
We'll be neighbours then, Kyle. If I get a place in
Yes.
the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home when it's completed.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to. We'll have to meet for coffee and some beverages. I think, Dave. Seeing as we definitely will be neighbours. I like the. I'm trying to get them to rename that as well. As Fuller comes in, bowling to Tom Moores, and Tom Moore's flash that flies out to deep point on the boundary for another single.
He was a little unlucky there, wasn't he? Just one fielder on the fence, yard either side, and he'd got 4.
And he's got 4 there. Tom Moores has got fantastically fast hands. He really does, and want to stay away from width to Tom Moores. He can really hurt you. It's nice to see Tom bringing a little bit of that white ball form into the red ball. Fuller continuing to Joe Clark. Has beaten him all ends up. Really well bowled. Nice play and miss there. Ball just dying on the way through to Brown, who quite tidy there.
Yeah, when the sun's out, Kyle, I appreciate you've not been here for all the game, but when the sun's out, it's a very different beast to what it is at the moment. We've got overhead cloud cover, the ball's been changed, the floodlights are on, it's doing a little bit. The board says it's into the 50th over. Of course, don't really know how old this ball is.
No, as Fuller continuing here to Joe Clark, and he's bowled him. That's nipped back through the gate, and it's beaten Joe Clark all ends up, and it's middle stump out the ground. Beautifully bowled by Fuller. Knots lose their 5th. Clark is going to have to depart for a very well played 67 off 125 balls, and Hampshire have their breakthrough.
Partnership of 99. Yep, Kevin James absolutely spot on from the back of the box. New ball or changed ball. James Vince gets his way. The wiles of Captain Vince. And you've just had a little look at the replay whilst I was having a look at Kevin James. What do you make of it?
Oh my word, that has come in like an off break. That has come in a load. Well, James Vince and Hampshire will be incredibly happy with the ball change. That has come in a mile. That is an absolute seed of doom. Well bowled.
Joe Clark couldn't believe it. I mean, not close enough, but we've seen a little look on the monitor. Joe Clark just couldn't believe it. It's the word gobsmacked. He was gobsmacked at how much that moved back into him. Here's Lyndon James on his way out to the middle. Let's hope he hasn't seen a replay of that one, because Notts really need him now to stick it out here with Tom Moores. Clark's got a beauty. They put 99 on for that 5th wicket in 26 overs together. Tom Moores remains, but Joe Clark has gone for a well-manufactured 67. Did have 1 or 2 slightly edgy moments, but he's got a good one there. It's 175 for 5.
Well, Fuller once again brought into the attack and finding the much-needed breakthrough. Lyndon James in at 7, and the message you would think from the Notts coaching staff will be just see out this tough passage of play, change in ball, dark clouds, floodlights on. Some might say it's a batter's nightmare out there. But they've got to get through it. They've got to find a way to dig in and stay in this contest with, well, very well documented rain around us. Fuller comes in to Lyndon James, who's defended that and pushed it out to mid-on for no run.
What was that expression he used? The seed of doom. I might just copyright that and take that from her. A seed of doom.
That's what I say every time I get out, even if I hit a half tracker straight to point. Seed of doom, coach. Seed of doom. Couldn't have done much with that. Might have to use that expression tomorrow.
Quite like that. There won't be any cricket tomorrow for you.
No, Ducks weather tomorrow. As Fuller is in again to Lyndon James, who defends this one out to points, who is now up in the ring saving one, but we have got a no ball again. Add 2 more to the score there as Fuller's just overstepped. Knots 177 for 5 now. Lyndon James just come to the crease, and Tom Moore is on 41. 49.5 overs bowled. Fuller this over getting the breakthrough as he is in again to Lyndon James, who's left alone outside off stump, and Brown has not been able to gather that. End of the over, 177 for 5.
You got a wicket there.
I did.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not a good thing.
I feel so, I've just watched the replay again. Poor Joe Clark. I don't think he could have kept that out with 2 bats. That's how much that's come back in. Poor man. Poor man. It really has come in a load. Well bowled, James Fuller. Got to give it to him. Give credit where credit is due.
You'd have been proud of that one.
I would have. I would have. We have a change in bowling now from the pavilion end. We've got Kyle Abbott, big South African fast bowler.
Go on then, you do your mate. You better do your mate's end. You South Africans, you all know each other.
And I'm due a South African I don't know soon, and then I don't know what I'm going to do as Kyle Abbott is coming into Tom Moore's. Tom Moore's just pushing this out to deep point.
Where's he from? Is he from Durban?
Kyle Abbott, I think so, yes. I think Kyle Abbott's from Durban.
That's where the snakes are, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where Snakes in the City's filmed.
Yep, that's it.
That's where Snakes in the City's filmed.
Don't
You want to stay away from there.
You wouldn't get me anywhere near it.
I was speaking to a friend in lockdown when we couldn't leave houses, and he said he found a green mamba in his backyard.
No, thank you.
No, I also said I'm happy in Joburg. You don't find that there.
Don't you have snakes in Johannesburg?
Not in the city. Not in the city. Not like Durban. They venture everywhere from Durban. It's Kyle Abbott. Comes into Lyndon James. That's bowled through, and Lyndon James plays us with the outside half of the bat, and it's fielded at backward point. No run.
I think Hashim Amla's from Durban as well, isn't he?
Hashim Amla's from Durban. They breed good cricketers down there.
What famous players are from Johannesburg then?
Famous players from Johannesburg: Quinton de Kock, Graham Smith.
Quinton de Kock should have signed, he did sign to come for Notts about 4 or 5 years ago, and then claimed he was fatigued after an exhausting international summer.
Oh goodness, they are. Kes boys are soft. That's the school he went to. As Kyle Abbott is coming into Lyndon James. It's a bit of a play and miss from Lyndon James. No tickle on it. The new ball seems to be doing a lot more now.
Mentioned earlier, tomorrow it's the 25th anniversary of this building that you're sat in now being opened by Sir Garfield Sobers, and it was opened ahead of the England-South Africa Test series, and Test match, that match where Alan Donald and Michael Atherton had the spat, the fiery Alan Donald over. I know you're a young man, but you must be aware of that.
I'm aware of that. Speaking about fiery South Africans, Kyle Abbott comes in, and that's defended once again off the outside edge and fielded at backward point for no run.
That said, I've just realised what I said. It's 25 years ago. How old are you?
25.
Well, I hope you were watching.
Yeah, maybe from the womb. I have. That's a very well-known.
Look it up, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very well-known.
I was here. How old does that make me feel?
Passage. Oh goodness me, Dave. You don't look it. You're young.
You're always my favourite.
I must admit, I wouldn't want to get a fast bowler fired up as Kyle Abbott is in again to Lyndon James, and this is nicely played. Nice and solid block shot. Defended straight back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, I don't know about when you played, Dave, but that's the last thing you want to do is, tick off a big, fast opening bowler that you know can do you loads of damage. Especially when they call him White Lightning.
Well, yeah, I half get what you're saying, but the other side of it is I always thought if they start getting into sledging me and all that sort of nonsense, they're not concentrating on what they're doing properly.
Very true. Kyle Aberdeen once again to Lyndon James, and once again defends this off the front foot, looking at the bottom of his bat as it's pushed out to mid-on, no run. End of the over. 178 for 5.
Sorry, Kyle.
No
I do agree with you. If I'd ever found myself in the unfortunate situation of facing somebody as Alan Donald, I don't think I'd have been giving him too much lip. But
I think I would say, yes, sir, Alan. You do what you need to do.
And where was he from? Which part of South Africa was Alan Donald from? Do you know?
I think he's from Bloemfontein.
Right.
Think he's from Bloemfontein, as they're pumping up the tyres now in the hover cover.
They are.
The groundsmen know something that we don't.
Gets a bit noisy. 178 for 5. Still 42 overs remain in the day, says the board.
That's crazy.
So we won't make any evening plans.
Fuller still continuing from the Radcliffe Road end. It's coming into Tom Moore's. It's defended, pushed up to mid-on for a dot ball. You must have seen a lot of that this game.
What, dot balls?
Not dot balls, pumping up of the tyres of the hover cover. They've been busy this week, haven't they, the ground staff? It's been a funny old game.
It's a wretched forecast for tomorrow.
All around the country by the looks of things. It's Fuller once again into Tom Moore's, and this is driven beautifully through the covers. I don't think he's got all of it, and it's not going to run away for 4 as Mohammed Abbas has just tidied up and done the fielding. Gets through for 2. Moves the score on to 180 for 5.
In the Test match, Australia have lost a wicket in their second innings. They're 44 for 1. Kawaja caught behind by Johnny Bairstow from the bowling of Mark Wood for 18. Bairstow earlier in the day, Kyle, I don't know if you're aware, 99 not out.
I know. Jimmy getting out. Fuller continuing here to Tom Moore's, and that's nicely defended by Tom Moore's. Just a back of a length ball by Fuller. Looked like it just left the left-hander slightly, but played it comfortably enough out to cover. No run. So that means Warner's still in. So the Nottingham faithful Stuart Broad will probably is due his wicket soon.
Yep. We're doing an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second, so I'll watch this with you as James Fuller comes in, bowls, and it's eased into the offside, and there's no run. Just conscious of the fact they might say over today at Trent Bridge any second, Kyle, and startle you.
Definitely. Isn't it startling when you're just nattering away and talking, and then you have all the noise and commotion in the background.
180 for 5, 3 slips. That's Fuller, 3 for 24. His figures bowls, and Moores drives this down the ground. It's going to be a chase for Keith Barker. Gets the arms and knees pumping, and they'll settle for 2. It's a good chase by Barker. I think the little bit of rain we've had might just have slowed the outfield up a touch. I think earlier in the day that might well have gone for 4. Moore's on to 46, 182 for 5.
Tends to happen quite a lot when there's a bit of rain around, really lush outfield. The ball doesn't really race away, and it's quite difficult to hit boundaries unless you absolutely smoke it.
Fuller to bowl to Tom Moore's, and he has absolutely smoked this down the ground for 4. Barker won't stop that, nobody will stop that, and Tom Moore's does go through to his half century, gets a shake of the hands from Lyndon James and raises his bat, and that's Tom Moore's first 50 of the season. His second top score, by the way, 49 not out in the first match of the season against Hampshire. 78 balls and 7 fours. And that was a nicely struck shot. He's played very nicely, very positively since coming to the crease.
He has. He's looked fantastic. He really looks like he's just got a good rhythm going. Looks like his hands and trigger movements and everything like that is working in good stead, and he's looking brilliant. I must admit, I've been really impressed with Tom Moore since coming to the ground. Saw he was batting really nicely with Joe Clark earlier today. I'm very pleased for Tom.
186 for 5. For unlikely victory, Notts would need 225 more. Here is Abbott into James, and that's gone past the shoulder of the bat. Well, Notts have lost another wicket, I'm afraid, and an absolute beautiful delivery from James Fuller came back through the gate and knocked out Joe Clark's middle stump. Clark had played really nicely for his 67, shared in a partnership of 99 with Tom Moores, who's still there. He's just gone to his 50, been joined by Lyndon James at the crease. Long old session this, 40 overs remain. Nottinghamshire 186 for 5. Here comes Kyle Abbott into Lyndon James, and he pushes this into the offside. There's no run. We'll have a double change here in a moment. If you want to finish the over for me, Kyle, well, I'll get out of the way, and then we'll have Isabel and Kevin to take over. But if you want to finish the over.
Definitely. We have been lucky enough to catch a little bit of sun, as hopefully the clouds have left us for the afternoon, but it's been a funny old day and you never quite know really. So the minute the ground is bathed in beautiful sunshine, as Kyle Abbott here is continuing to Lyndon James, and that's pushed down the ground. Really nice shot by Lyndon James, and it's only going to get one run there, but really nice shot, just pushed up down the ground for a single.
Well, it's Kyle and Kyle, isn't it?
It is.
Kyle from Joburg and Kyle Abbott from Durban, is that right? I think so.
I believe so.
I
believe so. I believe he's from Durban.
Almost neighbours. Yeah, there you go.
Almost neighbours,
And
yes.
you do know each other, because I was eavesdropping. You played together before on the same team. I heard that much.
I have. Thank goodness it was on the same team. I must reiterate that. Thank goodness. Yeah, he slippery customer, Kyle Abbott.
Off the field.
Not off the field, as Kyle Abbott comes in to Tom Moores, and he's flashed that away and gone over the slipcord. And I must admit, I don't think Gully stood a chance at catching that. That's gone like a tracer bullet over the slipcord, and there for 4 runs.
That was flying, wasn't
That's
it, past
absolutely
Middleton? He's at
flown, yeah.
Gully, isn't he?
He is.
But yeah, I don't think
Evasive
that's a
action, I
chance.
think he needed to take there. That's absolutely flown. Wow, that's gone quickly. I don't even think you can. Would you chalk that down as a chance?
I don't think so. I think you're right about the speed of it.
I agree.
That was leathered.
That was absolutely leathered. Would have been an absolute. I think that if he had got a hand on it, those are the ones that either stick and spoken about for ages. As Kyle Abbott is in again to Tom Moores, who's cut this away to deep backward point, and that will be 1 run. Score moving along nicely now, 192 for 5.
Well, he's seeing it very well, Tom Moores, isn't he? Under the floodlights, it's gloomy out there. They've
I
had to
know.
put the lights on, but it's coming out the middle of the bat for Moores, and part of that 5th wicket partnership worth 99, just one short of the century partnership between Clark and Moores.
It's amazing, don't you think, that like when you're coming up to big milestones, how things tend to happen. You hear about it all the time, don't you? 99 run partnership, one short of a big 100, as Kyle Abbott is in again to Lyndon James. This defended out into the offside, and a bit of football skills at extra cover, but it's a dot ball and end of the over. So Notts 192 for 5. Tom Moores on 55, Lyndon James on 1.
Well, thank you to Kyle. Kyle, what's your surname before you go?
Van Vollenhoven.
Oh,
So a bit of a mouthful.
I'm sorry I asked. Can we call you Fun for short?
Just-
Yeah, because you are fun. The skittish puppy. Off he goes. Well, he's 25 years old. He's not quite a puppy. Was an MCC young cricketer. And we're going to be joined by Kevin James in a moment. I think we're unplugging equipment here and playing musical chairs. So Notts 192 for 5. Require 219 more runs to win, and we've got 40 more overs to be bowled in this mammoth session. James Fuller has the ball from the Radcliffe Road end. He bowls and almost cuts Moores in half. They do take a single. That's come off a thickish edge, or possibly the pad. No, it's also a no ball, and it's a no ball and a leg by. So 192 for 5, and Moores will now be facing. He's on 55 off 80. Lyndon James at the other end on 1. Sorry, no, James will be facing. The scoreboard's just playing catch up. We've got the right hand, left hand combination. Lyndon James facing. 4 slips in place for the newish batsman. As Fuller saunters in, bowls, it's on the stumps, and defensive shot there from James. As Hampshire really desperate to mop up today and go for the jugular, go for the win, having scored oodles of runs yesterday, leaving Notts 411 runs to win at the start of their innings. Wickets have fallen periodically. That big 5th wicket partnership worth 99 between Clark and Moores, giving them hope, Nottinghamshire. Fuller again, just coming in at an angle, 26 on his shirt. He bowls. Another defensive shot there from James. Still a bit of movement with this ball. We're into the 54th over. It's an oldish ball, but still getting it to talk a bit out there. Fuller. He's had a good crack with the ball, James Fuller. He didn't bowl in that first innings. It was rather ignored, but this time round, 3 for 32 for him.
Always good for a wicket is James Fuller these days. Actually, yeah, just over 5 overs with this ball change. Brought about a wicket.
Fuller again up to the crease and bowls, and it's full. Attempted drive there into the onside by James, but doesn't get a run. You're right, and they've had several attempts, Hampshire, to change the ball, and this time the umpires took them seriously. An inspection of the ball brought about a change. I didn't write down which over that was, but
it was
in the 40s, wasn't it?
It was halfway through the 49th.
Halfway through the 49th.
So actually, it's not quite 5 overs yet.
That's when they had the ball change, and that's when the wicket fell, that of Clark on 67, as Fuller is in and bowls and getting a bit of extra bounce there, leaves it alone outside of the off stump. James, still 4 slips in place, backward point, extra cover. I don't think we have a mid off, no we don't, but we do have a mid on. A mid wicket and long leg down there, just protecting that short boundary in front of the Smith-Cooper stand.
Those clouds that we were looking at when were on the live picture feed, I think both sides of us, the clouds slid down.
Fuller bowls, and there's going to be runs here. That was short and wide, has been slapped away out towards deep extra cover, and the ball has gone over the ropes there. Lovely looking shot for James, bit of a gift for him. That'll be his first boundary. He goes to 5 in the score, 199 for 5 now.
I've just joined you, Isabel, and I'm going to leave you for a couple of minutes. So it's all yours.
Okie off Kevin goes. He's got to go and do an update for BBC Radio. I think it's Solent, isn't it? Yeah, BBC Radio Solent. He'll be off doing his duty as James Fuller continues. 4 slips. He's in and bowls, and it's a better line. Nice shape. Just moving away off the seam from the right-handed James. It's the end of the over, so we've had 54 today. Nottinghamshire in their 4th innings, requiring 212 more runs to win. We've had an eventful day of it.
Yes, hi.
As Notts this morning losing 2 wickets out of Slater and Young. Then we had a bit of rain. The rain's been pretty pesky today. An early lunch. After lunch, Hamid and Montgomery fell. Hamid for 30, Montgomery for 0.
There's no way you guys would come to me.
Followed by an early tea with more rain, and then the wicket of Clark, breaking up that rather dangerous partnership between Clark and Moores. And Hampshire in the game again. That ball was changed in the 49th over, a little bit misshapen, battered. Brought about that wicket. Well, it's going to be Abbott of Durban. He's in and bowls, and that's defended on the back foot by Tom Moores. He's enjoying himself out there for his 55 off 81 deliveries, seeing it well. He was up for a drink yesterday. Tom Moores in the pub, one of the pubs here, half of it on the ground, half of it off the ground. I think it's called the Larwood and Vose pub that we frequented last night, and Tom Moores very sociable, having a drink. So Joe Clark in there too, just relaxing. 2 slips in the gully here. Tom Moores, the left-hander, facing, and it's Abbott steaming in from that pavilion end and bowls around the wicket. And is it taken? He certainly put the bat out to dry there. Tom Moores is a play and a miss in that corridor of uncertainty. But it's not a catch, it's just fresh air. half-hearted appeal. 199 for 5. So all those floodlights are on. It's been a funny old day. Like April showers, really. The rain coming and going. But right now, no rain and enough light. Aided by artificial light. So Abbott. Potent with the ball. The seam bowler. Thundering in and bowling. And that is a beautiful drive. That is crisp out towards a deep extra cover boundary off the bat of Moores. He is seeing it well. Exquisitely timed by him, appreciated by the crowd here. Mostly not supporters, of course, here at Trent Bridge. And that has brought the 200 up as well with that boundary in style. 203 for 5. Moores goes on to 59 now. And James at the other end on 5. So that ball being retrieved. Abbott has the ball back in hand now. Abbott 1 for 60 for his 14.3 overs. Here he is, pumping his arms. He's in and bowls. And that is slapped away into the covers again, off the back foot this time. It should go for 4 runs. There's a despairing dive out there. Deep extra cover boundary. And 4 more back to back for Moores. He goes on to 63. And he's seeing it like a big double-decker red bus at the moment, off 85, and the score goes on to 207 for 5.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player, isn't he, when he gets those shots playing on the up. When he's stroking those away, you think, wow. You know, you think, where are you going to bowl to him? But of course, there is still a little bit of movement out there. Not as much, but the bowlers will be hoping that just one of those shots that he plays on the up, the ball will just nip a little bit and catch the outside edge.
Well, he's the scout they desperately want. Seeing it well here, Tom Moores. That was a full flurry of the bat, full follow-through too. As Abbott again picks up his heels. Around the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's a big play and a miss there, and a take by Ben Brown, but no connection, not even a feather. But he's having a go outside the off stump. Good reply there from Abbott.
Yeah, and this is, you know, what I was sort of saying, really. I mean, almost for every shot that he smashes through the covers on the up and you stand back and admire, you then get that. So, you know, he's decided he's going to play positive. He did in the first innings. Decided that's the way he's going to play in the second innings as well. And whilst the shot brings him some runs, you do feel that somewhere along the line it's also his downfall. I'm just trying to think how he was out in the first innings.
Let's have a look for Moores. No, he was bowled, wasn't he, by Abbott. Abbott again, bowls. That's left alone. This time not tempted, Moores. Leaves it alone. That's 8 off the over. Off another Abbott over. Abbott 15 overs, 1 for 64. A good over there for Notts. Back-to-back 4s from Tom Moores. 207 for 5, requiring 204 more runs to win. And we've got a real hefty session ahead of us. 38 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, we love it. I'm tempted to say that he was bowled, you know, playing on the up, but I'm going to see if I can't remember.
We can forgive you, Kevin.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can't remember things like that
Probably
far away.
weren't on commentary.
Can't remember what I had for lunch.
I think you had chicken tikka curry.
I did. That was nice.
I was spying on you in the media room downstairs. I had the same thing.
Well, Kyle Abbott is going off. So whether that's an injury, whether he's just decided to have a little break or what, we'll find out, because that will depend on the length of time that he's off the field. And there is Liam Dawson. The first over of some spin from Hampshire in this game. Now, not expecting any spin. We haven't seen any spin when Messrs Calvin Harrison and Montgomery were bowling, so we're not expecting anything. But, when he has a little bowl over the wicket at Tom Moores into the rough, we might just see something. We might. We'll have to wait and see, because his first delivery will be at the right-hander, Lyndon James, where there isn't any rough really, especially in the area where he should be landing it. James is forward, goes out towards extra cover. Nick Gubbins is there.
Yes, that rough left by Keith Barker's a long way away, isn't it? Where he slams down his boot.
Yeah, he really shouldn't be bowling that
No.
line. On the line between him and the keeper, Ben Brown, that should not be a line that he's bowling. That's tossed up, driven out to Gubbins again. And just looking at the over 8, Hampshire are 1 under the over 8, so whilst there's no real need to get that over 8 up, certainly you've got to be mindful of it. Knots are okay. They're 1 to the good. As that's driven out again. Gubbins again in play in the covers. So a slip and a gully. Gubbins is not short extra cover, but he's not deep either. Fairly standard field. Man on the sweep on the short boundary side, away on it to our right. Dawson round the wicket, bowls, and Lyndon James is on the back foot, steers that into the gap to mid wicket, and moves on to 6, 208 for 5. Nottinghamshire need another 203. Are we getting excited yet that it's only 203 from here?
With 5 down, I'm not sure. We'll see what James can do. He needs to bed in a bit and support Moores, doesn't he? Keep rotating the strike, giving Moores the majority of the strike. This will be interesting with the left-hander, Liam Dawson. He'll probably come over the wicket, won't he?
So this will be interesting, because there is a bit of rough that he can aim into. The line that he wants to bowl fairly straight. So here we go then. Moores is forward. I don't think even if it does, it's not going to do anything too much.
I think it's the right call, though, to put Liam Dawson on. You've got to just change it up. They're desperate to get Moores out here. He's the danger man.
Yeah, with the left-hander out there, I'm not sure it would have been too much of an issue if there had been 2 right-handers out there, but it's worth a try against the lefty. Dawson in again. Bowls, Moores off the back foot. Did bounce a bit, but he's played that well out towards point. Short boundary side. That's well fielded out there by, I think that might be Ian Holland. That's a guess. No, it's James Fuller. 209 for 5 at the end of that Dawson first over. 202 needed.
Well, tidy-ish from Dawson, just 2 off his first over. Just having a search around James Vince, really, calling upon different bowlers. And the name Dawson did cross my mind a couple of times in the last few overs, wondering if it'd bring about a change. It's worth a punt, for sure. See if the slow left arm of Dawson against the left-handedness of Moores can make a difference. See if he can find the rough there. So Ian Holland is coming back on again. This time from the pavilion end. He's just warming up.
Golden arm in the first innings.
That's right, 4 for 19. And then plenty of runs as well, 138 not out. An un-Bazball innings from Ian Holland. I like that, traditional, bit of a throwback innings.
Do you prefer that?
I like it sometimes when it's required, and it was certainly required from him.
Economical. 5 overs for 5. Is it me?
It's me. Holland is in and bowls, and that is defended there by Moores, the left-hander. Keeps it out. 209 for 5.
Too much food.
Too many overs.
Big breakfast, big lunch. See,
it's the fry-up.
It's starting to show.
Followed by the curry, followed by the cream tea.
You had a big meal last night as well, didn't you?
Pizza and chips.
How did you do it?
I'm going to turn into a house. Size of Kent. As he's in and bowls, and that is flashed away. That's a lovely shot. Just rocks back onto the back foot there, Moores. He's dismissive. It was too short and wide from Holland and has been put away. Lovely shot out of the middle of the bat. Beefy.
Threw the bat at that, didn't he? I'll tell you what, Tom Moores and Ben Duckett batting together, there wouldn't be too many balls left outside off stump, would there? You wouldn't be looking to bowl a line about 6 inches outside off stump, because they actually have a go at everything.
Look at this, it's ferocious.
And the little whirl of the bat at the end.
It's the helicopter finish, isn't it? Yeah. Throwing everything at that. Comes out the middle. Holland trundles in. Right arm around, and this time it's tight and defended by Moores. 213 for 5. Holland now into his 6th over in his second spell, 0 for 9 in this innings. And Moores on 68. This partnership now worth 38 or 43, going at a bit of a canter, this partnership. As Notts in pursuit of victory, 198 required to win. As Holland is in and bowls, and that's defended positively forward there on the front foot from Moores. There's only one slip and a gully in place. And Ben Brown standing back to Holland. He has been known to come up to the stumps to Holland previously. He's holding back at the moment. Fine leg is down there, long leg, and we've got a deep square leg defending that short boundary. As again, he's in Holland and bowls, and they'll think about a single. They will take a single. And that's just tapped into the offside, and deep point has to run in to retrieve that. and they go through for 1. So Moores goes on to 69, the score 214 for 5, and Lyndon James will face that last ball of this Holland over.
Tom Moore's just saying to Lyndon James he's bowling with pushing his hand across the seam, bowling inners.
All right, 2 slips here for Lyndon James. He's on 6. He's the right-hander, so tweaks to the field, of course. Mid-wicket in a stationary position. Right arm over comes Holland, and that's defended. Oh, there's a misfield there. One-handed, a little bit sloppy. Is that Fuller over there?
Yep.
That extra cover doesn't pick it up, so they do steal a single. So James will go on to 7, and the score 215 for 5. The scoreboard's a bit sluggish this afternoon. It's probably had a big lunch. Oh, it's caught up now. The Batman screen.
Yeah.
It's got the pointy ears.
I'd never noticed that before until it was mentioned, well, in this game, but I saw it on social media a little earlier in the season.
Oh, did you?
Never knew that before. Never thought about it. Never really took much notice other than just what was written on the screen, because that's basically all we need. We don't need to worry about the architecture around it. It's immaterial to what we need.
It's something to talk about.
It is.
You just filled in 30 seconds talking about it.
Well, there you go.
Right, your end.
Yeah, thank you. It's Dawson's end as well. Comes in, bowls to James, quietly forward. Somebody got excited out there, Ben Brown, I think, but that looked a pretty comfortable forward defensive to me. Fletcher Middleton under the hat, at short leg. James Vincent slip. Dawson again to James. Again, he's happy just playing quietly on the front foot. No spin for Dawson so far. We didn't expect any. 96, it's below 200. It was over 400 when they started their second innings. Off the back foot, James goes out into the covers. You just never know.
You never know, and you know that new ball is a long way off. Only in the 58th over here. They did change the ball in the 49th over, I think you said, Kevin.
Yeah, which brought a wicket.
It did.
Joe Clark. It looked a snorter of a ball, didn't it? Nipping back quickly. Fuller again with the wicket as off the back foot, cracked to extra cover. That looks like Joe Weatherly on the field, the substitute fielder. So on BBC Sport website, if you don't know about the live text feed, the BBC Sport always tried to drill that down to mid-on, hasn't got hold of it. A late call for a single, which was a good one in the end because Parker had to run around to his wrong side. On the BBC Sport website, there is a live text feed for not only the Test match but also for all the county games, and they put up reports all day long of all the games so you can keep up to date. It's a one-page county cricket encyclopedia for the day. Oh, is that edged? It wasn't taken cleanly, probably deflected a bit too much for Ben Brown, took it past James Vince, and that is a run. So that was an edge. But when the keeper's standing up, it's always difficult if it deflects a little bit too much, and that's probably what's happened there. But Dawson has almost made the breakthrough there. 218 for 5. So this particular page at 4:20, as we said earlier, with the ball change, James Fuller immediately getting the wicket of Joe Clark, and actually quoted, there's the replay, and that's turned. That did turn. And it did take it out of the grip of Ben Brown, took it to his fingertips. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a minute.
As he's in Holland and bowls, and that's just left alone outside the off stump there by Lyndon James.
There's an already legendary line mentioned a few moments ago on that dismissal. The line was an absolute seed of doom, and the only person that can claim that and who said that was our South African commentator and former Warwickshire player, it says in brackets, Kyle van der Vollenhoven. Is that close?
He's in
it's
Holland,
not very
and
good.
that's defended there by James. No run.
Just Kyle. It's easy to say that.
No, you said his surname. Well done.
Well,
in one fell swoop.
It was an attempt that it could have been better, but let's not take away from the absolute seed of doom comment, which will live long in the memory.
It will. It's going to be plagiarised.
Yeah.
We're going to use it. We're going to certainly use it in this commentary, in this match. It's going to come up. He's going to want royalties for it. That is defended there by James, once again off Holland.
That's what's good about when you're a commentator, that you can come on for 10 minutes out of 4 days and have yourself quoted, whereas we've worked hard for 3.5 days and nobody wants to know.
We're generally ignored, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anonymity, middle name.
What's your name again?
Exactly. Oh, shut up, Nigel. So once again, Holland bowls, and that is defended. Tidy over so far from Holland. 4 dots in a row. 0 for 11 for him with 1 maiden, 2 slips in place. Yeah, we've got a few sayings now under our belt. Stolen from Kyle van der Watsit. Sorry, Carl, I just don't have your name in front of me.
That's rude.
Well, it's not rude. I mean, I just can't remember his surname. Oh. Anyway, Holland's in and bowls, and there's a play and a miss here. That's in the corridor of uncertainty. It beats the outside edge of James, who has a little poke at that, taken by the keeper. 218 for 5. Will he make it a maiden now, Holland? Bit of gardening going on out there, and some vocals from Hampshire.
Yeah, wickets a bit harder to come by this afternoon, aren't they? A bit like yesterday afternoon. Must be something about the air after lunch.
Holland pumping his arms. Running towards us, bowls, and it will be the big M. Join the dots there for Holland. 0 for 11 for him off 7 overs, keeping it tight, a tight line. There was a play and a miss in there from Lyndon James, who is the new batter out there, who came in after the fall of the wicket of Clark. He scored 67 off 125 deliveries, bowled by Fuller with that change of ball.
So Liam Dawson to continue from our commentary in the Radcliffe Road end. He's in superb form, not just with the bat, as we saw in the Hampshire innings, but also with the ball. Because in the last 3 innings that he's bowled, he has taken 16 wickets in just the last 3 innings. And plenty of encouragement in that last over, where he got a ball to turn off the straight to Lyndon James. Now he has a bit of rough to bowl to Tom Moores. Can he find something to the left-hander? Moore's playing nicely for 70. Here's Dawson off the back foot, cracked through extra cover, 4 runs. He was right back on his stumps. It wasn't that short from Dawson, and that was cracked away into the gap. I'm sure it was mentioned earlier, but this is comfortably his top scorer of the season. I'm sure Dave Bracegirdle didn't miss that. If he did, Dave, I'm sure he didn't though. I'm sure Isabel didn't miss it.
Didn't miss that.
His first half century of the season as well, actually.
Cool.
Here's Dawson, bowls. Played into the ground and fielded at short leg by Fletcher Middleton. So 222 for 5. Dave's favourite number. In fact, his second favourite number after 333. 189 runs needed. Dawson over the wicket to Moores. Moores drives, finds Holland in the covers. Welcome back, Mr. Bracegirdle.
Thank you very much. I'm just learning stuff I didn't know about Kyle. Apparently his granddad is out of the room at the minute. His granddad played for the Springboks Rugby League.
Ooh. Dawson, he was good value, wasn't he, on the commentary? It just turned a bit out of the rough, but Moores is well forward, hits him on the top of the pad.
He's not gone. He's loitering with intent. I think he's going to get a brew. But I've travelled here, there, and everywhere with him over the last 6 weeks, and then somebody sends me a message. Did you know his granddad played for St Helens in South Africa? No.
Wow. Dawson bowls, tries to cut that one, misses. Now that is a little too close. Trying to force that away. In fact, he tried to play that a little too square as well. A little quicker from Dawson, just varying his pace a fraction. Moore's on 74 from 101 balls as Dawson comes in again. Flights that one, driven, bit of bottom hand, and that goes up to Barker at mid-on. Another over ticked off. We've still got 33 to do this evening. 60 bowled in this innings. And Moores is 74. James has 9.
5 o'clock, Kevin. 5 o'clock tomorrow. We could be shaking hands on a draw. How about that?
Could very well be.
We're going to have a properly orchestrated and approved drinks break right now. This session scheduled to be 52 overs long, so the umpires out there have decided, yeah, they can have a proper old drinks break, so no cricket going on at the moment. 2-2-2 for 5 Nottinghamshire, feet off the ground of course, for the Richie Benno. Just waiting to do an update for Radio Nottingham, which appropriately enough comes when there's no cricket on. You'll see in a moment the old scoreboard will change to an advert or something, so just make a check of the scores. Tom Moore's played nicely here for his 74. There's been one or two flights of fancy, one or two seeds of doom that he's avoided.
Brilliant line.
It's a good ball, wasn't it? Took out his middle stick.
It was, yeah. He was playing nicely as well, wasn't he, Joe Clark? Just one of those players that when he gets in, you think, yeah, he's going to be in for the long haul. It needed a good ball to get rid of him. Ball of the day, probably that one.
Yep. Clark unlucky. Out for 67. Moore's 74. Lyndon James has just kept an end nice and tight. He's made 9 out of this partnership of 47, but there was that edge off Liam Dawson that just went tantalisingly close to, I think it was James Vince stood at slip. Vince having a natter to umpire Russell Warren whilst we're waiting to get back underway. Two for 5. Still waiting for the cue from Radio Nottingham. We're hearing all about the Splendour Festival, which is on at Wallerton Hall this weekend. Madness performing.
All right. That'd be good.
There we go. Well, Nottinghamshire are currently 222 for 5. They're giving this a real old go here. They've been set to score 411. More realistically, they want to try and get to the end of the day with wickets intact and then hope tomorrow, the final day of this match, is washed away as per the weather forecast. Tom Moore's leading the Defiance. He's 74 not out. Recently lost Joe Clark to a wonderful delivery from James Fuller, which bowled him for 67. Notts 222 for 5.
Final day being day 5.
Yeah, 5-day match. Yes.
That's an in-joke.
Yes, our listeners wouldn't have heard that, but it's day 4 at Trent Bridge was my cue. Yeah, seems like it.
It might in about 33 overs time, Dave, you're right. That's what we've got to do tonight, and we are, what, 5:05?
Ian Holland having a go. Is this your end or mine?
Whatever end you want.
Ian Holland bowls and Lyndon James pushes it back to him, and there's no run. So 3 wickets today to James Fuller, somewhat belatedly introduced into the attack. Didn't get a bowl in the first innings, but came on after Mohammed Abbas had removed Ben Slater and Kyle Abbott had removed Will Young. The one that popped from just short of a length, took the shoulder of the bat and flew high to Brown's right. This is very, very elegant from Lyndon James, a shot that we saw plenty of last season. It's been in relatively short supply this year. He's had a sticky old season. That's the 50 partnership between James and Moores. Lyndon James on to 13. Averaged well over 50 last year in Division 2, Lyndon James, but wasn't bowling this year. Able to bowl again and really made an impression with the ball. Like to make a contribution with the bat in the remaining fixtures of this season. Starting today, works this away on the leg side, and there's just a single. 227 for 5. You know, we've got shadows out there from around the players, but I believe those shadows are from natural light rather than the artificial light.
You're right. Either that or only one floodlight's working.
yeah.
Which isn't true. They're all working.
227 for 5.
Yeah, I was just looking at Lyndon James's average this year. It's well down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not even 17.
The musical business, don't they call it the difficult second album or some such?
Yeah.
227 for 5. Ian Holland. 4 wickets in the first innings. Bowls and a play and a miss from Tom Moores. It was 4, wasn't it? I think it was, yeah, finished with 4 wickets in the first innings. Century in the Hampshire second innings. He's had a right old game of it, hasn't he, Ian Holland? Naught and 100 and 4 wickets and none so far in this. 227 for 5. Next delivery on its way and defended by Tom Moores. You see, you always play down when I go off on your 4 in 4 and your century and whatever, but I just had the joy there to open the page and let young Kyle, who didn't have a clue up until an hour ago, Kevin James was, just to read all about it and what. So he's very excited. He's holding you in the highest of admiration, as he should. Next ball driven away for runs by Moores. Hits it hard, hits it efficiently, this time through the offside for 4. 78, 231 for 5. Knots require 180. It's a lot of runs, but it's a lot less than the 411 they set out. Look here, look
he gets
here.
you a coffee
Thank
as well,
you very
Dave.
much.
I mean,
nice cup of tea, thank you.
He's got the job.
Well, he's
got the job.
You've got cream and jam around your mouth, Kyle. 231 for 5. I don't know if he's been down for a scone or not. Wouldn't be at all surprised. Dawson 3 overs, none for 9. Alan, will they stick with Liam Dawson, or is he getting more turn than?
Well, he got one to turn Lyndon James, which I think surprised everybody, probably not least the batter. So it's worth persevering on the back foot. Slightly short, that one. Played quietly out on the leg side. Fletcher Middleton runs round from his position at short leg. So you would think if one's gone a little bit, there'll be another one.
62nd over as well. That new ball's an hour away.
Get that new ball in tonight, but yeah, I think we're back tomorrow. Rain or no rain. James forward. Goes out on the offside. Yeah, just got to throw it in there, in the right area, and just hope that one maybe turns again. But it was right on the money, that one. It was just perfect for the one that turned. Comes in and bowls James forward.
I mean, it's fanciful to even suggest it, but you know, let's play with numbers. If this pair were to bat until the end and we got all the 30 overs in and they put another 80 or so on,
definitely. Everything's on while you're still playing.
Yeah.
Dawson bowls. Oh, there's one that's gone past the outside edge. Where it looks like there's probably now for Dawson maybe just one ball in an over, which just goes off the straight.
Tell you what, that was good from Ben Brown. If it was Folkes, they'd have been waxing lyrical about that for the rest of the evening. That was a wonderful take and whipped a bail off quick as a flash.
It's Dawson. Oh, it's James forward.
Like Folkes, good keeper, but you know, down at the Oval last week, I just kept hearing how good he was in a match where Tom Moores had a really good game, took 8 catches. James Rhue's got 500s this year. He's another one that you've got to throw into the conversation.
He's won for a few years, isn't he? That's for sure. Bit fuller this time, driven up to mid-on. The Bassfields. End of the over, 231 for 5. Still 31 overs to bowl in the day. Knots require 180.
Young kangaroo. Yeah, like him, like young George Bell at Lancashire as well. He was quietly impressive when Lancashire came here, both with gloves and with the bat. 231 for 5. This is the 10th round of matches of 14. I think pretty much all the counties play next week, so that will be 11, and then the county championship will be put to bed through August, of course, and then 3 matches remain for each in September as a new over starts, with Moores cutting Holland out into the deep for another single.
So basically everybody gets a week off in September.
Yeah, I think that's the way it goes. I think Notts missed the first, so they play. They played back-to-back games the last 3 weeks of September, whatever it is. Yeah. Holland in again to Lyndon James. Lovely looking drive for 4. Mohamed Abbas isn't going to get that. I'm sure even if he was offered a considerable sum of money. He wouldn't have been able to get that. It was hit too hard and just too far away from him, and he made a token effort, but it was through him. Nice looking shot from Lyndon James.
Was.
Stylish player when he's at his best, and he's played a couple of nice drives now off Ian Holland. One straight down the ground and this one through extra cover. And he's on to 18 from 43. That's 236 for 5. 175 more required for the most unlikely of victories. This is pushed away and he'll get another single. Dawson doing the fielding. I say unlikely because A, the volume of runs that they need, but B, also the weather forecast for tomorrow, which I keep looking, expecting it to just change around, and oh, it's not quite as bad as we first thought, but it is. Every time you look, it's wretched. Moore's back on strike on 79. The left-hander, Holland bowls to him, and he'll get another single, playing it up to Mohammed Abbas, and he's going to shy at the stumps. I think he hit the stumps, so it ricocheted away, and now they're in... Oh, they're not in trouble. They're not in trouble because the ball just didn't go to the Hampshire fielders. They took an overthrow, and momentarily both were in the same third of the wicket. In came the shy from Mohammed Abbas, which hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, with Tom Moore's running in that direction. He was in. Lyndon James saw it ricochet away, and then he set off back. Tom Moore's, I don't think, was aware or didn't respond or didn't hear the call, and he was slow to set off. And who's that with the glasses, with the spectacles, who was wrong-footed by the throw?
Nick Gubbins.
Nick Gubbins. Had he been able just to get hand on ball, and there was an opportunity at this end as this one goes through to the keeper, because Ben Brown was just waiting just for somebody to gather the ball and lob it back to him, and there would have been trouble. Moore's on to 81. 63rd over being bowled now. Again, the lack of first innings runs costing Nottinghamshire. Oh, he's bowled him! Terrific delivery. Ian Holland, having one of the matches of his life, has bowled Tom Moores with a beauty. Clipped the top of off, and Moore's out for 81 and Notts 239 for 6. Wonderful delivery, and quite rightly, Ian Holland getting the congratulations and indeed thanks from a lot of his teammates. Tom Moore's at the crease for 167 minutes, faced 109 deliveries, 13 fours, and with another 100 potentially in sight, it's been snatched from his grasp by a really good delivery from Ian Holland. He's gone for 81.
Well, if I'm honest, Liam Dawson looked the most likely to take a wicket. Here's the replay if you watch it on the live picture feed. He's played inside the line there. That's hit the top of off, and the bat is coming down sort of middle and off. I think he's expected that ball to come in a little bit more with the arm round the wicket, and the ball's just hold its line at ever such a fraction, just enough to slide past that outside edge, and the top of off stump knockback.
That might just accentuate the end of this game. Calvin Harrison, who's on a pair, if memory serves, on his way out to the middle. First innings bowled by Mohammed Abbas for a 6-ball naught. South African born. Kyle knows him, obviously. We're neighbours.
It's amazing how you know absolutely everybody in South Africa.
He does.
It's incredible, considering it's
He
about 5 million square miles of country.
But he does, he knows everybody. He's played cricket with them all, knows them all. It's a bit of an in-joke for the Hampshire supporters and the neutrals following, who didn't follow us or listen to us on the T20 Blast commentaries. Kyle was alongside me for many of the matches in the group stage, and that long old trek down to Taunton, where it just almost came out that every side had got a South African born player, and every one of them Kyle had played either with or against, or was a neighbour. Neighbour, next door neighbour.
Here's Dawson round the wicket to Lyndon James, who's on 19. He's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. lovely diving stop there from Nick Gubbins.
Keep going, Kevin. I've left my laptop at the back of the
That's
room.
in front of Fletcher Middleton. So we didn't quite see that wicket coming because Tom Moores had played so well, but a 64-run partnership for the 6th wicket broken. There was a 99-run partnership for the previous wicket before that. As that's pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run. Some resistance being shown by Nottinghamshire, and briefly, as these partnerships begin to take hold, you just start to think, well, might not just do this, but each wicket that falls now is really just bringing about the inevitable. Low full toss, driven to mid-off. Barker will throw at the keeper's end. And even before the ball reached his gloves, Ben Brown, for some reason, either clattered into the stumps or just knocked the stumps over. I'm not quite sure which, but the stumps were broken well before that ball arrived from Barker. 240 for 6 then. And here's Calvin Harrison, who's on a pair. I think everybody who's on a pair has got off a pair so far in this game.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the last ones where it actually could happen. I was with Ricky Clark last week at the game at Taunton. As forward is Calvin Harrison. He's off the mark.
Yeah.
And Ricky Clark, who had a very, very long career, Surrey, Warwickshire, Derbyshire,
Yeah. Good
and
catcher.
England, yeah, actually said he'd never had a pair.
Crikey.
Which I think for somebody that played for as
Yep.
long as he did, and I think it was,
Yep.
I can't remember, 20 years nearly.
Yeah.
Never got a pair, which actually is an amazing feat. Because most people have had 2 or 3, as that's pushed up the pitch by Lyndon James.
My last 2 matches ago, Asiba Mead at Taunton, and last week Rory Burns in the first over of each innings, LBW Brett Hutton. They're good players.
Yeah, they are. It's easily done. Forward again, James. Nice accurate delivery to finish off that over from Liam Dawson. 5 overs, none for 11 for Hampshire's left arm spinner. Ian Holland 1 for 28 from 9. 241 for 6 Nottinghamshire. 170 to win. But the big number up on the board is 29, because that's still how many overs we have to do.
It is indeed, yeah. Calvin Harrison out there, the leg spinner. Let's hope he stays fit and healthy, because not so. If they have to delve very, very deep into their resources looking for a local leg spinner, they could be in trouble going forward.
Get somebody in on loan.
Well,
That's what everybody does.
Well,
Any leg spinners out there
well,
on
they've
loan?
had a second 11 leg spinner that's.
Oh, there you are. Commentator, cricketer, could come back into the game.
241 for 6. Calvin Harrison on the strike. So he's off the pair, he's on 1. Lovely young man, Calvin Harrison. Holland bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, the guys quite liked him when he was around Hampshire for those couple of T20 games in COVID year. Said he was a good guy, really good guy. Which is important when you're trying to make an impression, not just out on the field, but in the dressing room as well. You need to be known as that with your teammates. Helps things along a bit.
241 for 6. Harrison on the strike, and it defends. I wish he'd relax a little more with me, because he treats me with the utmost respect, and all the rest of him sort of pull my leg up, this prank or that prank or whatever. But Calvin is so respectful. He really is, and lovely young man, very polite, very engaging to talk to. 241 for 6. Holland bowls to him, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. My BBC Sport correspondent says Kyle van Vollenhoven's grandfather scored 392 tries for St Helens. He's the club's all-time top try scorer, and the next best is 283, more than 100 behind.
Wow.
What's the thing about hiding something under your bushel? Is that a 241 for 6? Next ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no hiding your light under the bushel. Is that the phrase?
It sounds good, even if it isn't. That's an incredible stat.
Hiding your light under a bushel. Is that it? Yes. Yes. They've moved, haven't they? Didn't they used to play at Knowlesley Road? And now they've moved. 2:41 for 6. Next delivery on its way and down the leg side and through to the keeper. Crikey. I know the grandson of a former St Helens Rugby League player. This is how we'll introduce him next time I'm on commentary with Kyle.
Especially when you're playing Yorkshire or Lancashire, that'll hit home. If you said that when they're playing Somerset or Hampshire, it probably won't mean quite as much because there's not too much rugby down that way.
No, 2:41.
Well, more Somerset than Hampshire.
Next ball is dropped onto the leg side. No rugby, Kev. Rugby union, rugby league.
Rugby down in Hampshire is almost non-existent.
You ever
I'm
followed
not
it, ever
really
played
a rugby person, unfortunately.
nor me.
I didn't like the contact. I always liked 22 yards between me and the bowler, even if they were bowling at 1,000,000 miles an hour. At least there was 22 yards between me and them.
No, not a big fan. It's like health and safety gone mad. I understand why there's so many rules and regulations about player safety, but it used to be better back in the day when they'd have a proper old fight for the ball from at a line out in rugby union or what have you. Mohammed Abbas back into the attack. I can't even say it's the shape of the ball because I like American football. Big fan of that. But now rugby league, rugby union, not for me. But
is there much rugby around here?
Well, yeah, where you park your car. That's also Nottingham Rugby Club.
And they play in the...
I think one below the top flight.
Oh, okay. This is Union.
Somebody, yes, yeah. Somebody, I'm sure, will correct me that correct me because I'm usually wrong. But there's a Premiership and then there's I think a Championship. Here's Mohammed Abbas.
Right, so I'm over bowling to Lyndon James. Forward, on the money straight away there. Mohammed Abbas. I'm just going to type it in, see if I can work out what league there are in. There's a bit of rugby league down that sort of Hampshire way, but it's not massively high standard. I think actually I forget who they played, but there was a team in Portsmouth played in the Challenge Cup last season. Got through to a round which probably wasn't particularly high in the actual Challenge Cup, but for a team down south it was quite a long way. That's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. And they did play a professional rugby league team, and I forget who it was, but anyway.
Is Lydney down there?
Isn't that South Wales way, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's Llanelli.
No,
is there not a Lydney?
No, Lydney's Gloucester
Oh,
way,
right,
isn't it?
Okay.
Isn't it sort of Lydney's?
I don't know, Kevin. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not. It's nowhere near us.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I think it's sort of Gloucester going over towards Wales way.
I think we've drifted down a bit of a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, we have. Let's see if I can find out. Here's Abbas. Good length ball there to Lyndon James, who plays that up towards mid-on. Nottingham Rugby against Leicester Tigers. What's that? The next match? Wow, that can't be that. It can't be in that league. Oh, it's a friendly. That's on the 1st of September. Just giving that a big promotion, isn't it?
Dusty Hare played for both of those and also played cricket for Nottinghamshire. A lot of older rugby union fans would remember Dusty Hare, the England and Lions fullback, started here.
I remember that name. Abbas bowls. Lyndon James is forward. There is a Premiership Cup where on the Nottingham Rugby website it says, we will take on 3 Premiership sides as part of the New Look Premiership Rugby Cup this season. We travel away to Gloucester, where they're a good side, Saracens, before welcoming Harlequins to the Bay. That's obviously Lady Bay, isn't it, down the road? So there are some decent sides there they're playing against. But that's not the league, obviously.
Well, if you'd told me they'd qualified to play in the World Cup, I'd believe you, because I don't really follow it.
Abbas to James. Oh, there's the one that bounces outside the off stump. Goes past the outside edge. But obviously, they're obviously a decent side. That's the main thing. Club history, that probably might be a help, wouldn't it? Let's hope it's recent history rather than going back about 150 years, because that won't help anybody. Oh no, Roll of Honour, World War One. No, we're not going that way. We're not going down that route. The Sunshine is trying to make itself be known. As Abbas comes in and bowls, length ball. Again, he's well forward there, James. End of the over, 241 for 6, Nottinghamshire in their second innings. 170 runs to win this game from now on. Hampshire need just the 4 wickets, having needed all 10 today when we started, 11 without loss. And slowly but surely, Hampshire are winkling out these Nottinghamshire batters, but they're putting up some resistance, most notably for the last 2 wickets. Joe Clark 67, Tom Moore's 81, the standout performances so far today.
Yeah, but since then, hardly any runs. The dots are accumulating, and in the first innings we saw the last 5 wickets go down, didn't we, in a heap without any runs added effectively. This partnership only worth 2 from 18 balls they've been together. Keith Barker's going to have another go. None for 48. Is Barker wicketless in the match? Oh no, he's got 1 in the first innings. I beg your pardon, Keith. Yeah, he's got a Seba Mead in the first innings, but it's unusual for him to be kept out of the firing line for long. It's in, and this one's kept low, goes underneath the Harrison bat and through to the keeper. I think in 2021, that sort of end of season top tier playoff type scenario when Notts came down to the Ageas Bowl, still with hopes of winning the title. I think Barker in the first innings got a 7 for or some such. Yeah, 241 for 6.
Got an interesting stat about Nottingham rugby.
Here's Keith Barker. Wide of the pegs, it goes through to Ben Brown.
I never knew there was a rugby club, so I've learned something already. Jed Scott, our colleague at the BBC Sport website. The first line is nothing about Nottingham. It's about you, Dave. He says, get Dave off the rugby. Now, Jed obviously clearly knows his rugby. He says Nottingham are in the Championship. Rob Andrew, who's now
Sussex.
Chief Executive Sussex, and Brian Moore, Pitbull apparently, both played for Nottingham. Oh, there you go.
No, Brian Moore did. As Barker bowls and pushed into the offside. I wasn't aware that Rob Andrew did, but mentioning Rob Andrew scored a first-class 100 here at Trent Bridge for Cambridge University.
Did he? The same Rob Andrew that's now Chief Executive at Sussex.
You're not impressed with that, are you?
I'm very. Well, it was a university game.
But still, Rob Andrew, the famous rugby player, scored a century on this ground, a first-class century for Cambridge University against Notts. It's Keith Barker around the wicket. Bowls, and Calvin Harrison just lunged at that one a little bit. It ran away to Fuller at backward point. Off the outside edge, 241 for 6. It must be a wretched game at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Lancashire, because Jed Scott keeps sending me messages and keeps sending you messages. We're very, very appreciative of it all, though, Jed.
I've just got to disappear for 2 minutes, but Rob Andrew played for Nottingham Rugby Club between 1985 and 1986.
Okay,
there we go.
Brilliant. Don't remember that at all. Next delivery is again defended by Harrison, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the over. We are around about 5:30. Kev's doing an update for BBC Solent Sport. I wonder if once I've done my update in a minute or two, have a little flit around as Keith Barker. Floodlights still on. Here he comes from the pavilion end. Bowls wide of the pegs, goes through to Ben Brown. End of the over. 241 for 6. Nottinghamshire require 170 more to win. I'm only reading what it says on the bottom line of the scoreboard. More realistically, Hampshire require 4 wickets to win. And we've still got 26 overs left, so there's more than enough time, certainly for the second of those 2 options. 241 for 6. Brett Hutton due in next as Mohamed Abbas bowls, and Lyndon James, who's on 20, defends this one. The first innings, Dane Patterson came in at 10 and Toby Petman 11. Thought it would have been the other way round, but that's how they came in. Petman out for one on his Nottinghamshire first class debut. Patterson was one not out. Brett Hutton only made 4. Mohamed Abbas past umpire Warren. Nice looking drive into the offside, fielded by Gubbins. And Lyndon James has to stay on strike, 20 not out. 241 for 6. Mohamed Abbas in his 17th over, 1 for 42 his figures. Mainly bowled from this end, had a brief spell from the far end earlier. Bowls now, and Lyndon James just takes half a pace back into his crease before pushing it again out to Gubbins on the offside, no run. Ball returned to Abbas. Comes in again and bowls, and Lyndon James looking as solid as we've seen him in defence for a while. Got a nice 50 last week, or attacking more positive innings from Lyndon James, which suited him off the back of that 6-wicket haul. Be enjoying, I think, spending a little bit of time at the middle, or in the middle. Well, Nottinghamshire are now 241 for 6. There are still 25 overs to go in the day. Hampshire pressing to win this today, day 3. They need 4 more wickets, obviously. Nottinghamshire still a long way away from their set victory target of 411. All they can really do is try and get the stumps and hope the rain does come tomorrow. The Hampshire bowlers keep pegging away. Last out was Tom Moores, who was bowled by Ian Holland for a splendid 81. Notts currently 241 for 6. Lots of noise out there all of a sudden. They're all just collectively decided to gee each other up here at Trent Bridge. It's Mohamed Abbas in and bowls again sufficiently wide. Lots and lots of noise, lots of encouragement from the Hampshire players for Mohamed Abbas, but it doesn't bring the expected result or rewards. And 1 or 2 going over to have a word with Abbas, just to congratulate him on a decent over. James Fuller ran good 60 or 70 yards there to pat him on the back, say well done. I think they realise potentially just another quick breakthrough or 2 away from perhaps bringing a premature end to this contest. Be well aware that 10 and 11, Patterson and Petman, not too far away. But Harrison has now faced 14 deliveries as he blocks this one. He's on 1 not out. Lyndon James 20 not out from 61 balls. And right now, Notts are going to have to continue to defy Hampshire by their own means rather than the weather. 241 for 6. Kev's done his update for Solent Sport, and he'll finish the over with Keith Barker bowling.
Around the wicket, in the sunshine. Length ball, thick outside edge, past the diving Liam Dawson at second slip, down to third for 4 runs. Harrison moves on to 5. And it's 245 for 6 then at Nottinghamshire, so 166 more runs. And Hampshire looking to finish this game off tonight with rain forecast quite a lot of the day tomorrow. Will help Nottinghamshire if they can get through to tomorrow. You never know. They might just save the game with the help of some rain, but at the moment relying on keeping at least most of these 4 wickets, if not all 4 wickets intact between now and the end of day 3. Driving is Calvin Harrison, back to the bowlers, no run. Welcome back, Carl.
Thank you, Kevin.
Great to hear. I loved your commentary earlier. I've never heard you before. I thought you were very, very good, can I just say?
Thank you very much.
Dave Bracegirdle's taught you well.
He has. He definitely has.
Yeah.
Just.
Can I just say that you filtered out the information right? Stuff that you shouldn't be learning off him. You've obviously clearly put that through your back of your mind, which is probably 95% of the stuff, and you've kept the relevant 5%. Here's Barker. So Harrison's on the back foot, plays it out square on the offside, no run.
Like a sieve.
Yes. With huge holes. So 245 for 6. Love the resistance that Nottinghamshire have been shown this afternoon, which they needed to do, really.
When you get bowled out for 100, I think it's really important that you have a strong show in the second innings, and they're showing it here, which is, it's always good to show some fight
Yep,
against a
definitely.
world-class bowling attack.
It's certainly a very good one. Here's Barker, comes in. He's always wrapped on the pad there, maybe an inside edge onto the pad, because it looked like Calvin Harrison was just showing the bat to everybody. Just saying, yeah, I got a little edge onto that one.
It is funny to see batsmen always do that, especially when you're playing at county or lower down at club level and you don't have the review system. And I've hit it, Umps, don't worry. Please
You need
keep
to
your
do
finger
that.
down.
You do need to do that to help the umpire, don't you?
You do. You do. So important.
Yes. Paul Pollard at the far end. That's outside off stump, and that's left alone. End of the over. Barker wicketless in his 12 overs in this second innings, none for 52. Nottinghamshire 245 for 6 with James on 20, Harrison on 5. 166 more runs. That is a very long way off when you're 6 down in the second innings heading into day 4, but it's all about whether Hampshire can get these 4 wickets tonight. There's a lot of overs to do, 24. That's almost a whole session in itself.
It's madness. When I came into the ground this afternoon, that was probably the last thing I was expecting to hear was we were going to have a 52 over session or 54 over session?
Ridiculous.
That is absolute madness. 11 overs from the new ball, Hampshire. So that will be another cause of worry for the Notts batters, as Mohammed Abbas is going to be continuing to Lyndon James, who is defending out to mid-off for no run. Been really can't not be, but I have been really impressed with the way Mohammed Abbas has once again gone about his business.
Well, he's a very accurate bowler, and yeah, I mean, obviously the ball's not giving him too much help, but I've always said it, I mean, just the use of the wrist. I mean, he's quite open-chested when he bowls,
Yes.
isn't he? It's all about the wrist and the position of the wrist behind the ball.
He's been so good for Hampshire. He really has been fantastic. As he's coming in again here to Lyndon James. This one a little bit shorter, and once again we see a bit of that extra bounce, and it's defended out towards mid-wicket. Mohammed Abbas does the fielding off his own bowling. No run.
What you want from your premier bowlers is, even if they're not taking wickets, you don't want to see them going for too many runs, and he doesn't.
Exactly.
I mean, his economy rate is ridiculous, even when he only takes 1 wicket or 2 wickets. I mean, his economy rate this year, just over 2.5 an over.
It's madness, and the amount of overs he's bowled is incredible. Today, 1 for 42 and 17. It's just absolutely brilliant. As Mohammed Abbas comes into Lyndon James once again, pushes this one out into the mid-wicket region, this time getting 1. He's finding a lot of extra bounce. Really is.
He's not the quickest.
No, very skillful. Very skillful. That just shows that pace isn't everything. It is nice to have and brings about a different fear altogether, but he's got it on a string.
Well, it was unusual he didn't take a wicket at the end of day 1, but he certainly made up for it with his spell in the morning yesterday. 3 for 7, polishing off the
That's incredible.
Nottinghamshire first innings.
Bass in again. Calvin Harrison defends on the front foot, and it rolls out to square leg, and they scamper through for a quick single. Yeah, it's very rare when I looked at the scorecard and Abbas hasn't taken a wicket. You sure you got the right Abbas? And then I looked at lunch on the second day. I was like, 3 wickets. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds about right.
He has found wickets a little harder to come by the last few games, though, Carl.
Zabas in again to Lyndon James, and he's bowled him. Some reason every time I'm on commentary, Hampshire get a wicket, and this is beaten Lyndon James. All ends up once again. Bowled him through the gate. Abbas nagging away. Said he's had it on a string all afternoon, and this one just too good for Lyndon James. Lyndon James has got to go for 21. Faced 65 balls. Knots 247 for 7, and unfortunately I think are staring down the barrel.
Here's the replay if you're watching the live picture feed. Oh, it's nipped back.
It's nipped back a lot again.
Beautiful. Through the gate.
We've seen that a lot. A lot of balls just nipping back and doing batsmen. I wonder if that was a little bit wide of the crease and it was a setup, and he's got that one to come back a lot. I must admit, it is a Lyndon James can feel a little bit hard done by, but when you're playing against a bowler that is known for nipping it about, you can't really be pushing out at it. But again, give credit where credit's due. It is a very good ball.
Yeah, I mean it's not doing that much at the moment, is it? Really?
No.
So you can't say that delivery's on the cards and that dismissal's on the cards, but a skillful bowler like that can produce a ball like that even when it isn't doing that much. A ball like that's around the corner. It is.
When Mohammad Abbas will find all the movement that is on offer, and all when you have a player that of that quality, he's going to test your defences one way or another. We've got a new batsman coming into the crease, Brett Hutton. Strides to join Calvin Harrison. These two have got a very steep hill to climb to see Notts through to the end of the day, especially against this bowling attack with the new ball. The end of this, 1 ball and the over 10 overs away. So Mohammad Abbas picks up his second. He's got figures of 2 for 44 now. Nottinghamshire 247 for 7. Brett Hutton is on strike. Mohammad Abbas into bowl. That's left alone. It's a dot ball. End of the over. Notts have lost their 7th. 247 for 7.
Fantastic stuff. Now, is there any other members of your family that Dave Bracegirdle or us don't know, sporting family? I mean, who obviously revealed your grandfather. Obviously, St Helens great. You haven't got a sister playing at the Football World Cup out in Australia at the moment, have you, or anything like that?
Well, my sister's represented South Africa for diving.
Okay.
My cousin's represented South Africa for gymnasts. She's been to the Commonwealth Games I think it was in Scotland, the one she went to. Well, 2014. I can't exactly remember where it was.
In Glasgow.
In Glasgow,
yes.
Yeah. So she's done that, and yeah, so the bit of a family.
There is, isn't it?
Sporting background.
Hey, here's Barker round the wicket, and that's the shortest delivery to Harrison, who plays that quietly into the ground. Yeah, so it's almost expected in your family that you've got to play sport and not only play it, but the pressure is to do well.
It is, which you can imagine. There's no such thing as a fun game of backyard cricket, or football, or rugby, or whatever you call it. Over Christmas, the games get a little bit heated. Let's just say that. A Boxing Day Test match, we take it to a new level.
Barker in again. Harrison on the back foot, steers that into the gap through point for a single. Moves on to 7, 248 for 7 now at Nottinghamshire. Are you over here permanently now, or do you sort of float between the two countries?
I'm over here permanently now. I just go back for holidays and Christmas and things like that. So family, mom's side of the family lived in England their whole life. After my grandfather finished playing rugby for St Helens, they moved back to South Africa, and then when my dad was finished with school, decided to come over here and met my mum.
Beautiful. Here's Barker again. Sunshine out. Hutton's forward. Goes out to backward a point. There is a fielder in there for the new batter.
Keith Barker. We were chatting at the back of the commentary box. I didn't know he was on Blackburn Rovers books. That's incredible.
Quite a while ago.
A while ago, he's been playing first-class cricket since 2009.
Long time.
It's a very long time.
Long time when you were a bowler.
Definitely.
Over 500. Took his 500th first-class wicket earlier this season as he comes in and bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, or isn't he? No, it's gone through. Oh, I just thought that glazed the pad initially. Went through to keeper Ben Brown, though. Still the ball getting past the outside edge of the bat, even though we're into the 71st over. And, yeah, he's been superb. I mean, you know, a lot of people said, you know, why on earth did Warwickshire not keep him on? Well, Hampshire picked him up, and Hampshire were always looking for another bowler to complement Abbott and Abbas. And before Abbas, there was Fidel Edwards, the West Indian quick.
Yes.
So there was always two bowlers at Hampshire as comes in as forward, plays up towards mid-on, that was sort of 50 wickets a year. But to really be a force in Championship Division 1, you need three bowlers up around the 50 mark.
No, definitely. You have to, otherwise you just see those two out and you capitalise off the rest.
Definitely. So those two were taking the wickets, and, you know, without being unkind to the others, they were way down on that. So, yeah, it was good, but it could be improved. When Barker became available, it's like, well, you know, that's Christmas. And no surprises. Last year, it's gone through again to Ben Brown, prodding forward there, Ben Hutton down the wrong line. 248 for 7 at the end of that over. Still 22 to do. So no surprises. All three last year picked up 50 wickets plus.
It's amazing.
And then you're in the game. Yeah.
Just, it makes such a difference, doesn't it? It really, really does, when you have a three-prong attack and, you know, you go at them from three different angles. They're also three very different bowlers.
Yeah.
You know, you've got Abbas, who literally does not miss a mark. Keith Barker being the left-hand seamer, and then Kyle Abbott, your big, fast bowler that, you know, can slam it down at a good rate.
The nip-backers from Kyle Abbott. Always guaranteed to get wickets when he gets that going.
Bass, and he comes to Calvin Harrison. Wow, that's well bowled. Beautiful. Just left Calvin Harrison. He's forward on the front foot, defending, and just moved away toward the Brown, the keeper.
Just having a little period here of the ball beating the outside edge, aren't we?
Yeah, they're bowling beautifully.
Yeah, they are. Very tight.
Yep, not giving them anything. It's a real tough period. This, and I don't think it's going to get much easier, unfortunately, for the Notts batters, as Bass is in again, and Calvin Harrison has driven this one rather nicely to extra cover. Dot ball, though.
We are in a period of the game, I think, Carl, that you know, it needs to be finished tonight, really. Now,
oh, it does.
It doesn't serve anybody. I know the rain might help Notts, and I suppose that's what they're clinging to. But generally, you get to this point in the game, you don't really want to be coming back tomorrow.
No. All the Hampshire players will be thinking, we are 3 wickets away from a day off.
Yeah.
You know, as Abbas in again. This one a little bit shorter. Calvin Harrison just ducking it, and it goes through to the keeper for a dot ball. No, I think the Hampshire boys will want a day off, travel down, get home, get in their own beds, and just have a day off tomorrow, especially when it's going to rain. Go see the new movies that have just come out today. Go see Barbie or Oppenheimer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've come out today, so maybe they'll go see that. As Bass in again, Calvin Harrison on the front foot defending. It looks nice and solid out the middle of the bat. Keith Barker at mid-on for a dot ball.
You're going to see Barbie?
No, no, I'm not going to see Barbie. No, but those two movies are out, so maybe I don't know what everyone does on their day off, especially when it's raining. I know I get cabin fever.
Do you?
Yeah, I'll be up at Clifton watching it rain all day tomorrow. Boring. In comes Abbas again to Calvin Harrison, defending on the front foot, pushing it out to cover for another dot ball.
So yeah, just tell me a little bit more about you, because obviously I've only met you for the first time today. So you were at Warwickshire, were you, for a little while?
I was. In the 2021 season, played a bit of second team games for Warwickshire. It went quite nicely, all T20 stuff, and Jake Lintott got called up to the 100 late, so that they lost both their spinners to Danny Briggs and Jake Lintott like that. And I got the call up. More on that now as a bass comes into bowl to Calvin Harrison, and once again beautifully bowled, play and miss through to the keeper. So dot ball. It's the end of the over. Not 248 for 7. And back onto the story. So did really nicely, and it was the first year of the 100, and not everyone really knew what was going to happen, how the Royal London One Day Cup, how they were going to play it, and because I'd done it quite nicely, they called me in and I got to play. It was an amazing experience. I made my list A debut, Sophia Gardens, which was that was awesome. It was hot that day.
Was it?
Really hot summer's day in August.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Here's Barker round the wicket. Oh, he's driving on the up misses there. Brett Hutton's played a miss once or twice already in his short stay at the crease. So that was 2021.
That was 2021, and played a couple more games and was in and around there until more or less the end of the season, and then nothing more came of that. And then I decided that because of the contract with Warwickshire, I was going to move here permanently. I always wanted to, so decided to move here permanently. And because I was based in Nottingham at the time and just lived in Warwickshire.
Okay. Barker again to Hutton. Bowls, and Hutton's trying to pull that one away, just gets it on the thigh pad.
Because I was playing for Clifton at the same time, just thought, well, I really enjoyed it in Nottingham, we'll stay here. And then in the winter was lucky enough to, last winter, was lucky enough to do quite a lot of training with Notts and play a couple of second team games. So that's how I know these lads really well, and the coaching staff, and they're a great set of lads. They're really welcoming, really good people. They're really nice.
Here's Barker. Hutton drives. Barker half fields on his follow through. So this season?
This season, no trials as of yet, just playing county cricket, and I've been lucky enough to be with the Girdle, doing a bit of comms with him, which I've absolutely loved. I've really enjoyed it. It's been brilliant. I have had to sieve out quite a lot of the good and bad, but you know, it enters the box.
Sure.
I had to get that in now.
Here comes Barker again then from that pavilion end and bowls, and Hutton drives, gets the bat on this one, steers that up to mid-off, and there is no run. So you're just playing club cricket at the moment for Clifton?
Playing club cricket at the moment, and still got aspirations to play professional cricket, and it never goes away, does it? You always want to be out there. Because I was looking at that famous game, 4 in 4, dropped on a 5th. Dave was telling me all about it.
Was he? Oh,
he was telling me all about it. So I was getting a bit of a lesson.
Here's Barker round the wicket. Hutton drives. It's gone up to mid-off, and there is no run. It was a long time, probably before you were born, 96.
2 years before I was born. So
there you are.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I know the Hampshire listeners and watchers and that, they've heard this story many times, or they heard the story many times. But yeah, I mean, listen, it's one of those days. I think 100, you can get 100 at any time. Of course you can, you know, if you play properly in that. But 4 wickets in 4 balls is kind of a bit of luck. That's luck.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how good you are, you know, or bad you are. 4 in 4 is always a bit of luck. Here's Barker, length ball. Hutton pushes down on that one, goes out into the covers, end of the over, 248 for 7. We still have 20 overs left.
The cricket gods are shining down on you.
Yeah, they were, and it was one of those days where, I mean, the old Southampton wicket, the old ground, not where they are now, the Ageas Bowl, where they moved out from, was well known as being a very flat wicket. So, you know, it wasn't the sort of pitch that you turned up and says, "Oh, I'm going to get 5 for today," or you know, 6, and that's even the great. That's the greats, not just the rest of us who were just also rans. You know, you know, you were never. It was never that sort of pitch. As a batter, you would turn up there and think, "I've got a good chance of getting the score here," because it was that flat. So, you know, to take wickets on any one particular day and then take 4 in 4 was, you know, you needed a bit of luck because it wasn't always in your favour.
Fuller, we have a change in bowling from the Radcliffe Road into bowl to Harrison, who's pushed us out into the covers. A glorious shot, and that's going to race away for 4 through the covers. Harrison picking up a boundary there. Lovely looking shot.
It was a great shot. I was just looking at the fielder. That's Ian Holland sort of running across. It didn't look as though he really wanted to stop that. I don't think he would have done. but there wasn't a valiant attempt, was there? It was like
I've been in the
I'm
field
just
for
jogging
long.
after that, and I'll pick it up when it hits the covers.
Yeah, just a Sunday afternoon stroll on a Friday.
It was a bit like an
Exactly.
old-time club cricketer.
Definitely. Fuller into bowl again to Harrison, who's defending on the front foot now. Out to cover, no run. That happens a lot, by the way,
Is it?
where you've been out on the sweeper boundary, or you're going deep square to fine leg, or whatever horrible duty you've been told to do that day, and you've had to chase one too many. Just think, nah, I can't be bothered anymore. This one's a bit too far away. I'll jog after it.
He's on the wrong side. You need to be on the short boundary side. You haven't got to
you
do
do.
too much. You haven't got to do
Exactly.
too much.
Fuller in again to Harrison, pushes this away towards mid-wicket. Keith Barker will run round and do the fielding for one run. Score moving on to 253 for 7. Calvin Harrison on 12. Brett Hutton yet to open his account.
So what sort of grounds have you played on that you've been impressed with over here? Have you played at Edgbaston?
I've been lucky enough to play at Edgbaston a couple of times. I played there for the MCC Young Cricketers as well, so I really enjoyed it. There's Fuller in again to Hutton, nice and full delivery, defended by Hutton out towards cover, no run. So yeah, I've enjoyed playing at Edgbaston. It is nice to play there. Found it spins quite a lot, except for when I bowled to Hamid. It spun into the middle of his bat that day, but other than that, it was okay. Like Sophia Gardens is a nice place to play cricket. That's a really nice place.
Better than it used to be.
I can imagine.
It used to be very average.
Fuller in again. Hutton
Shot.
slaps us away. Beautiful shot. And I think the ball is going to win the race as it just trickles over the boundary rope about, giving chase, and that goes away for 4. Brett Hutton opens his account to 57 for 7.
Yeah, I think there was some money spent there. I think when the Welsh devolved Parliament sort of got going and that, they spent some money there to encourage a bit of international cricket, and it worked for a little while.
Yeah, obviously I wouldn't have known any of that.
Sure.
Yeah, Lords is the best, I think. It's Fuller in again. Hutton on the back foot, pushing this back to the bowler. Dot ball, end of the over. Not 257 for 7.
Carl, I think you've been summoned. You've got the hook.
I have.
You know the
I've
hook.
got the hook.
You know we
I'm
do.
gone.
Yeah, you're on. Dave Bracegirdle. He doesn't want any more of you. I would love you to stay. Carl, thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
It's the Carl and Dave Bracegirdle show on T20 cricket with Notts Outlaws. It's a shame you didn't make finals day now. Gosh, there'll have been another couple of games for you.
It's called job preservation, getting him off it.
Did you? Just one final question. Then you said about Lords. Did you play at Lords? You played at Lords?
I played at Lords.
Look at him. He's done the big grounds.
Of course he has.
He's done the big grounds.
Of course he has. And he knows everybody in South Africa.
Have you played at Kingsmead?
No,
Yeah,
only
played at Kings.
Supersport Park and Wanderers.
Oh right. Okay. Supersport Park is Pretoria. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what was the other one?
Wanderers
Wonders.
at
Johannesburg.
Joburg,
Those are
yeah.
the grounds you haven't played at. Right.
Here's Abbott from the pavilion end bowls, and Calvin Harrison cuts this to backward point. There's no run to 58 for 7. Breath of fresh air, indeed.
Yeah, I love it.
He pops
Yeah,
in
it's
and
good, yeah.
pops in.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, gets his scone. Where's the smart money? This finished at what? 6:15.
Well,
Half
yes,
past 6.
still 18 and well, almost 19 overs to do.
7:15. Tomorrow morning. Here's Abbott. In again to Brett Hutton. He's on 4. Pushes this out onto the leg side. There's no run, so Notts were 11 without loss after 2 overs when we began this morning. So they've battled for most of the day. We had a shortened morning session, but we didn't lose many overs because they took an early lunch, and we're back underway again for 1:10. We popped off for tea early, but again didn't lose any time because they took tea straight away. And they're scheduled to be a 53 over session. Hutton into the offside, through the offside. There's nobody out there. 4 runs, nicely played by Brett Hutton, who can give it a bit of tap when he wants, can defend when he wants, and a combination of both has seen him through to 8 not out so far, 262 for 7.
Well, I mean, we're really waiting for the second new ball now. You would think the second new ball will just about finish it off tonight. You would hope. Well, I would hope, of course, but you would think that would happen.
You'd imagine. No sign of any threatening clouds. There's Kyle Abbott, bowls now, and Hutton again punches it square of the wicket on the offside. This time, as I say, squarer, so it will be cut off. There's only a single. 263 for 7. Notts again will feel all the damage was done in the first innings.
Yeah.
Bowled out for 100. Maybe that was closer to par than Hampshire's 166. It was pretty much James Fuller's see-ball, hit-ball approach that got Hampshire up to 166. 263 for 7. Next delivery is to Calvin Harrison. Again, he's solidly behind this, very watchful. Faced 33 deliveries for his 13.
Yeah, it's interesting how the second inning scores have been so much higher, haven't they? Just the pitch just did a little too much with the conditions first day. I think Notts with the first choice attack certainly would have had Hampshire out for less than 166.
Still potentially 18 overs to go today if we get them all in. The smart money, though, is that Hampshire will be able to polish off this Nottinghamshire lower order, because the home side 263 for 7. In the last half an hour or so, they've lost Tom Moores for 81, Lyndon James for 21. So we are now down to the lower order. Brett Hutton 9, Calvin Harrison 13, with just Petman and Patterson to come. Notts trying to hang on to get through to stumps, which are 18 overs away. They're 263 for 7. Or as it says on the live stream at the moment, Notts require 140 from a minimum of 125 overs. That's one way of looking at it. Lovely graphic. 148 from 125 overs, if I could read it properly.
Well, it's not wrong.
No.
It's just another way of looking at it, as you say.
Well, it's not going to happen, is it, with the weather tomorrow?
No. Here's Fuller bowling to Hutton. Hutton's trying to slam that away through the offside, doesn't time it. Goes out to Gubbins. Lovely evening sunshine here in the East Midlands.
I'm conscious that we haven't had Izzy on for an hour and a half. If you want to slide in, if you want to be here for the last knockings, that's absolutely fine. And I'll. Well, I was going to say, if you want to stay on, that's fine with me. Or if you want a 10-minute breather, that's absolutely fine with me. As I say, we like to look after our guests here, and Isabel's been attentive as she has throughout the game, as Fuller bowls, and this wide of the off stump, but he's edged it, and there is the 8th wicket, and it is James Fuller. He makes things happen. Fuller and Fuller and Fuller and Fuller in this innings. He's got 4 of them. 263 for 8. Brett Hutton goes, and Hampshire aren't just getting wickets, they're getting wickets almost in scorecard order here, so it's going to be down to numbers 9 and 10, Calvin Harrison, and whoever comes in now, Petman or Patterson. With one more to come, we'll get Kevin back on before the end of the day. Don't worry about that. 263 for 8, but maybe it's timely that we get another word for Izzy. She's desperately trying to talk, but we haven't got any headphones or microphones, so I should have come up with that ruse a little earlier on, shouldn't I? Brett Hutton out for 9. It's another catch for Ben Brown, who's had a very, very fine match indeed. James Fuller with his 4th wicket. Hutton out, caught Brown, bowled Fuller for 9. 263 for 8, and potentially there's only 2 deliveries left in the game. You'd like to think for those in the ground and for those following Nottinghamshire that they'd like to see a little more resistance. Yet Toby Petman's coming in ahead of Dane Patterson. 263 for 8, is he?
So how many catches did you say that is for Ben Brown? Is it 8 now? I think that might be 8.
I didn't say.
Ah, sorry. I heard you mention
I think
his
it's
name.
8. Yes,
I think it's 8 in the match,
I think
isn't
it's
it?
8.
So yes, a good game for him with the gloves, and 10 is the record. Equals the record, I hear from Kevin James in the back of the box here. So 2-6-3 for 8 knots. Petman is the new man who has come out to face the next delivery from Fuller. He's had a very good game, James Fuller. He's a remarkable all-rounder, very useful player. 4 for 45. Look at those figures in his 12th over. He's just rearranging his troops out there at the moment. So we've got 2 slips. Gully coming into position. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fuller has the ball. There's also a long leg down there on the boundary in the shadows. Fuller, here he is, sweeping in. Balls to Petman, and it's short and it's vicious. It's a snorter. Doesn't get any bat on it, Petman. He attempts to have a little bit of a fence with it, but it beats the bat, certainly. So Fuller bushy-tailed, tail up. That last wicket to fall, that of Hutton. Caught by Brown, bowled by Fuller for 9. So Fuller will continue. In the sunshine, sharp shadows now. Up to the crease and bowls again. It's short. There are men in short as well. There's a short leg in there just for that ball. Just about keeps it down. Goes up onto his tippy toes there, Petman. Just trying to rattle his cage here, Fuller, and he's doing a good job of it.
Yes, didn't look comfortable there, did he? That one banged in short. Calvin Harrison's going down to do a bit of coaching.
And Abbas just creeping in even closer now, having seen that shot coming in at Silly Point. Just invading the personal space of Petman here. A lot of intimidation. And there's a close-in mid-wicket as well. Abbas just wandering around. So Fuller, oh hang on, we're having a bit of a delay. It's because another lid has come out for another player to come in short. Where's he going? They're just popping a box in, full protection. So it's going to be Gubbins, Nick Gubbins. He's now suited and booted. He's got his helmet on, properly protected. He's going to come in at Silly Point. It's a short leg. 2 slips to Gully. And fine leg has come up on single on the 45. Fuller bowls. It's short again. Kept it down well this time. His softer hands, Petman. Got plenty of bat on it, but certainly going for the short balls here. In this 76th over, not too far away from the new ball. 5 overs away from the new ball. And Hampshire really wanted to go for the kill here and finish it off if they possibly can. They've got 17 overs in which to do that. Money, big money, smart money on Hampshire. Here is Fuller of Hampshire. He's in and bowls and he pops in another short one. This was so short that Petman obviously saw it coming. Nice and early and just bobs out of the way. So that's the end of another Fuller over. It's a wicket maiden, 4 for 45 off 12 overs. He's had an exceptional game, James Fuller.
He really has. In the Test match, Australia now 98 for 3, still trailing England by 177. A couple of wickets for Mark Wood, including Steve Smith, who's just gone for 17, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow, who earlier in the day was left high and dry, 99 not out. Division 1, there was one result earlier in the day, Somerset defeating Northants by 9 wickets. Finish for the day at Chelmsford, where Kent in their second innings 265 for 7, leading Essex by 14. At Lords, Middlesex are 40 runs ahead of Surrey. They've only got 2 wickets left at 235 for 8 as Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end comes in to bowl to Harrison. Let's it go through to the keeper uninterrupted. They're off for rain at Edgbaston. Lancashire 182 for 6 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 297. Division 2, Derbyshire second innings 59 without loss against Durham, still trailing by 73. Result from earlier in the day at Oakham School, Worcestershire defeating Leicestershire by 100. At Headingley, Sussex second innings 189 for 7, leading Yorkshire by 41. And there's one game to come as the next delivery is driven into the offside. There'll be 4 runs there. Nice shot from Harrison, finding the extra cover boundary all the way along the ground to that short side. He's on to 17, 267 for 8. And at Cheltenham College, where they only began yesterday and they've had 1 or 2 interruptions today, Glamorgan declared on 450 for 6. Gloucestershire in reply 92 for 1. So you're up to speed with what's happening everywhere else. And here, Notts 267 for 8. Next delivery is wide of the pegs. Time of the day where I need a prompt to remind you, if you are watching the live stream, because there's no knowing when this game is going to finish, could be 2 balls away, could be over an hour away. If you carry on watching the live stream at the end of the day, the first interviews, the first reaction will be there on the live stream as the media team grab hold of somebody from the Nottinghamshire contingent, players, coaches, whoever's available. 267 for 8, next ball, and a little single taken by Harrison. And also, again, in case I'm remiss enough to forget, huge thanks to Kirsty and Aaron, the production team, for looking after us throughout the week. Tremendous job as always, folks, and thanks today to the camera crew. Again, give us a wave. Spence is in front of us at the far end of the ground, waving away there on top of the pavilion. Jono's just in front of us on the gantry at this end. Many thanks. And away to our left, there's Jody. Give us a wave, Jody, down by the Fox Road stand there. The base of the Fox Road stand, square of the wicket. They've brought you all the pictures that you've seen through the course of the match. Thank you, everybody, and thanks to everybody for all the kind comments about the service on Trent Bridge Live, as the next delivery from Abbott is kept out on the leg side. And in the fullness of time, we'll thank Kevin James, and we might even thank Carl van Vollenhoven and, of course, Isabel Duncan. That goes without saying, Miss Duncan. Hope you've enjoyed your visit. Of course, we could still be here technically at this time tomorrow.
Well, we could. And Dave Bracegirdle, what a perfect host. You've been a gentleman, you've looked after us, we've been properly fed and watered, we've had enough airtime, musical chairs, you've fitted us in, looked after us. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Final ball of the 77th over. Sort of writing this off as being a quick bang bang, but Petman leaves us alone. It goes through to the keeper. 268 for 8. You just feel if they survive these 3 overs, the second new ball is going to be the one which will bring a swift ending to this. The match is presumably going to end in bright sunshine with blue sky, somewhat ironically. Notts could have just done with a more prolonged period of rain.
Well, Fuller will continue with the old ball, and why not? He took a wicket in that last over, that of Hutton for 9, caught by Brown. I think Brown's 8th catch, well, his 7th. I've lost count. He's taken so many catches. I think it was his 8th. So once again, we have Fuller just running away from us here at the Radcliffe Road end. He bowls, and that's played with an open blade. They're not going to take the single, as Harrison is going to hog the strike here. He's been in for far longer than Petman. He's the more able batter, of course. He's on 18 off 38. So the single is refused. Just beat Gully there, as the ball is retrieved down there at third man.
Bob the Coventry Pie sent a picture of, shall we say, a large lady clearing her throat. And Yellow Belly says, yeah, she's clearing her throat right now.
Fuller again, 4 wickets to his name, bowls, and it's on the stumps, and that's just defended by Harrison.
Yeah, on the same theme. Thank you, folks. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to correspond, and thanks to everybody that's listened to us or watched the live stream, or whether you've just popped in or out for 2 or 3 minutes or been with us for much of the contest. We know there's been other attractions this week. A test match, of course, going on, the open golf, lots of other bits and pieces as well, I'm sure, to keep you busy through the week, but well, you've enjoyed the coverage.
Fuller sprightly as he's in, and that has leapt off a length and beaten the outside edge of Harrison. And very much on song today, Fuller. He's tall, he's lively, and he's going for the kill out there. As Nottinghamshire are just hanging by a thread.
Yeah, James Fuller will want to keep going. 4 for 45. Didn't bowl in the first innings.
Right, the field coming in. They want to keep Harrison down at that end. We're only halfway through the over, aren't we? 77.3.
James Fuller's tearing in, and Calvin Harrison's got his bat up by his ear, having a look round the field.
Yeah, tight field now in the ring. Fuller onto his toes, up to the crease and bowls, and that is clipped away. It will be 4 runs. That has gone down towards third man, backward of point. Lovely looking shot, just using the depth of the crease there. And a lovely shot from Harrison. He goes on to 22 now, and the score 272 for 8. And Nottinghamshire just about surviving here.
Yeah. And of course the worrying thing I've just sort of reflected on is, although the board says 15 overs and 2 balls remain, of course we're so close to the game being finished, they could actually, Hampshire, claim an extra half an hour of another 8 overs.
Of course, there is always that, isn't there, in this sunshine. As Fuller bowls, it's very full, and that is clipped just backward of square, and that will be a single. It comes through for 1 there, Harrison. So Petman will have to face 1 delivery, last ball of this over from Fuller. And that's what Notts want. Harrison wanting the strike. So Fuller back to his mark. And the field spreading somewhat here. We've still got the silly mid-off, and we've got a short leg as well, both with helmets on. The field is moving around here. So I think we're going to have a deep point, just running out towards the road. Deepish point, about 3/4 of the way back. Gully is back in position now. Fine leg up on the 45 on the single. Fuller bowls, it's on the stumps. We see the maker's name there from Petman as he defends valiantly. And they live to see another over, Notts. So, Fuller, let's have a look at his figures again. 4 for 50 off 13, and we're only 2 overs away from that new ball, which they will take with 2 hands.
Oh, yeah.
Hampshire.
You can't see any reason why they wouldn't. I'm sure James Vince has been sort of notching off every delivery recently, thinking, just you wait, in a moment. It'll be interesting to see who he goes with, presumably Barker and Abbas, because Abbott is bowling at the moment. 273 for 8, so 12 legal deliveries left with this old ball. As Harrison works it on the leg side, field is pushed back to give him the single, so he says no, I'm not going to take the single. So a game within a game here. Hampshire want to bowl to Toby Petman. Calvin Harrison wants to keep the strike. 273 for 8.
Yeah, just in survival mode here, Notts.
Made a decent fist of it today. 81 from Tom Moore, 67 from Joe Clark. It's wide of the pegs and through to the keeper, but realistically I think everybody knew that 411 wasn't going to be attainable. It would have been the 3rd highest run chase in Nottinghamshire's history, so we're talking about 170, 180 years of cricket there, so that just puts into some sort of context how unlikely it was that Notts would chase down 411. But with 2 days left at the start of play today, it was always going to be a case of if not when, or when not if for Hampshire, putting it the other way around. And now Harrison again turns down a single, working it to deepish mid-on, fielded by Ian Holland, who's had a decent old game as Dutch. Century and a forfeit in the first innings. He's been at it again today with the wicket of Tom Moore's, a beauty which just clipped off the top of off stump. Ball returned to Kyle Abbott. Hampshire's over 8 is 0, so there's nothing to fear there from losing any overs. Just want to get the game done and dusted, and a bouncer from Abbott goes through to Ben Brown. So what's that, is it 4 balls gone in the over, and now the field comes in, so that game within a game takes on a slightly different context now. Hampshire desperate to keep Harrison at this end, having been quite prepared for the first 4 deliveries to get him down to the other end.
Yes, it's going through the motions a bit here, Hampshire. They know that the new ball is on the horizon. They're just eating up these balls waiting for that red cherry.
Here is Abbott, and Harrison will get a single. He's running away down towards third, being chased. Well, chased is probably the wrong word. James Fuller escorted it as far as he dared, and then he realised that they weren't going to come back for two, so lobbed it back. So Toby Petman's got one ball left in this over. Helmets distributed hither and thither to Middleton, who's going to drop in at short leg, to Nick Gubbins, who's going to go in right under his nose there at an extremely short, extremely silly extra cover. Can practically touch Toby Petman's bat as Kyle Abbott comes in. He'll give him a short one, I'm sure. Doesn't, pitches it up, and Toby Petman defends at the end of the over. 274 for 8. A generous round of applause for the Nottinghamshire faithful. And Hampshire have got to wait a wee while longer, but in a moment they'll have an extra bit of armoury to use. Second new ball, 1 over away.
Yes, you just feel that the horrors for not just around the corner. We know that potent seam attack of Barker, Abbas and Abbott will be gagging to take that ball and wreak a bit of havoc if they can this evening.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas is down on the ground doing heaven knows. Do they call that a plank? I'm not being rude, but it's some sort of yoga position.
Fuller bowls, it's short, and sees that nice and early, Harrison, and just plays that gently into the covers. But they won't take a run, of course, because it's the first ball of the over, and Harrison wants the strike. The field has spread, it's predictable, but Harrison is just not tempted here.
Good part of his development as well. Only, what is this, his 4th or 5th first-class game for Nottinghamshire. Calvin Harrison would have been in this situation too many times before, if at all. Left with the tail, trying to manipulate the strike.
Fuller bowls. It's down the leg side. Bit of a wasted delivery there from Fuller. An aberration is left alone by Harrison, and a good take by the wicketkeeper there, Ben Brown, who dives to his left.
Yeah, just his 4th game for Notts in the county championship. Made 31 against Essex on debut, 15 and 38 against Warwickshire, 32 not out at the Oval last week against Surrey, and all of those scores were relatively fine and good and rosy, and then of course he got a duck in the first innings here. But he's playing nicely today with a great deal of responsibility.
Yeah, there he is, averaging 45 at the bat in first-class cricket, and it's short, and that's hit away. That's a lovely shot, a majestic shot for nothing, because he doesn't want the single, because it's only the 3rd ball of the over. And Petman is at the non-striker's end, where he belongs at the moment. Missing out on runs here, Harrison, but he's doing the stoic thing.
Yes, it was slightly uppercutish, and it very nearly carried a lot further than he intended. Ian Holland out on the deep point boundary, came to him 1 bounce. He would have been furious if he had hit it just a little bit harder into the hands of Holland.
So Fuller continues, 4th ball of the over, field still spread.
I don't mind an away trip every other week.
Fuller in, and it's full. And they will take the single here, which we expected. That ball has gone out to the onside and is fielded by Keith Barker. 2 more balls left of this Fuller over now.
Yeah, they've sort of agreed, haven't they? 4th or 5th ball. That's when we'll go.
It's all right. I mean, sometimes I'll be.
So field once again being rearranged for Petman. There's men under the lid. The short leg and the extremely silly mid-off, as Dave Bracegirdle describes him. 2 slips in the gully. Fuller bowling to Petman. Pops in a short one. Petman just withdraws the bat like he's undrawing the curtains, and is not tempted to have a nibble at that. 275 for 8 knots.
Yes, no such thing as the fast bowlers union anymore. Give him a bouncer.
So 136 to win knots, but we're not really focusing on that figure. We're focusing on the wickets, and for Hampshire to mop up. So that new ball, only 1 ball away now.
Yeah, he's going to go round the wicket. I think he's just had a word with Russell Warren, and yeah, Fuller's going to go round the wicket.
It's a few full starts here from James Fuller. As I think it's Abbas at the moment who's having conversations, and so is Barker. They're just rearranging the field. So it looks like we have a leg slip and a leg gully in place as well. Fuller Bowles pops in another short one, which we were expecting. And that is left alone by Petman. So we're nice and early. We've had 80 overs, 275 for 8 Nottinghamshire. Harrison on 25 and Petman on 0. And the new ball is on the ground and has been taken. They will be signalled by the umpire. There he goes. He's flashing it around to the scorers. That's Paul Pollard.
Yeah, and Kyle Abbott's already into this spell, and they've resisted the temptation to take him out and bring Keith Barker straight in. Abbott's going to have the new cherry, and unusually for a second new ball with numbers 9 and 10 at the crease, again they're going to continue with the deep set field. So Calvin Harrison, at least for the first 4 balls of the over, I suspect, nothing too much to fear, except fear itself. And now suddenly James Vince said, what on earth are you doing, folks? Why are you all so deep? So Fletcher Middleton it is who comes rushing back in, and he'll take a position in third slip. But he's the only one he's bringing in. There's still plenty out in the deep, plenty of gaps as Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end to bowl to Harrison, and with soft hands he runs it to deep backward point. Could have taken a single easily. They've got to walk down to the other end, but don't. And it remains 275 for 8. 12 overs after this one remain in the day, but as I just remembered the regulations, Hampshire, they'll be well aware of the weather forecast for tomorrow. They can take an extra half an hour, so Notts have got a bat for 5 balls in this over and another 20 overs if they're to take this game into the final day. Next ball's hit him on the pad, and that's very, very close. Not given. Kyle Abbott was almost into a full celebration mode there, but Paul Pollard, who hasn't given an LBW in the game, his only action is to take his cap off and scratch his head. Got a bit of an itch. Just have a look at the monitor there. Yeah, ooh, might well have been referred in televised game.
I think that looked pretty tight.
It did. It did. It at least produced a scratch of the Pollard head. Calvin Harrison will look to make sure he gets his bat in front of his pad, I'm sure, for this next delivery, which is delivered now, and he does play it into the offside. Again, could have taken a single, but doesn't, and everybody waits for Fletcher Middleton to go from third slip out to point to fetch it. So that's 3 balls gone. Where's your smart one? Is he going to take a single?
Oh, he's been doing it generally on the 3rd or 4th ball of each over, hasn't he, Harrison?
They'll be fearful of exposing Toby Petman, I'd imagine, but it's time to front up young Toby. Assuming Harrison does take the single. Might bowl a bouncer here just to keep him there. Let's have a look. There is Abbott. In, no, pitches it up, and it's worked to mid-wicket. Now then, they don't even test the theory that there was potentially 2. Felix Organ with the sliding stop, and there's only a single. We haven't seen Felix Organ actually bowl a single ball in this match. He's taken a bundle of wickets in the past, including a haul against Nottinghamshire last year at the Aegis Bowl, or was it the year before? 276 for 8. He's not going to be bowling now, that's for sure. So Agent Petman, this is your time. We've got the close catchers, 3 behind the wicket and 2 right under his nose, 1 either side. 2 balls left in the over. Abbott bowls, and that's good from Toby Petman. Tall man, gets the stride in, and a perfectly respectable block defensively out into the offside. 276 for 8. So 1 ball left in this over. So Petman has survived 11 deliveries up to this point. This could be an important one, though. Final ball of the 81st over. Petman's weighted on the leg side and caught. Just popped it up Well, just as you join me, Notts lose their 9th wicket. Toby Petman, on his Nottinghamshire first-class debut, has just popped one up to short leg, and this second new ball just been taken and immediately has struck. So Notts are 1 wicket away from defeat here. They've played really nicely today. The trouble in this match was clearly Notts didn't get enough runs in their first innings, bundled out for just 100. Large first innings deficit, and second time around set with that victory target of 411. Joe Clark made 67. He got the ball of the day, which knocked out his middle stump from James Fuller. Tom Moore's another good delivery to bowl in for 81, but the end is very, very close, you fancy. Not 276 for 9. Calvin Harrison's played nicely at one end. He's on 26, but he's about to be joined by Dane Patterson, and there is still potentially 20 overs left in the day. 276 for 9.
Well, it didn't take long, did it, for that new ball to do the business there, do the damage, once they got to bowl at Petman, of course. Nice catch there by Middleton at short leg. Well-placed field.
I'm not entirely sure if he caught the ball or the ball caught him. It couldn't have been placed any better by Toby Petman. It was almost like catching practice in that he hit it forcefully off his hips, but straight into the hands. I don't think Fletcher Middleton had to move a muscle. As I say, I think it was ball into hand rather than hand to ball. 276 for 9. Where are we? So that is the end of the over. We're going to have... Is Fuller going to continue? Yes, he's got his 4 wickets, and they're going to give him potentially the 5th wicket. We'll bring Kevin James in just a second. Oh, an inside edge past the stumps for Harrison, and he's moved on to 30. Isabel, there's every possibility we might have heard the last bit of wisdom and wit and commentary from you this week. An absolute joy. We both know it's been far too long since you were here. Absolute pleasure to work with you. Hope we can do it again. Hope you've enjoyed your stay this week.
Yeah, Dave, thanks so much. I've loved it. I want to come back again soon. I'm not going to leave it.
You're very,
4 years in between.
Very, very welcome.
Cheers.
Isabel Duncan, who's been an absolute joy and a treat, and we know we've had lots of messages about Izzy's contributions this week. Thank you one and all. Kevin James will be with us. We're just waiting for the ball to come back, which gives Kevin a moment or two just to slide in and maybe be here just in time to call the winning moment. We don't think it's too far away. 280 for 9. Nottinghamshire require, well, to say Nottinghamshire require 131 to win is really just a waste of words. We've got blue skies overhead as James Fuller comes in. 280 for 9. Harrison on strike, and he blocks this one. So Kevin's just done his update for Solent Sport, and I would imagine they're all on tenter hooks, whatever tenter hooks are. Is it tenter or tenter? Anyway, irrelevant. They're all expectant down in Hampshire for the winning moment, and it'll be presumably called in the next few minutes by Mr. James. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's been a day of just keeping going with the ball, just working through the order. This man has been at the top of that as he bowls. That's driven out into the covers. They could have taken a single, but Harrison decides that he will take Fuller, and got out to deep extra cover, that one. Nice shot for none.
Yeah. So that's 3 balls gone in the over.
Second new ball taken, by the way. I was having a chat with your young South African man in the back, Kyle. So the second new ball has been taken. 82nd over here. Still over 11 to do after this. That's a length ball. Well forward is Harrison. Very correct. He's been very correct since he's been out there.
Yeah, he's played very nicely indeed. Yes, final ball of the first over with the second new ball. And Kyle Abbott into the ribs of Toby Petman. He just fended it off from short leg Fletcher Middleton. As I say, I don't think he could have not caught it. The ball went straight into his hands, and the look of his expression, he was as surprised as everybody was. Straight into his hands.
Here's Fuller, runs away from us. In the sunshine, bowls, and he's just guided that through the covers, has Calvin Harrison. That'll be 4 runs, backward a point. Lovely shot, just rode the bounce, just pushed it into the gap. And a lovely boundary.
I have only a minute or two ago just had a look at Calvin Harrison's scores. 38 here against Warwickshire is best for Notts. So he's 4 away from equaling that. 34 not out, 284 for 9.
Well, if Patterson can stay with him, he's got every chance of doing that, hasn't he? Yeah, but that's the task ahead.
Yes, you haven't seen quite as much of Dane Patterson as I have. Final ball of the over, Kevin.
Yes. Comes in again, does Fuller, and bowls, and he's almost tickled that one through to the keeper, but it's gone through to Ben Brown. 284 for 9. Still 11 overs to do tonight, and well, it's a tall order to ask this last pair, and especially Dane Patterson, to last that long. But of course, if he does, he may have to do a few more overs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Extra half an hour, another 8, so potentially 19 overs left today. Those filthy dark clouds are nowhere to be seen, so Nottinghamshire's goose is almost cooked. The Hampshire supporters still here. Might get Kevin to name every single one of them once again. As
Well, I can. I can now after my email.
There you go. You've got Kyle Abbott bowling to Dane Patterson. South African to South African.
Yeah. He has 2 wickets. Fuller has 4. Chance for Kyle Abbott to pick up his 3rd and wrap up the match. Comes in and bowls to Patterson. Patterson's beaten. It's gone over the top of the stumps. Through to Ben Brown. That was so nearly the end of the game.
It was indeed. Very nearly got in the way of that one, Dane Patterson. Only nearly. Rehearsing his shots.
It's a good, decent ball as well. Just might have just nipped back a little bit. This is moving. I don't know if you got your foot wrapped around. I have noticed. I didn't want us to go off air at this important moment. More for Hampshire than perhaps Nottinghamshire. Perhaps the Nottinghamshire fans wanted you to go off air.
I was deliberately going to pull the plug out.
And but gone. Here he comes. Bowls to Patterson. Patterson heaves that over mid-on. That's a good shot. Now, where's that ball gone? It's almost going to the boundary. It's not going to hit the rope.
It's stopped and they're not running. They've stuck on a single. They could have run 5.
Good shot from Patterson there. An even better shot for just 1. 285 for 9. 126 more to win. We'll forget that. At the moment, Hampshire are winning this game by 125, assuming Notts don't get any more. Which is quite a big winning margin in 4-day cricket circles. As the field is scattered for Harrison. Here comes Abbott, bowls. Harrison's forward. Pushes that ball up to Barker, who's quite deepish at extra cover. So there were parts of today where it didn't look like we were going to finish today, especially when Joe Clark and Tom Moores were putting together their 99-run partnership for the 5th wicket. Batting looked quite easy at that point, didn't it, really? Or easier, if we should say. Tom Moores then, that was 175 for 5, 239 for 6. Moores putting on a 64-run partnership with Lyndon James, made 81, season's top score for him. Again, batting looked pretty decent around then, but Hampshire have worked through the order. They had a day to do so, as that's pushed out into the covers, where there's no fielder, and again there's no run.
Yeah, that's the 4th ball of the over, so I'd imagine James Vince will just corral his troops. In you come.
Yep.
And that's what they're doing.
Try and bowl at Patterson. You feel this game will reach a quicker conclusion than when Calvin Harrison is facing. 34 of 64 for Calvin Harrison. 3 slips. Waiting for an edge if it comes. There is a thick edge. It's gone through the gap, actually, wide of 3rd slip, and that'll be 4. All along the ground. Certainly not catchable height. 4 runs for Harrison. Takes him on to 38.
Yeah, that equals his Nottinghamshire best. So
he won't feel quite so bad then.
No.
When the inevitable happens. Good line there from Abbott, but played with soft hands by Calvin Harrison. Fletcher Middleton's retrieved the ball, makes his way back to 3rd slip, and we're ready to go with the next delivery. The last ball of Abbott's 20th over. Hampshire on course to earn themselves a day off. Nottinghamshire, of course, will also get a day off out of it. There's Harrison. Oh my word, where's that gone? It's gone through. He was outside off stump, trying to work there on the leg side. I think that's beaten off stump. Bit of improvisation there from Calvin Harrison, which didn't quite come off. Well, in fact, didn't come off, but didn't produce a wicket. But it means Patterson is facing the next over from James Fuller. Or is it James Fuller?
No, Mohamed Abbas.
It is Abbas.
Yes,
Fuller is having a rest.
Yeah.
4 wickets for Fuller, and he won't have an opportunity to pick up his 5th unless this rearguard action from Nottinghamshire goes on a lot more than everybody expects. We may see him again, but the law of probabilities say that we won't, so it's a shame for him. And with Ian Holland as well, who was on 4 wickets in the first innings and didn't get a chance to get 5. But Fuller will have to be an innocent bystander for this last wicket stand. Just have a look at Fuller's figures this year. He's taken a 6-fer. It was against Northants. He's taken a 5-fer against Kent, so he actually has taken a couple of 5-fers already. Kyle Abbott, he's been brought across from the leg side to backward of point.
My charity sixpence says this will be the last over of the match.
Patterson, you don't think he's going to die wondering? So 122 more. I tell you what, if he gets hold of a few, you never know. Here's Abbas then, comes in and bowls to Patterson. Patterson guides that away through the covers, and that might go all the way. It's running over the square, so it does. It just keeps going. He's hit it in the right areas where it's the short grass.
The reason I'm laughing is they went through, just jogged through to a single, and I think both would have thought, that's it, job done, but they've all just had enough juice on it to go all the way to the ropes, because they were both more than happy just to settle for a single there. He's got 4 more, well, he's got 3 more runs than he wanted.
Yeah. So James Fuller probably finished the game with 15 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 59. Broke the back of the Nottinghamshire resistance this afternoon. Oh, he's played a miss at that one. That's a beauty. He's just saying to Mohamed Abbas, that's too good for me. Well bowled, sir.
Keith Barker's loosening up.
Abbott has bowled 20 overs in this innings, and I suppose with a 4-day game around the corner for both sides, just protecting perhaps the bowlers. Barker's only bowled 14 overs to Kyle Abbott's 20. That may have a little bit of a bearing. Mohamed Abbas is into his 20th. Runs away from us and bowls to Patterson. Patterson plays and misses again outside your stump. Needs to be a little straighter, Mr. Abbas. And again, Dave Patterson has said, it's too good for me.
I don't know what he's saying, but he is saying something. I presume it's to Calvin Harrison. Leave it with me, mate. I'm all right.
Yeah. He's probably saying, I'm not going to get near those. And he hasn't been, really.
Has he bowled it yet?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that, mate.
Where is it? Here's Abbas again. Bowls to Patterson. In he comes. Patterson comes down the wicket and he's wrapped on the pad. There's a half shell for an LBW, but I don't think that's going to be awarded with a decision, because that looked high as much as anything else. Walking into Mohamed Abbas's delivery there, Dane Patterson. I probably would have left Fuller on. I don't know. Maybe Fuller's a bit tired. Bowled particularly well. Hamid, Montgomery, Clark and Lyndon James as a comfortable forward defensive play by Patterson up to mid-off. Score remains on 293 for 9.
This really would be the cricketing version of The Great Escape if they can somehow keep Hampshire out for, well, what's going to be an hour. It's 7:15. It's 7:15 now. Kevin, what time are you getting home tonight?
Oh, I don't think it would be tonight. It might be early hours in the morning by the time I've done all my work. Here's Abbas. Bowls Patterson. Oh, he's playing at that one, although he's pulled the bat away right at the last minute, but I fear the ball had already passed. And that is an over which Patterson has survived. If I've been super critical, perhaps Mo Abbas could have just pushed that angle or the line a little closer to Patterson by an inch or two, but now is it Keith Barker? It's a changing of the guard, a double change.
Yeah.
The men that have taken all the wickets this afternoon are whisked off, And Abbas and Barker hopefully finish this game off sooner rather than later now.
Just a word for the umpires. They've been out there now for 44 overs since tea. 44 overs. Umpires Warren and Pollard. It's no easy task, is it?
No.
Keith Barker 14 overs in this innings. Still without a wicket, none for 53. He'll be looking to put that right now.
Well, potential 9 overs to do yet tonight as a length ball. Harrison pushes forward. There is runs to be had down to short third, but they're not taking it.
Well, they will claim the extra half an hour, won't they? So potential 17 overs.
Yes. 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Gone. Are they going to? Is Patterson going to last that long?
No.
No. So even though there is a chance, we don't think it's really going to happen. There's Barker again. Then field scattered, apart from 3 slips. Pass to Harrison. Turns that away up to mid-on. Could take the single. Doesn't.
I don't know if we're able to get pictures from Spence at the far end of the ground just to see if there's any likelihood of any dark clouds coming.
I hope not. Not now. We certainly don't want to be coming back tomorrow morning now. Not in this situation. Nobody wants to come back tomorrow now. Yeah, it's pretty good. Here we are on that tall middle bit on the stand. We're there, about 3 floors up.
For those of you that haven't got pictures, now it's fine.
Of course, yes. We're 3 floors up, whether you can see the pictures or not. That's pushed out into the covers, and again there is no run. But yeah, no danger of any weather at all now. Sunshine is out. Lights are on though. 293 for 9. 118 more needed. Hampshire have picked up 9 of the 10 wickets they need today to finish this inside 3 days. Here's Barker over the wicket to Harrison. Harrison pushes the ball on the offside and runs a quick single. Quite a deliberate plan. That was off the 4th ball of Barker's over, so he now has 2 balls to bowl at Dane Patterson, who's on 5 of 8 deliveries.
And all you're looking for here, all you're looking for from your number 11 is just a solid forward defensive block, or leave it alone if it's wide of the stumps. What will we get?
Will he do either? There's Barker bowl short. Tucks underneath that one. That's one negotiated.
Yeah, that made his mind up for him.
Yeah, he didn't have to do anything there,
No.
did he? I don't know. I would have just had another over or so of Fuller. Just a little bit quicker, because I don't think Dane Patterson would have fancied that too much. What's that? Fuller doing some stretching. I think it's more because he's been bowling rather than Vince trying to whisk him back in the attack after 1 over. 1 over's respite. Down there at deep backward point, Fuller. Here's Barker around the wicket to Patterson. Patterson drives on the up. That's a lovely shot. He wants a single, but he's not going to get one because Calvin Harrison is sitting there with his lent on his bat at the non-striker's end. End of the over, 294 for 9. We've had 85 overs of this Nottinghamshire second innings. And whilst Nottinghamshire want 117, the more realistic equation is that Hampshire need just 1 wicket for what will be, in this year's county championship, their 5th victory.
Yes, and 2nd over Nottinghamshire.
Only Surrey with 5 victories of equal amount. Hampshire have played 1 more game than Warwickshire though. Here's Abbas to Harrison. Gets wrapped on the pad. I don't know, all of a sudden I just feel like there is not going to be a wicket for a while. Good to see you, Carl. Good luck with the rest of your career.
Thank you very much.
Good
Have a
man.
lovely trip down south.
Thank you very much. What a nice guy. Top man. Good commentator. Obviously a good player as well. Sometimes getting into the professional game need a little bit of luck. And then it's what you do with that once you get in, once you get your contract. But it's sometimes can be just scoring runs or taking wickets at the right time. Here's Abbas again. Harrison again could take a single out to backward a point, and he's quite happy to do so. Yeah, for me this could go on for ages with these 2 on.
Anything could happen in the next half hour. What was that? Was that Thunderbirds or Stingray? Can you remember that? Jerry Anderson?
Did they say that?
Yeah, at the start.
Did they?
Anything can happen in the next half hour. I thought, well, I hope so. That's what I've tuned in for.
If it doesn't, it'll have been a waste of time. That's right. Not too much action. 294 for 9. Here's Abbas trying to finish it off. Bowls to Harrison. Oh, he's got round to the pad. Has he got an inside edge on that? He must have. Oh, no, he's been. Has he? He has been given. A late decision there from Russell Warren means that Nottinghamshire are all out for 294. And Hampshire have won this game by 116 runs. And Hampshire's 5th win of this year's championship season. And by a quick calculation, they go into 2nd place. Just pipping ahead of Essex on the live table. But of course, other games yet to finish. But for now, it's been a comprehensive victory for Hampshire in inside 3 days.
Third LBW of the match, all given by umpire Warren. Don't think it got up particularly high, and a shame for Calvin Harrison. Did get a first-class best of 39, but he was last out. LBW to Mohammed Abbas. That's 85.3 overs, and as we've been saying, there's still lots and lots and lots of time left for Hampshire, obviously all day tomorrow, but that looked unlikely. 7.5 overs plus the potential 8 if they wanted to take it. Dane Patterson finishes 5 not out. So Hampshire will take 19 points. Many congratulations to them. Nottinghamshire just 3, and a big match next week, 4 knots against Kent here at Trent Bridge. That really could have a significant bearing on where they finish in the county championship. Those Hampshire supporters who've been here with us throughout, giving them a very generous round of applause, and nice to see the players responding in kind, giving them a reciprocal clap back. Many thanks to Kyle for popping in. He's now gone. Of course, we've said our thanks to Isabel Duncan. As always, a joy to work with, to the camera crew, to the production team, and to all our listeners and friends and colleagues out there, and finally to Kevin, who we've been doing this for a wee while. Hampshire generally tend to have the better of things, and Kevin's had another good week here at Nottingham, or at least I hope he has, and I hope he has a safe journey back. Best of luck for the rest of the season. Once again, enjoyed sharing the last few days with you.
Always a pleasure coming up, Dave. And 3 days is never enough working alongside you.
Well, no, it's supposed to be 4. And just a reminder, who have you got next week?
Essex at home.
So for the Hampshire supporters, look out for that one. All the games start Tuesday, I think, next week. Hampshire at home to Essex, Notts at home here to Kent. Big matches, all of them. And finally, just tidy up the nuts and bolts. Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 294. Tom Moore's top scored with 81. Joe Clark 67. James Fuller finished with 4 for 59. And Mohammed Abbas with the last wicket, 3 for 48. Hampshire win by 116. They've done the double over Notts this season. And as I say, they take 19 points, 3 points to Notts. It's done and dusted. From us all, a very good night.
Well done.
Pete, what's your assessment of the last 3 days' play?
You're always disappointed when you beat. I thought we fought hard today actually and got bowled out. The pitch got a bit uneven towards the end, so I think certainly Will Young, Hasiba Mead got really naughty balls. I think they really bounced. And today we played well. A good partnership between Tom Moores and Joe Clark. Kept us in the hunt a little bit. The second new ball was enough to actually see the end of us, but we paid the penalty for not batting well first innings.
Yeah. What did it demand today, and what did we see in particular, do you think, from Joe and Tom?
Well, I think everybody knows the forecast isn't so great tomorrow, so there's a great incentive today to get through today. So I think we were really clear how we're going to go about it. The idea really being that build partnerships and bat the day, which for a long time it looked like we had a good chance of doing that. I thought they bowled well as a unit, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
And I'm losing my voice. Yeah. So give them the credit.
Was it also a case of not being too reined in, I guess? We still saw some boundaries from Joe and from Tom, and not sort of allowing yourself to put in a box, I guess, for the entire day.
Yeah, you've still got to play. You know, I mean, I think we knew if we batted all day, then we'd probably end up 60 or 70 behind them going into tomorrow. So, don't 400's a lot of runs. It's not, you know, it's not beyond the realms that you chase it at Trent Bridge of the pitch if you play well enough. So that keeps an element of pressure on the opposition. But realistically, I thought we played really well. Actually, it's a good this second innings, but first innings, there'd be a few lads to be very disappointed with the shots they played, and we paid the penalty for that as the game went on.
With the ball, how pleasing was it to be able to give someone like Toby Petman a first-class debut, having been around the club for 2 or 3 years now?
Yeah, I was so pleased for Toby, really, because he's been here 3 years. He's worked really hard, and it's a special day. You know, his parents were here, and he keeps it real for everybody. You know, when you see somebody so excited to play, he was nervous to start, as you expect him to be. He got better as the game went on. I thought he bowled well. His last spell was probably his best spell, actually. And they batted well. We got to the point where they got far enough ahead to give them the freedom to play, and they played some good aggressive shots. And, you know, credit to how they played the game. They dominated the game, really, after the first day when we bowled them out.
And it's Kent here next week, one of 2 chances to face Kent in these last couple of months of the championship season. What's the message going to be going into Tuesday?
Well, the message is probably we've got to do better. I mean, the disappointment, we played really well at Surrey at the Oval. We showed a lot of fighting character there to play against a good team. And we were really excited about this week, I think, to play in front of our own fans and play some good cricket. And the game hasn't panned out like that, really. We bowled well. The pitch did more than I think anybody expected, really. That's something against Steve, but it got a little bit uneven. Bowled well, and we had a good opportunity, I think. The sun came out, and we sort of got to 47 for 1, and then lost a couple of wickets. And it's always tricky at the end of a day. And they bowled well, and then the following morning we got clean out in a heartbeat, really. And that hurt us because a 60-70 lead was a lot on that pitch. And once you got through the new ball, I think as you saw when we batted, you could bat on it. But that new ball a bit harder, just created that little bit variation in bounce. And, you know, as I say, I thought Abbas bowled well. They've got a good seam attack, we know that. And I say a couple of tough balls to get through, I think, for the batters today. But I thought we fought hard today. And you know, we'd like to have seen that in the first innings, really.
Cheers, Pete.
Thanks.